Chapter 372. The Sword Reverence sect had been destroyed by a mysterious expert leading 5 martial marquises. Their sect master, Tianjinzi, had escaped with heavy injuries, his whereabouts unknown. All the disciples of the Sword Reverence sect had been annihilated. The Sword Reverence sect, one of the 9 great 2-star sects of the Golden Crown Nation, had vanished just like that, becoming history. At that time, this matter had shaken the entire Golden Crown Nation. All the 2-star sects had been shocked. As a 2-star sect, its foundation was extraordinary. To be able to destroy a 2-star sect with the flip of a hand, this mysterious figure had to be a condensing reality realm expert. Moreover, he had to be a peak expert in the condensing reality realm. As a 2-star sect, not to mention the Golden Crown Nation, even in the southern mountain range, it could be considered a huge sect. Every 2-star sect had gone through the baptism of time. Within their sect, they had a foundation that other smaller sects couldn't compare to. Once a 2-star sect was destroyed, their foundation would instantly erupt. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a 2-star sect wouldn't be destroyed unless they provoked a 3-star sect. However, in the entire southern mountain range, there wasn't a single 3-star sect. The strongest was only a peak 2-star sect. The strength of a 3-star sect wasn't something an ordinary person could imagine. It could be said that even if the 9 great 2-star sects of the Golden Crown Nation joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for a 3-star sect. Of the 9 great 2-star sects of the Golden Crown Nation, 6 of them had joined forces, preparing to encircle the Iron Sword sect, the Great Immortal sect, and the Sea Cloud sect. Fang Chen's group of 3 felt as if they had been struck by lightning. The Sword Reverence sect has been destroyed. Fang Chen asked as he looked at Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng in disbelief. I don't believe it. The Sword Reverence sect is a 2-star sect. How can it be destroyed? Jian Feng was a bit crazy. He couldn't accept this fact. Let's go to the Sword Continent City. Xiahou Wu's bloodthirsty killing intent filled the air. His eyes were scarlet. We definitely have to go to Sword State City. However, before we go, we have to change our appearances. Fang Chen tried his best to calm down as he analyzed the situation. If the Sword Reverence sect is really as rumored, led by a mysterious expert and completely destroyed by 5 martial marquises, they must want all the disciples of the Sword Reverence sect to die. If we reveal our identities, we will definitely be hunted down by them. Fang Chen continued, as long as we are alive, there is hope to rebuild the Sword Reverence sect. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng heavily nodded. Not long after, the 3 of them quickly headed towards Jianzhou City. The Sword State City, as one of the 9 super cities of the Golden Crown country, was originally under the protection of the Sword Reverence sect, so the Sword State City was very peaceful. However, half a year ago, the Sword Reverence sect was annihilated, leaving the Sword Continent City without a leader. Every sect wanted to dominate the Sword Continent City. With the passage of time, every sect started a war, wanting to gain control of the Sword State City. If this continued, the entire Sword State City would become incomparably chaotic. Fortunately, the Luo family's branch had the support of the Luo family's headquarters in the imperial capital, so they were able to stabilize the situation for the time being. However, from time to time, there would be a sect attacking the Luo family's branch in the Sword State City. The Azure Sea sect was a 1-star sect in the Sword State City. Originally, their strength was similar to the Luo family's branch. After the destruction of the Sword Reverence sect, the Sword State City was like a group of dragons without a leader. The Azure Sea sect believed that this was their chance to rise. Once they gained complete control of the Sword Reverence sect, their Azure Sea sect would definitely become a new 2-star sect, overseeing the Sword State City. However, the Luo family's branch was very strong. Not long after, they completely controlled the Sword State City. Naturally, the Azure Sea sect refused to accept this. From time to time, they would attack the Luo family's territory and even openly challenge them. At this moment, on a certain street in the Sword State City, the disciples of the Luo family's branch and the Azure Sea sect's disciples were having a conflict. Humph, aren't you relying on the Luo family's headquarters? If it weren't for the Luo family's headquarters, our Azure Sea sect would have already destroyed your Luo family's branch. A green-robed disciple of the Azure Sea sect sneered and said, "Now, the overlord of the Sword State City is our Luo family's branch. Your Azure Sea sect has repeatedly provoked us. You are courting death." A disciple of the Luo family's branch did not say anything and directly launched a fierce attack. Suddenly, the two sides fell into a chaotic battle. This scene was seen by Fong Qin and the other two who had just entered the Sword State City. They saw this scene and slightly shook their heads. "Don't worry about them. Let's go to the Reverend's Sword Peak and have a look," Fong Qin said in a low voice. "All right." Xia Hou restrained his bloodthirsty killing intent, and the scarlet color in his eyes quickly disappeared. He then quickly followed Fong Qin. On the street, there was chaos. The two sides were constantly fighting fiercely. No one was willing to retreat. The surrounding warriors were watching the show. Fong Qin and the other two quickly followed the street, wanting to go to the Reverend's Sword Peak. Originally, the three of them didn't intend to get involved in this matter. However, just as the three of them bypassed the two sides of the battle and were about to continue moving forward, a disciple of the Azure Sea sect was suddenly punched by a disciple of the Luo family's branch. His body flew out and directly hit Fong Qin. Bang, the disciple hit Fong Qin. Not only did he not knock down Fong Qin, but he was also sent flying. Originally, the disciple of the Azure Sea sect was sent flying. He had a bellyful of anger, but now he was furious. "Boy, are you blind?" The disciple of the Azure Sea sect stood up and angrily looked at Fong Qin and roared. Fong Qin and the other two ignored the anger of the disciple of the Azure Sea sect and continued moving forward. His words were ignored by the three of them. The disciple of the Azure Sea sect was furious. He was defeated by a disciple of the Luo family, but now he was ignored by a nobody, courting death. The disciple of the Azure Sea sect was furious. He roared and directly launched a fierce attack on Fong Qin's back. Xiao Fong Qin, who was walking, suddenly sensed a powerful force coming from behind him. A trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes. Immediately, he turned around and threw out a punch. Bang, the disciple of the Azure Sea sect was instantly sent flying by Fong Qin's punch. He fell to the ground and vomited blood. His face was pale and his aura was weak. Crash! Fong Qin's action instantly caused the two sides to stop fighting. The disciple of the Azure Sea sect turned his head to look at Fong Qin. His eyes flashed with killing intent, and he said, "Boy, you dare to attack a disciple of my Azure Sea sect?" The disciples of the Luo family saw this, and naturally came to watch the show. In an instant, the eyes of the entire street were focused on Fong Qin and the other two. "So what if I attack a disciple of your Azure Sea sect?" Before Fong Qin could speak, Xiahou could not bear it and directly roared, "You dare to talk to me like that?" The disciple of the Azure Sea sect thought that the three of them were just ordinary disciples. They actually dared to talk to him like that. They really deserve to die. "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will directly kill you." Xiahou roared with scarlet eyes. His words directly intimidated the disciples of the Azure Sea sect. All the warriors were stunned. Now, in Zhenzhou City, there was actually someone who dared to talk to a disciple of the Azure Sea sect like that. "Let's go." Fong Qin did not want to complicate matters and said in a low voice. Then, the three of them continued to move forward. At this time, the disciple of the Azure Sea sect reacted. The disciple of the Azure Sea sect was full of anger. He roared, "I will kill you." While speaking, he launched a fierce attack on Fong Qin and the other two. However, his attack did not even touch the three of them before his body was sent flying. Crack! The leader of the younger generation of the Azure Sea sect was killed by a nobody with a single punch. Seeing the disciple of the Azure Sea sect lying on the ground and losing his vitality, even the disciples of the Luo family were incomparably shocked. Killed by a single punch. All the warriors' hearts were filled with shock. The one who had attacked was Xiahou Wu. His eyes were scarlet. He glanced at the disciples of the Azure Sea sect and then turned to leave. Looking at the backs of the three people leaving, the disciples of the Azure Sea sect did not dare to make a sound. After a long time, the disciples of the Azure Sea sect reacted. They took the corpse of the dead disciple and quickly disappeared from the street. Quickly go and report to the head of the family that a mysterious expert has appeared in Jianzhou City. A disciple of the Luo family said with a dignified expression. Fang Chen and the other two arrived in front of the Reverend's Sword Peak without any hindrance. When they saw the huge sword on the Reverend's Sword Peak, their hearts were filled with sorrow. At the same time, their eyes were filled with killing intent. This enmity must be avenged. Xiahou Wu roared with scarlet eyes. Who the hell is it? Jian Feng roared. After the destruction of the Reverend's sword sect, a huge sword had been inserted on the Reverend's sword peak. This huge sword guarded the ruins of the Reverend's sword sect. No one could take half a step onto the Reverend's sword peak. Because of this, many cultivators of Jianzhou City had been attracted to this place. At this time, not far from the Reverend's sword peak, there were many cultivators gathered. They were looking at the huge sword and discussing it. It said that this huge sword is the foundation of the Reverend's sword sect. After the destruction of the Reverend's sword sect, it has been guarding the Reverend's sword sect. That battle back then was truly world-shaking. A mysterious expert actually led 5 martial marquises to appear. The Reverend's sword sect didn't even have a chance to fight back. Yeah, no one can guess who that mysterious expert is. But to be able to command 5 martial marquises, he definitely isn't an ordinary person. Let's not talk about that mysterious expert. Just those 5 martial marquises are all powerful experts. The weakest of them is the 30th ranked martial marquis, the illusory martial marquis. As for the other 4, there's no need to even talk about them. The absolute heaven martial marquis, the vanquishing wind martial marquis, the Dragonar martial marquis, and the withered wood martial marquis. Just thinking about it is enough to shock me. Not too long ago, I heard that the Reverend Sword Sect's disciples that entered the divine illusion space were also exterminated. The Reverend Sword Sect is truly pitiful. Many cultivators were discussing spiritedly. As for Fang Chen and the other 2 not too far away, they clenched their fists in fury. 5 martial marquises. Fang Chen deeply remembered the names of those 5 martial marquises. There would be a day when he would personally avenge the Reverend's sword sect. Chapter 373. The towering sword contained an extremely wild sword intent that enveloped the entire Reverend's sword peak. No one was able to take a single step closer to it. All the spectators gathered at the foot of the Reverend's sword peak, gazing at the gigantic sword from afar. This gigantic sword was the foundation of the 2-star Reverend's sword sect. Even if the Reverend's sword sect was reduced to ruins, this gigantic sword would still protect the sect. Fang Chen and the other 2 were infuriated when they heard the crowd's discussion. Just as Xiahou Wu was speaking with Jian Feng, Fang Chen suddenly took a step forward and entered the sword Reverend's peak under the gazes of the crowd. Look! Someone's entered the Reverend's sword peak. Who is it? He's so young. Could he be a remnant of the Reverend's sword sect? Impossible. The Reverend sword sect's disciples in the divine illusion space are all dead except for Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng. This person clearly isn't one of them. What is he doing? Could it be that he wants to enter the Reverend's sword peak? Seeing Fang Chen walk into the Reverend's sword peak, Many of the spectators were shocked. Even Jian Feng and Xiahou Wu were shocked. They had tried to enter the Reverend's sword peak, but even with their strength, they were unable to do so. So how had Feng Chen managed to do so? The golden heart in Feng Chen's body was rapidly beating. Before Feng Chen had entered the Reverend's sword peak, he had personally communicated with the golden heart. "Help me enter the Reverend's sword peak." This was what Feng Chen had personally said to the golden heart. Although he didn't know if the golden heart could hear him, Feng Chen still stepped forward. However, the result was just as Feng Chen had guessed. The golden heart could help him enter the Reverend's sword peak. The instant Feng Chen entered the Reverend's sword peak, the huge sword stabbed into the Reverend's sword peak suddenly began to tremble. The humming of the sword resounded throughout the entire sword prefecture city. The huge sword is trembling, it's humming. What's going on? Could it be that this is all caused by that brat? Heavens! Why is it that no one can enter the Reverend's sword peak except for this brat? Could it be that he's hiding some secret? Many martial artists were shocked when they saw the changes in the giant sword. At this moment, Feng Chen was walking up the Reverend's sword peak step by step. With every step he took, he could feel the pressure from the giant sword getting heavier and heavier. However, the invisible aura emanating from the golden heart around his body grew stronger and stronger. In the end, Feng Chen was shocked to find that the golden heart was wildly absorbing the sword intent emanating from the giant sword. The giant sword on the sword Reverend's peak emitted a series of sword cries that were filled with sorrow. Step by step, Feng Chen ascended the Reverend's sword peak. When he reached the peak, he stood directly in front of the giant sword. The great sword was huge, much taller than Feng Chen. Standing under the great sword, Feng Chen looked like an ant. At this moment, the giant sword had already stopped trembling. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the giant sword actually tilted towards Feng Chen. As for Feng Chen, he slowly extended his hand, as if he was going to grab the giant sword. Is he going to pull out the giant sword? All the martial artists were shocked. Crash! After about a minute, the golden heart in Feng Chen's body started beating rapidly. The invisible aura around him became extremely dense. This invisible aura caused Feng Chen to hallucinate. Feng Chen realized that the golden heart had transformed into a giant golden sword. It looked as if it was going to tear the sky apart as it lay quietly in the position of his heart. Just as the giant sword was about to fall towards him, the giant golden sword in his heart suddenly shot out a terrifying golden light. Feng Chen dared to guarantee that this golden light was the strongest golden light he had seen since coming to the ancient Sword Continent. The power of this golden light was many times stronger than any marquee that Feng Chen had seen before. Crack! This golden light flashed and disappeared, directly entering the giant sword. At this time, Feng Chen grasped the giant sword with his hand. Crash! The moment Feng Chen grasped the giant sword, his hallucinations disappeared. In the next moment, he realized that the golden heart was still lying quietly in his body without any changes. Was it an illusion? Feng Chen thought to himself. At this moment, Feng Chen fell into a state of confusion. When he was on Earth, he saw a giant golden sword that tore the sky apart and pierced his body, causing him to transmigrate to the ancient Sword Continent. His heart had also turned into a golden heart. Although he had never understood what the golden heart was, his intuition told him that the golden heart was related to the giant golden sword. In the time that followed, Feng Chen gradually came to know that the golden heart could help him comprehend the sword Tao, allowing him to cultivate the sword Tao faster. Of course, this wasn't all the golden heart could do. Right now, the Reverend's sword peak was guarded by the giant sword and no one could approach it. But with the help of the golden heart, not only did he approach the Reverend's sword peak, but he also grasped the giant sword. The giant sword was 10 meters long and Fong Qin needed both hands to barely grasp the hilt of the giant sword. The moment Fong Qin grasped the hilt of the giant sword, a trace of information entered Fong Qin's mind. Sect Guardian Sword. It was only at this moment that Fong Qin realized that this giant sword was the sect guardian sword of the Sword Reverend sect. The moment he grasped the giant sword acknowledged him. As the sect guardian sword of the Sword Reverend sect, you have protected the Sword Reverend sect for generations. Now that the Sword Reverend sect has been destroyed, are you willing to kill the enemy with me? Fong Qin's voice was heavy and powerful as he spoke to the giant sword. Buzz the giant sword trembled and emitted a sword cry. In the next instant, Fong Qin discovered that the originally incomparably heavy giant sword was actually incomparably light. All right, from now on, you and I will fight side by side. We will avenge the Sword Reverence sect together. Fong Qin heavily nodded his head. Buzz the giant sword seemed to laugh in joy when it heard this. Its body emitted a wild aura that instantly filled the entire Reverence Sword Peak. Everything that happened on the Reverence Sword Peak was clearly seen by all the cultivators below. Especially the moment when Fong Qin grasped the giant sword, they were incomparably shocked. Who is it? How can he wield the Sword Reverence sect's giant sword? Heavens, what did I just see? A godlike man ascended the Reverence Sword Peak with a giant sword in his hand, shaking the heavens and earth. Could it be that the giant sword wants to borrow his hand to avenge the Sword Reverence sect? The shock in many disciples' hearts could no longer be described with words. Even Jian Feng and Xiahou Wu, who were also from the Sword Reverence sect, were incomparably shocked. After a long time, Jian Feng slightly shook his head and said, Junior Feng is indeed worthy of being called the heavenly sword son of our Sword Reverence sect. Only he is qualified to wield the giant sword and avenge the Sword Reverence sect. Although we are not as good as Fong Qin, we must avenge the Sword Reverence sect. Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet red as he said. At this moment, on the Reverence Sword Peak, Fong Qin was holding a 10-meter-long giant sword in his hand. He raised his head and roared, waving the giant sword fiercely towards the sky. Whoosh! A shocking sword light instantly emitted from the giant sword, causing the entire Jianzhou city to tremble. In the Jianzhou city, within the Azure Sea sect, the Azure Sea sect's upper echelons were discussing how to deal with the Luo family's branch. Sect Master, the Luo family's branch is relying on the support of the Luo family's headquarters. They are acting unscrupulously, not putting the Azure Sea sect in their eyes. An elder said, That's right, Sect Master, we must take action. Otherwise, when the Luo family's branch completely controls the Jianzhou city, our Azure Sea sect will be suppressed by them for generations. Another elder said, That's right, we can create a palace. Let's have all the experts of the Golden Crown country resist the Luo family's actions. The 9 great cities of the Golden Crown country, each of them should have a 2-star sect. Now that the Sword Reverence sect of Jianzhou City has been destroyed, the Luo family's branch wants to compete for the overlord of Jianzhou City. This matter, the other sects of the Golden Crown country will certainly not agree. They are not willing to see the Luo family controlling 2 cities at the same time. This will arouse public anger. Sect Master, say something. Seeing that several elders were excited, the Sect Master of the Azure Sea sect nodded slightly and said, You are right, the other sects of the Golden Crown country certainly do not want to see the Luo family controlling 2 cities at the same time. At this step, we have a great advantage. After a slight pause, the Sect Master of the Azure Sea sect opened his mouth again and said, Moreover, I have absolute confidence that we can defeat the Luo family's branch and make our Azure Sea sect the overlord of Jianzhou City. Crash! As soon as the voice of the Azure Sea sect's sect master fell, a somewhat substantial tiger suddenly appeared in the air above his head. Roar! This tiger, looking up to the sky, with a roar it emitted a wild aura. Seeing this, Many elders were overjoyed. Sect Master, you have reached the half-step condensing reality realm. Hearing this, the sect master of the Azure Sea sect nodded and said, If I reach the condensing reality realm, our Azure Sea sect will be promoted to a 2-star sect. At that time, the Luo family's branch will not be able to fight with us. Many elders suddenly realized that the sect master had already thought about everything. They were too anxious. Ha ha ha. Many elders burst into laughter. However, at this moment, a shocking aura suddenly spread into the Azure Sea sect. What is this? The elders of the Azure Sea sect frowned and asked doubtfully, What a strong aura! The sect master of the Azure Sea sect was also surprised. After a while, the Azure Sea sect was shocked. They learned that someone had stepped onto the Reverend's sword peak, holding a giant sword and looking up to the sky. Roar! What? Someone stepped onto the Reverend's sword peak, holding a giant sword and looking up to the sky? Roar! The elders of the Azure Sea sect were shocked. Then they rushed towards the Reverend's sword peak. At this time, more and more warriors were gathering at the foot of the Reverend's sword peak. They were all attracted by the shocking sword light. On the Reverend's sword peak, golden light surrounded the body of a young man holding a giant sword. Chapter 374. On the Reverend's sword peak, Feng Chen was holding a huge sword. His body was surrounded by boundless sword intent, which made many of the cultivators below the Reverend's sword peak feel their hearts palpitate. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, many experts from Sword Prefecture City had arrived. They wanted to find out what was going on. The Azure Sea Sect's sect master led the Azure Sea Sect's disciples to the Reverend's sword peak. Following them, the Luo family's branch disciples also arrived. The Luo family's head was at the front, with the other disciples behind him. Just who is it that can raise the huge sword on the Reverend's sword peak? Whispered the Luo family's head. At this time, behind the Luo family's head stood a white-haired old man. He was the alchemist grandmaster who had almost killed Feng Chen, Luo Hanshan. Luo Hanshan's eyes were shining with a golden light. He was wondering just who this man was. As more and more cultivators arrived, countless experts from Sword Prefecture City gathered below the Reverend's sword peak. They were all looking at the figure on the Reverend's sword peak. On the Reverend's sword peak, Feng Chen held the gigantic sword in his hand. Within his body, the golden heart was vibrating rapidly. From the gigantic sword, Feng Chen's will was conveyed, as if it wanted to borrow Feng Chen's hand to avenge the Reverend's sword sect. Crash! Feng Chen's wrist shook. An array of sword light shot out from the huge sword. It tore through the sky, and the sound of thunder resounded through the horizon. In the next moment, Feng Chen's eyes looked at the plains below the Reverend's sword peak. Feng Chen's eyes suddenly filled with killing intent. That was because he saw Luo Hanshan from the Luo family's branch sect. Luo Hanshan. Feng Chen roared in his heart. Back then, he had almost died at Luo Hanshan's hands. Back then, he had sworn that he would definitely take revenge in his lifetime. And now it was time for revenge. Crash! Feng Chen gripped his giant sword and took a step forward, standing at the front of the Reverend's sword peak. He looked down at the numerous martial artists below the Reverend's sword peak. Finally, his gaze settled on Luo Hanshan. Roar! Feng Chen let out a cry of, "Look up to the sky!" With a furious roar, he swung the huge sword in his hand forward with a flick of his wrist. Rumble-wild sword essence instantly shot out from the huge sword. Many warriors at the foot of the Reverend's sword peak sensed this scene, and their expressions changed drastically. He seems to be unable to control the giant sword. Quickly retreat! A martial artist shouted. At this moment, even the warriors of the Luo family and the Azure Sea sect were retreating. However, their retreating speed was not as fast as the attack speed of the giant sword. When the 10-meter-long sword struck the ground of the Reverend's sword peak, a crack appeared on the ground along the tip of the sword. The crack spread rapidly down the mountain peak. Ah! Some cultivators couldn't dodge in time and were directly swallowed by this crack, letting out a series of miserable screams. No. The members of the Luo family's branch fled quickly under the leadership of their family head. However, they were shocked to discover that this terrifying sword light was heading straight for them. After several of the Luo family's warriors died, this terrifying sword light instantly struck the Luo family's crowd. Luo Han, who was madly running, suddenly sensed that the sword light was right behind him. He let out an unwilling roar. Rumble! Seeing that he was unable to dodge this attack, Luo Han raised his head to the sky. With a furious roar, he circulated all the power in his body to block this terrifying attack. Puchi! Luo Hanshan's attack instantly shattered under the boundless sword light. Then, this sword light directly split Luo Han in two. Master! Seeing Luo Han split in two, the Luo family's warriors all roared. Even though they were furious, they didn't dare to stay. That was because the boundless sword light was too powerful. They even felt that this boundless sword light was similar to the attack of a condensing reality expert. Kacha! The cracks on the ground continued to spread. Below the Reverend's sword peak, many warriors were rapidly fleeing. However, after killing Luo Han, that boundless sword light automatically disappeared. Too powerful. That huge sword is actually so tyrannical. Even Master Luo Han died under the huge sword. This kid's threat is really too great. Many warriors were standing far away, looking at the Reverend's sword peak. After the huge sword was brandished, the entire Reverend's sword peak was split in two. There was a very deep sword scar in the middle. It was extremely terrifying. Fong Qin stood on the Reverend's sword peak, his eyes flickering. Looking at the dead Luo Han, a faint smile appeared on his face. This is just the beginning, Fong Qin muttered to himself. Originally, when Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng saw the boundless sword light appear from the huge sword, they were shocked. They thought that Fong Qin was unable to control the huge sword. But when Xiahou Wu saw that the huge sword was attacking the Luo family's branch, he finally realized that Fong Qin had done this on purpose. A moment later, he discovered that his guess was completely correct. Although the Luo family had lost quite a few people, the one who had lost the most was Master Luo Han. As for the other sect members, they hadn't suffered any losses. Damn it! Luo Hanshan's death was a huge blow to the Luo family's branch. When the sword light completely dissipated, the Luo family's patriarch arrived in front of the Azure Sea sect. Azure Sea sect master, you also saw what happened just now. That kid's huge sword is too threatening. Why don't our two families work together to eliminate him? Asked the Luo family's patriarch. The Azure Sea sect master's eyes flickered. After a while he said, "My Azure Sea sect didn't suffer any losses. We won't interfere in this matter." The Luo family's patriarch was infuriated, but there was nothing he could do. Just as the two of them were speaking, the huge sword in Fong Chen's hand suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, the huge sword that was 10 meters long became 1 meter long. This, Fong Chen was startled. He immediately realized that the huge sword had done this on its own. The only reason it had let him pull it out was because it wanted to take revenge for the Reverend's sword sect. "Let's work together to take revenge for the Reverend's sword sect," said Fong Chen. Hearing Fong Chen's words, the huge sword let out a sword cry. Furthermore, it trembled as if it was responding to Fong Chen. In the next moment, Fong Chen walked down from the sword Reverend's peak. Seeing Fong Chen come down, the Luo family's disciples all rushed forward to surround Fong Chen. Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng wanted to help, but Fong Chen shook his head, indicating for them not to interfere. "Brat, you killed my Luo family's alchemy grandmaster. Shouldn't you give my Luo family an explanation? The Luo family's patriarch walked in front of Fang Qin. Luo Han's Han was killed by my sword. Everyone saw it. What explanation do you need? Asked Fang Qin tyrannically. Brat, this is Sword Prefecture City. Although I don't know how you managed to pull out that huge sword. Do you think you can rely on just that to contend against my Luo family's branch family? A trifling Luo family's branch family isn't worthy of my attention, said Fang Qin. Humph. Publicly provoking my Luo family? You're courting death. Raged the Luo family's patriarch. You want an explanation. Fang Qin raised his eyebrows when he heard the Luo family head's words. If you don't give my Luo family an explanation. The Luo family's patriarch hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Fang Qin. I'll give you an explanation. As soon as Fang Qin's words fell, the huge sword in his hand instantly grew to 10 meters long. Sword intent soared into the sky. Fang Qin's eyes were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. Seeing Fang Qin about to attack, the Luo family's patriarch was completely infuriated. All the Luo family's experts attack together. Surround this brat. Rumble. As soon as the Luo family's patriarch gave the order, the Luo family's elders all attacked together, surrounding Fang Qin. Damn it! The Luo family's people surrounding Fang Qin infuriated Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng. Swish! The two of them used their full strength and directly charged into the Luo family's crowd, unleashing a slaughter. Pucci! Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet. Bloodthirsty killing intent surged out of him. His body was filled with a berserk death chi. With each of his punches, the Luo family's people would die. Although Jian Feng wasn't as strong as Xiahou Wu, he was still one of the 9 princes. His attacks were extremely powerful. In the blink of an eye, the Luo family had lost several people. Accomplices. The Luo family's patriarch was even more infuriated, but he didn't attack. Instead, he frowned as he looked at the cultivator covered in berserk sword intent. Crash! Fang Qin raised his sword and slashed at the Luo family's patriarch. In the sky, a huge shadow appeared. Under Fang Qin's control, that shadow slashed at the Luo family's patriarch. Kacha! The Luo family's patriarch used all his strength to block that huge shadow, but he still couldn't block it. How is this possible? At that moment, the Luo family's patriarch was shocked to discover that this person's strength was too tyrannical. It wasn't something he could block. Stop! My Luo family is willing to reconcile. The Luo family's patriarch was struck by the huge shadow and was sent flying. He tried his best to stabilize his body and loudly shouted. If the battle continued, although he had the confidence to survive, the Luo family's disciples would all die tragically. Stop! Hearing the Luo family's patriarch's words, Fang Qin stopped attacking. At the same time, Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng also stopped attacking. This is just a lesson. If there is a next time, there is no need for your Luo family's branch to exist. Fang Qin coldly said, Let's go. The Luo family's patriarch's eyes flickered as he glanced at Fang Qin. Then he led the disciples and turned around to leave. His heart was filled with anger, but there was nothing he could do. After the Luo family's disciples left, the Azure Sea sect's disciples also quietly left. This was a demon king. They didn't dare to provoke him. More accurately, before their patriarch completely advanced to the condensing reality realm, they didn't dare to provoke this person. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 people left on the ground, Fang Qin and the other 2. Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng's faces revealed a trace of a smile. They looked at Fang Qin and said, Fang Qin, you actually pulled out the huge sword. You are worthy of being called the Heaven Sword Son. Yes, Fang Qin, with the huge sword, your strength has increased tremendously. Even if you are facing a martial marquis ranking expert, you are not the slightest bit afraid. Jian Feng said. Fang Qin nodded and said, I will use this huge sword to take revenge for the Sword Sect." When he mentioned the Sword Sect, the three of them instantly became silent. However, the blood in their bodies was boiling. Chapter 375. Fang Chen. The 5 martial marquises that attacked the Sword Reverence sect have extraordinary strength. We're not their match. "We can't be impulsive," said Jianfeng. Although they urgently wanted to take revenge for the Sword Reverence sect, Jianfeng knew that the 5 martial marquises were all in the top 30 of the martial marquises ranking. With their current strength, it would be like hitting a rock with an egg. Senior apprentice brother Jianfeng is right. Not only can we not take revenge, but we also can't let them know of our existence. Otherwise, they'll eliminate us completely. The scarlet color in Xiahou Wu's eyes faded away, his bloodthirsty killing intent retracted, and the death qi dissipated. He nodded his head and said, Fang Chen naturally knew that now wasn't the time for revenge, but he believed that it wouldn't be long before he could take revenge for the Sword Reverence sect. "What do you plan on doing now?" Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the two of them. "Senior apprentice brother Jianfeng and I are planning on hiding. We'll cultivate while looking for sect Master Tian Genzi," said Xiahou Wu. "Yes, before we have absolute confidence, we can't act blindly without thinking," warned Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, where are you going?" asked Xiahou Wu. "I'm going to the northern region first. Then I'll secretly investigate the truth behind the Sword Reverence sect's destruction," said Fang Chen. After asking around, Fang Chen learned that there had been a total of 6 people who had destroyed the Sword Reverence sect. Of those, there were 5 martial marquises, but the most mysterious one was the black-robed man. If it weren't for that black-robed man, the Sword Reverence sect wouldn't have been destroyed so quickly. The outside world was guessing that black-robed man's true identity, but no matter how they guessed, they were unable to guess. Fang Chen had a faint feeling that this matter had something to do with the Yellow Spring sect, but he also didn't know who that black-robed man was, so he had to go investigate. "Be careful," said Xiahou Wu. Soon after, Xiahou Wu and Jianfeng quickly disappeared from the Sword Continent city. Fang Chen looked at their disappearing figures and also left the Sword Continent city. Fang Chen's disappearance from the Sword State City instantly spread throughout the entire Sword State City. At this time, the Luo family branch was the most furious. However, Fang Chen had already left, so they did not dare to provoke him. The happiest of all was naturally the Azure Sea sect. The 2 great sects had been fighting for control of Zhenzhou City. Now that the Luo clan's branch had suffered a heavy blow, it was time for them to strike. Within the Azure Sea sect, in a large hall, the sect master of the Azure Sea sect had a look of joy on his face. He said, "The Luo family has lost a grandmaster. This is the best opportunity to attack the Luo family's branches in all aspects. I'm going into closed-door training. The day I come out will be the day I step into the condensing reality realm." Qinghai sect master smiled. As long as he could step into the condensing reality realm, he wouldn't care about a small branch of the Luo family. At that time, the Azure Sea Martial School would be able to become one of the top 9 2-star sect and become the real overlord of the Sword State City. The other sect in the central region didn't know about the chaos in Sword State City because the news hadn't spread. At the same time, another piece of news that shocked all the warriors spread throughout the Golden Crown Nation. In less than 3 days, the royal family of the Golden Crown Nation, together with the Luo family and the other top 9 2-star sect, besieged the Iron Sword sect, the Daluo sect, and the Sea Cloud sect. Under the siege of so many powerful sects, the 3 top sect couldn't resist at all. In less than 3 days, the 3 top 2-star sect were all destroyed. Among the 3 top 2-star sect, the royal family of the Golden Crown Nation discovered the aura of the Yellow Spring sect. Using this clue, they found the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect and killed them all. This battle shocked the entire Golden Crown Nation. At the same time, the royal family of the Golden Crown Nation announced that the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect were the enemies of the entire ancient Sword continent. Everyone had the right to punish them. Anyone who was found to have cooperated with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect would be killed without mercy. After this news spread, the whole Golden Crown Nation was looking for the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. At this moment, in a very secluded and dangerous place in the Golden Crown Nation, it was pitch black and surrounded by a gray fog. If there was an expert here, he would definitely discover that the gray fog was actually an illusion formation. Moreover, it was an extremely powerful illusion formation. In the illusion formation, there was a cave. This cave was filled with evil. The evil aura contained many members of the Yellow Spring sect. The leader of the Yellow Spring sect was a one-armed old man. There were several scars on his face, and he looked fierce. Suddenly, a member of the Yellow Spring sect broke the silence in the cave and said in a low voice, "Lord Protector, the three top sect have been annihilated. A few of our men have also died." Bang! The one-armed old man's fist slammed on the stone table in front of him. Instantly, the stone table shattered. It was obvious that he was furious. "A bunch of trash. We've painstakingly planned for so many years, but they exposed us." The one-armed protector said angrily. The one-armed protector had almost died in that great battle. One of his arms had been chopped off by a human expert. He had used the unique cultivation method of the Yellow Spring sect to avoid the disaster. He had been in a deep sleep all these years. Not long ago, he had finally woken up. Of course, he hadn't woken up by himself. He had been woken up by someone. The person who had woken him up was also a protector of the Yellow Spring sect. However, this protector's position in the Yellow Spring sect was much higher than his. Moreover, his cultivation base was also higher than his. Because his arm had been chopped off, his cultivation base had been crippled. This powerful protector had done his best to heal him. In the end, his injuries had basically healed. Moreover, his cultivation base had also returned to the third level of the condensing reality realm. After that, this mysterious protector had placed him in charge of everything in the Golden Crown Nation. They had painstakingly planned and managed to control the 3 two-star sects with great difficulty. They had slowly infiltrated the Golden Crown Nation. However, this time their identities had been exposed in the divine illusion space. As a result, the royal family of the Golden Crown Nation had allied with other sects and completely destroyed the 3 two-star sects. Now, their people couldn't even move an inch in the Golden Crown Nation. This had caused their plans to come to a standstill. Thinking of the powerful protector's orders, the one-armed protector felt a wave of fear in his heart. "For now, let's hide for a while." The one-armed protector muttered to himself for a moment. Then he said, "That's right. Have you investigated how our identities were exposed in the divine illusion space?" "Lord Protector, it said that a martial artist called Tai Nyo suddenly appeared in the divine illusion space. He didn't belong to any faction, but he was extremely powerful. He fought Tai Yin and the others by himself. They weren't his match, so their identities were exposed." A member of the Yellow Spring sect said in a low voice. "Then, is there any news of Protector Wuxian?" The one-armed protector asked in a low voice. Several members of the Yellow Spring sect shook their heads. No one had mentioned Protector Wuxian, so they didn't know. Tai Nyo. Softly muttering Tai Nyo's name, the one-armed protector's heart was filled with killing intent toward Tai Nyo. "Keep an eye out for this martial artist, called Tai Nyo. If you encounter him, immediately tell me," said the one-armed protector. Everyone in the Golden Crown Nation was searching for the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. As for Fong Chen, he was currently on his way to the north. His goal this time was to kill the alchemy Grandmaster Luohi. The current Fong Chen's strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and he was comparable to a martial marquis expert. Killing Luo he would be far too easy. He wanted revenge. Several days later, Fong Chen finally arrived in the north. After asking around, he discovered that Luo he had settled in the center of the north, within Mountain River City. Mountain River City? Fong Qin muttered to himself. Then, Fong Qin headed to Mountain River City. Along the way, Fong Chen met many martial artists from the north. When Fong Chen had first entered the Golden Crown Nation, he had thought that the martial artists from the 4 great tribes were very strong. But now it seemed that they were just SOSO. After a few twists and turns, Fong Qin arrived at Mountain River City. Mountain River City was the core city of the north. It was very prosperous, and there were many large sects in it. Fong Qin glanced at the bustling Mountain River City and entered it. North, Mountain River City, Mystic Moon House. 2 martialists were sitting quietly in a pavilion. They were playing chess. Around the pavilion was a pond. In the pond, there were countless little goldfish playing happily. This was the garden of the Mystic Moon Residence, and it was also the only garden of the Mystic Moon Residence. Speaking of this garden, it was very famous in the north. As an alchemy grandmaster, there were countless martial artists who came to ask Luo he to refine elixirs for them every day. Of course, Luo he would not do it personally. The reason why this garden was famous was because any martial artist who was invited to enter Mystic Moon House would be personally received by Luo he, and they could even get Luo he to refine elixirs for them. At this moment in the pavilion, Luo he was being controlled by a white chess piece, while another martial artist was holding a black chess piece. The 2 of them were focused on playing chess. After a while, the martial artist holding the black chess piece lost. He looked at Luo he with a face full of smiles. Brother Luo he, you really know how to enjoy life. This Mystic Moon House is really a good place to cultivate, the martial artist said. This martial artist did not seem to be more than 100 years old. His entire body was emitting pure spiritual energy. Facing this person, Luo he was very polite. Brother he, to be praised by an expert on the martial marquee list is really an honor, Luo he said with a smile. This person was at the bottom of the martial marquee list, the 72nd ranked martial marquee, the Black River martial marquee. The Black River martial marquee was a loose cultivator. Relying on his own efforts, he had successfully entered the martial marquee list when he was 90 years old. Although he was at the bottom within the Golden Crown Nation, his position was extremely high. The Black River martial marquee relationship with Luo he was not shallow. The reason he had come to find Luo he was because he wanted Luo he to help him refine an elixir. Brother Luo he, you should already know why I've come, said the Black River martial marquee. Of course I know. Brother he's matter is my matter. Within 3 days, I will definitely let Brother he see the elixir, Luo he solemnly vowed. Hearing that, the Black River martial marquee smiled. Brother Luo he is straightforward. I owe you a favor. If you have any problems in the future, don't hesitate to tell me. Chapter 376. While Marquis he was chatting with Luo he, a young man filled with killing intent was walking towards the Mystic Moon House. At this time it was noon. Xianyu residence was located on Xianyu Mountain. From the top of Xianyu Mountain to the foot of the mountain, it was filled with warriors. Among them, there was no lack of powerful warriors. They were all here to ask Grandmaster Luo he to refine some pills. Fong Chen arrived at the foot of the Mystic Moon Mountain. Seeing the sea of people, he frowned and walked up the Mystic Moon Mountain step by step. Most of the warriors on the Mystic Moon Mountain had an unwritten rule. Under normal circumstances, no one would cut the queue. Even if someone did, they would resist. At this moment, some people saw Fong Chen cutting the queue and walking past them. Some of the warriors were furious. Kid, this is the Mystic Moon Mountain. If you want to visit Master Luo, you better line up obediently. That's right, kid. Cutting the queue in the Mystic Moon Mountain will not end well. A piece of trash. If you don't stop moving forward, I'll kill you. Many warriors at the foot of the mountain were furious. Fong Chen acted as if he did not hear them and continued walking towards the peak of the mountain. Just as Fong Chen walked a few steps, a tall and sturdy man suddenly blocked Fong Chen's path. "Kid, we've worked so hard to line up. You dare to cut the queue? Are you looking for death?" This tall and sturdy man was quite famous in the Mountain River City. He was at the 4th level of the Chi-Hai realm. Among the younger generation, he was one of the top warriors. Seeing this tall and sturdy man appear, the crowd snickered. They thought that this kid would be dealt with by this tall and sturdy man. "Move aside." Fong Chen's voice was very calm as he spoke quietly. "You're looking for death." When the burly man heard this, he was furious. A wild aura surged around him as he prepared to attack Fong Chen. However, at this moment, a heart-palpitating aura surged out from Fong Chen's body. Fong Chen raised his eyes and looked at the tall and sturdy man. The tall and sturdy man suddenly felt dizzy. "Get out of the way," Fong Chen said again. At this time, all the warriors were shocked. The tall and sturdy man obediently stepped aside, and Fong Chen moved forward again. Seeing this scene, the crowd was puzzled. Why didn't the burly man make a move? Why did he directly open up a path for this person? "Why did you let him go?" a martial artist asked, puzzled. "It's too terrifying. A single glance from him is enough to make my heart tremble." The burly man's forehead was filled with beads of sweat. He felt a lingering fear. If he had chosen to attack just now, he might have been killed by this person. Hearing the tall and sturdy man's words, the surrounding people cried out in alarm. They all looked at Fong Chen with fear in their eyes. Fong Chen's entire body was shrouded in an extremely dense aura. Along the way, most of the cultivators who sensed this aura immediately avoided it, not daring to block Fong Chen's path. Just like this, Fong Chen soon reached the halfway point of the mountain. When Fong Chen was halfway up the mountain, he finally met a martial artist who blocked his path. This martial artist was one of the strongest in the north. He was at the 5th level of the Chi-Hai realm. Originally, he could have entered the central region, but because of his cultivation method, he wanted to ask for a pill from Master Luo before entering the central region. "Kid, this is the Mystic Moon Mountain. Don't be so arrogant. Get down the mountain obediently and line up yourself," the martial artist said coldly. He didn't think that this person was his match. Fong Chen's aura surged. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the martial artist. He then said, "If I were you, I wouldn't say such words." Seeing Fong Chen's confident expression, the martial artist became even angrier. With his strength, almost no one in the younger generation of the North dared to say such words to him. Fong Chen's words were provoking him. "Do you want to die?" The martial artist sneered. "If I make a move, the one who dies will be you," Fong Chen said. Facing these ant-like existences, Fong Chen didn't want to waste time. "If that's the case, then I'll let you know." Before the martial artist could finish his words, he was punched by Fong Chen and fell down from the Mystic Moon Mountain. He fell to the ground and fainted. Fong Chen was merciful. He didn't lose his life, but he fainted. This scene finally alarmed all the martialists lining up on the Mystic Moon Mountain. Their eyes were filled with shock. How could he send Su Fei flying with one punch? How strong would he need to be to do that? He's so young, but his strength is at least at the 6th level of the Chi-Hai realm. Could it be that he's from the central region? It must be so. This person can't be provoked. In an instant, the people lining up on the Mystic Moon Mountain looked at Fong Chen cautiously. They all opened up a path for him. After that, Fong Chen arrived at the top of the Mystic Moon Mountain without any obstructions. At this moment, the door of the Mystic Moon residence was closed. On both sides of the door, there were 2 guards. Their bodies were emitting a terrifying aura. It was obvious that they were powerful martial artists. Fong Chen stepped onto the Mystic Moon Mountain and arrived at the entrance of the Mystic Moon residence. "This is the Mystic Moon residence. Please stop." One of the guards stopped Fong Chen and said, "I'm here to look for Luo He." Fang Qin said. Great Master Luo, he is meeting with a guest. He won't see anyone. The other guard said coldly. He will see me. Just as Fang Qin finished speaking, the two guards suddenly let out a miserable cry. In the next moment, they held their heads and rolled on the ground. After that, Fang Qin opened the door of the Mystic Moon residence and stepped inside. On the Mystic Moon Mountain, many martial artists saw this scene, and their faces were filled with shock. I have a feeling that something big is going to happen in the Mystic Moon residence. Who is this brat? Why is he so strong that he even dares to beat up the guards of the Mystic Moon residence? This brat's background is not small. He might be from the younger generation of some large power in the central region. The Mystic Moon residence is Great Master Luo, his residence. Great Master Luo, he definitely won't let him off for barging in so recklessly. Many martial artists were discussing as they looked inside the Mystic Moon residence. But without Great Master Luo He's orders, they didn't dare enter without permission. After Fang Qin entered the Mystic Moon residence, he asked around and found out that Luo he was meeting with an old friend in the garden. When Fang Qin arrived at the garden, he saw Luo he chatting with a martial artist. Fang Qin walked over step by step. It wasn't until he crossed the bridge and was about to enter the pavilion in the middle of the pond that he was discovered by Luo he. Can't you see that I'm meeting with an old friend? Who let you in? Luo he saw Fang Qin, but since Fang Qin had changed his appearance, he naturally didn't recognize him. He thought he was a servant of the Mystic Moon residence. Fang Qin ignored Luo he's shout and continued walking. When he entered the pavilion, a faint smile appeared on his face. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at Luo he and said, "You're the one who let me in." "What do you mean, when did I let you in?" Luo he was about to explode. Just at this moment, Marquis Heiha stood up. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at Fang Qin and said, "This brat is releasing killing intent." Bang! Hearing that, Luo he suddenly stood up. Glaring at Fang Qin, he icily said, "Brat, just who are you?" "The person who's going to kill you," Fang Qin said softly. There wasn't the slightest fear on his face. "Kill me." "Ha ha ha, you're too naive. You're the first person who dares to say he's going to kill me in my Mystic Moon residence." Luo he's expression was sinister as he madly laughed. Even the Black River Marquis smiled faintly. However, his smile was filled with mockery. Crash! A huge sword appeared in Fang Qin's hand, but this time it was only a meter long. It looked exactly the same as an ordinary longsword. Seeing Fang Qin take out his weapon, Luo he's expression completely sank. This brat had come to the Mystic Moon residence to kill him. That was clearly provoking him. "Today, you will definitely die," Luo he roared. A wild aura surged out of his body and condensed on his fist. He punched at Fang Qin. The current Luo he posed no threat to Fang Qin. Seeing Luo he's attack, Fang Qin's aura surged. In the next instant, a monstrous sword intent enveloped the entire pavilion. "What?" Sensing the terrifying sword intent, Marquis Heiha's face finally turned serious. As a Marquis, he was naturally experienced and knowledgeable. He instantly sensed Fang Qin's power. "Brother Luo he, you can't!" Marquis Heiha roared. His figure flashed as he grabbed Luo he's body that was about to rush out. However, it was already a little too late. The huge sword in Fang Qin's hand suddenly expanded to a size of 10 meters. Under Fang Qin's control, the huge sword directly cut open the pavilion and slashed out, instantly slashing Luo he's body. Crack! Marquis Heiha arrived in time and grabbed Luo he, saving him. However, one of Luo he's arms was cut off. Rumble! The huge sword in Fang Qin's hand slashed down. After cutting off one of Luo he's arms, it slashed to the ground. Crack! A crack instantly appeared on the ground. Even the pavilion was cut in half. The entire Mystic Moon residence was cut in half by the sword that descended from the sky, turning into ruins. At this moment, the numerous cultivators on the mystic Moon Mountain could not withstand the wild sword intent. Their bodies swayed as they rolled down the mystic Moon Mountain. When the numerous cultivators safely arrived at the bottom of the mystic Moon Mountain, they raised their heads and discovered that the mystic moon residence had been cut in half by the sword. Could it be that cultivator from before? Heavens, what did I see? He cut the mystic moon residence in half with a sword. That's too strong. That sword intent made my heart tremble. I wonder how Grandmaster Luo he is doing. What a heaven-defying cultivator. He actually came to the mystic moon residence alone to kill Grandmaster Luo he. Numerous cultivators were also shocked by the majestic sword light that descended from the sky. This majestic sword light had directly cut the mystic moon residence in half. The entire mystic moon residence was filled with fog. Miserable cries continuously rang out. Above the ruins, Luo he's arm was still bleeding. He had almost fainted. He did not dare to imagine why such a tyrannical cultivator would want to kill him. I, Luo he, am not that easy to bully. Luo he's eyes were scarlet red as he roared furiously, Brother Heiha, help me kill him. Chapter 377. Before he could even make a move, one of his arms had already been chopped off. Furthermore, his mystic moon residence had actually been split into two by the boundless sword light. This scene caused Luo he to be extremely shocked. At the same time, Luo he gradually descended into madness. He knew that he wasn't a match for his opponent, but he wouldn't let this matter rest after his arm was chopped off. Old brother Heihe, as long as you help me kill this person, I'll help you refine the pills you need without limit. Luo he's eyes flickered with madness. Right now, his hatred for Fong Qin was sky high. As long as he could kill Fong Qin, he would do anything. Hey! He narrowed his eyes as he stared at Fong Qin. His entire body emitted a wild aura. After hearing Luo he's words, he finally opened his mouth. Brat, I don't know who you are, but since you've injured my friend, Heihe, will definitely not let you off. Hey, he coldly said, you can't stop me. He must die today. Fong Qin indifferently said, as if killing Luo he was an extremely easy matter. Humph, a mere junior dares to be so arrogant in front of me. Heihe, you're courting death. Hei's face darkened as he coldly said, although he was ranked last on the Martial Marquis list, which one of them wasn't a peerless talent? He wasn't even 100 years old, yet he was ranked on the Martial Marquis list. In the past, he was also a true genius in the Golden Crown country. Specks of light faintly appeared on Hei's fists. These specks of light contained an extremely boundless aura. However, Fong Qin wasn't afraid in the slightest, because in the divine illusion space, his strength had already surpassed Heihe. Now that he had obtained the foundation of the Sword Reverence sect and the sect Protector Divine Sword, his strength had increased once again. Therefore, he didn't put a mere Heihe in his eyes. Old brother Heihe, kill him. Luo he stood to the side, stopping the bleeding from his severed arm as he hysterically shouted. Hearing Luo he shout, he didn't plan to waste any time. He wanted to attack like lightning and kill Fong Qin. He art. Following the Black River Marquis' furious roar, an incomparably dense spiritual chi suddenly appeared around his body. Under the Black River Marquis' control, this spiritual chi seemed to be continuous and unending. This was the Black River Martial Marquis' famous technique, the Black River Technique. The Black River Martial Marquis had also sensed that this person's strength was abnormally tyrannical, so he immediately used his famous technique, the Black River Technique. You should be proud to die under my Black River art. The Black River Martial Marquis clenched his fists tightly and suddenly punched towards Fong Qin. He art. Fang Chen said in a low voice, holding his huge sword horizontally in front of his chest. In the next instant, an extremely wild aura was emitted from the giant sword. This was the foundation of the Sword Reverence sect, the divine sword of the sect. Its power was extraordinary. Coupled with Fang Chen's level 7 water and fire sword technique, its power caused even Luo He's heart to palpitate. Boom! The Black River Martial Marquis fist heavily collided with the huge sword. The Black River Martial Marquis face, which was originally filled with a wild smile, suddenly changed, and he shouted loudly. After that, the Black River Martial Marquis body continuously retreated. However, how could Fang Chen let go of such a good opportunity? The huge sword in his hand suddenly danced. Instantly, an extremely wild sword light of water and fire shot towards the Black River Marquis. At this moment, Martial Marquis Heiha was incomparably shocked in his heart. In the previous contact, he discovered that this person was so young, but his strength was actually so tyrannical. Even my Black River arts can't block it. The Black River Martial Marquis pondered as he retreated. Pucci! The sword light of water and fire heavily bombarded the Black River Martial Marquis body. The Black River Martial Marquis was barely able to block it and wasn't heavily injured. However, following closely behind was the huge sword, the divine sword of the Sword Reverence sect. Whoosh! At this moment, Fang Chen exploded with all his strength, and the huge sword fiercely pierced into the Black River Martial Marquis body. The Black River Martial Marquis frantically counterattacked. At the same time, Fang Chen's head slightly moved, and a strand of spiritual flame appeared and drilled into the Black River Martial Marquis head. I can't accept this. The Black River Martial Marquis' soul endlessly trembled. He roared. A minute later, the Black River Martial Marquis' corpse fell to the ground, forever losing its vitality. Fang Chen picked up the Black River Martial Marquis' interspatial ring, and then walked step by step towards Luo He. Who are you? I have no enmity with you, so why do you want to kill me? Luo He was endlessly terrified as she continuously retreated. Even the Black River Martial Marquis had been killed by this person. How could Luo He not be afraid? However, Luo He had already secretly notified his good friend, the Heavenly River Martial Marquis. The Heavenly River Martial Marquis' strength was much greater than the Black River Martial Marquis. As long as the Heavenly River Martial Marquis arrived, he would be safe. So what he needed to do now was stall for time. You really want to know who I am? Suddenly, Fang Chen laughed. In the next instant, Fang Chen's face wriggled, and in the blink of an eye, Fang Chen's appearance changed. It's you! When Luo He saw Fang Chen's appearance, she involuntarily cried out, How is this possible? How are you so strong? Luo He couldn't believe it. Back then, Fang Chen had been nothing more than an ant in front of her. But in just a short amount of time, Fang Chen was actually able to easily kill a Martial Marquis. That was too exaggerated. No, you can't kill me. The Heavenly River Martial Marquis is already on his way. If you kill me, he won't let you off. Luo He was just about to send a message to the Heavenly River Martial Marquis, but with a wave of his sword, his other arm was instantly cut off. Back then, I swore that I would definitely kill you in this life, said Fang Chen icily. Hearing Fang Chen's voice, Luo He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His heart was filled with terror. Fang Chen, I was wrong back then. As long as you don't kill me, I can give you anything. Luo He cried out in terror. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. With a single step, he arrived beside Luo He. Raising his sword, he prepared to kill Luo He. No, Fang Chen, don't kill me. I can tell you a secret about your master's ancient sect. Luo He shouted. Hearing the words ancient sect, Fang Chen's hand froze. He icily said, I'll give you 1 minute. There are remnants of the Yellow Spring sect who want to kill your master. Your master's current situation is extremely dangerous. said Luohi. Yes. Fang Qin frowned as he looked at Luohi. I had a small transaction with a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. Not long ago, he obtained some medicinal pills from me and owed me a favor. I had him help me kill the ancient sect. In any case, it's a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. Even if I'm discovered, they won't suspect me. Luohi trembled. Fang Qin, I've already told you everything. Can you let me off? Fang Qin sneered and shook his head. From the start, Fang Qin had never planned on letting Luohi off. You can die now, said Fang Qin icily. Raising his sword, he directly stabbed it into Luohi's head. A generation's alchemy grandmaster, Luohi, had died. After doing all this, Fang Qin took away Luohi's spatial ring. Then he put away his sword and left the Xianyue residence. At the foot of Xianyue Mountain, many martial artists were shocked. They had all heard miserable screams. Could it be that Grandmaster Luohi was killed? Don't talk nonsense. What kind of person is Grandmaster Luohi? How could he die so easily? The battle within the Xianyue residence was too intense. The entire residence has been turned into ruins. Look, someone's coming. He seems familiar. Isn't he Luohi's good friend, the Heavenly River Marquis? Some martial artists instantly recognized him. What? Even the Heavenly River Marquis has appeared? The Heavenly River Marquis hastily rushed over to Mountain River City. He directly entered the ruins of the Xianyue residence. Luohi. When the Heavenly River Marquis saw Luohi's corpse, he was infuriated. Damn it, I'm late. Just who killed Luohi? Roared the Heavenly River Marquis. The roar of the Sky River Martial Marquis spread throughout the entire Mountain River City. At this moment, the entire city was shaken. Alchemy Grandmaster Luohi had been killed. Even though the Heavenly River Marquis had rushed over, he hadn't been able to find the culprit. That infuriated him. After that, the Heavenly River Marquis sent out a notice to the entire nation. There was a portrait on this notice. As long as someone could provide the specific location of this martial artist, they could directly become the Heavenly River Marquis' personal disciple. When this news spread, the entire Golden Crown Nation was shaken. Countless martial artists were all searching for this martial artist. The Heavenly River Marquis' personal disciple was extremely attractive. Of course, at the same time, news of what had happened within the Xianyue residence had spread. Even the death of the Heavenly River Marquis had been discovered. For a time, news of this martial artist had spread throughout the entire northern region, and then it had spread to the central region. A day later, some people had recognized this martial artist. His name was Tai Niu, and he had suppressed the head of the 9 princes, Luo Gong, in the divine illusion space. He had become the strongest expert of the Golden Crown Nation's younger generation. Heavens, just who is this Tai Niu? At such a young age, he was actually able to kill the Heavenly River Marquis and Grandmaster Luohi. It won't be long before Tai Niu enters the Martial Marquis rankings. At that time, his name will be known throughout the world. In the divine illusion space, Tai Niu was like a legend. He rose step by step, becoming the biggest winner of the divine illusion space. I never thought that he would do such a shocking thing as soon as he left the divine illusion space. Everyone was discussing the matter of Tai Niu killing the Heavenly River Marquis and Luohi. Of course, the majority of the martial artists believed that Tai Niu's target was the Heavenly River Marquis. As for Luohi, she was just a passing target. While the outside world was in an uproar looking for him, Fang Qin embarked on the journey to the west alone. He wanted to save his master, Guzong. Master, please don't let anything happen to you. Chapter 378. On the way to the west, Fang Qin once again changed his appearance. Before he had enough strength, he couldn't reveal his identity. If the mysterious expert who destroyed the sword-worshipping sect discovered him, he would definitely be killed. Therefore, he would use the identity of Iron Bull until he had enough strength to fight against those mysterious experts. The Sky River Marshal Marquis has already discovered me and will definitely search the world for me. For the time being, I'm still not a match for the Sky River Marshal Marquis. I can't be careless. I won't use the great sword for the time being. Fang Chen thought to himself. The Sky River Marshal Marquis was originally ranked 69th on the Marshal Marquis list. However, during the opening of the Divine Illusion Space, the Sky River Marshal Marquis cultivation had broken through, and his strength had increased once again. He challenged a Marshal Marquis who was ranked higher than him by name. In the end, he defeated this Marshal Marquis, and his ranking on the Marshal Marquis list rose once again. The current Sky River Marshal Marquis was ranked 66th on the Marshal Marquis list. Although it was only a rise of 3 ranks, Fang Chen knew that the difference between the experts on the Marshal Marquis list, even if there was a difference of 1 rank, the difference was still huge. For the time being, it wasn't appropriate for him to face the Sky River Marshal Marquis head-on. He needed to endure. This time, he didn't choose to travel on foot. Instead, he found a city in the north that had a teleportation array. However, when Fang Chen found out that the teleportation array would only open after 6 hours, he was filled with helplessness. If he was late by even a minute, his master would be in even more danger. However, there was no other way. Fang Chen found a place and sat down cross-legged. While waiting for the teleportation array to open, Fang Chen's consciousness entered the Black River Marshal Marquis interspatial ring and began to check. As a Marshal Marquis, his wealth was naturally not comparable. After checking, Fang Chen found that the Black River Marshal Marquis interspatial ring had a large amount of spirit stones. Moreover, they were all high-grade spirit stones. As expected of a Marshal Marquis, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. After checking, Fang Chen found that the Black River Marshal Marquis interspatial ring had 20 million high-grade spirit stones. 20 million high-grade spirit stones. If exchanged for the mid-grade spirit stones that Fang Chen possessed, it would be 10 billion. Fang Chen's entire fortune was only worth a few billion, and this was what he got from robbing others. I wonder how much wealth the Marshal Marquises at the top of the Marshal Marquis rankings have. Fang Chen said, in the later stages of the Martial Dao, it would be more difficult to cultivate. If one wanted to become stronger, they would need a large amount of resources. Therefore, the more powerful a martial artist was, the more wealth they would have. After putting away the 20 million upper spirit stones, Fang Chen checked them again. Fang Chen found some cultivation techniques in Marquis Heiha's interspatial ring. After a rough inspection, he discovered that these cultivation techniques were useless to him, so he casually put them away. It seems that the resources of the Black River Marshal Marquis have all been used up. Fang Chen sighed. However, obtaining 20 million mid-tier spiritual stones also made Fang Chen extremely excited. After that, Fang Chen opened Luo, his interspatial ring. As an alchemist grandmaster, his wealth should not be any lower than Marquis Heiha's. As expected within Luo He's interspatial ring, Fang Chen found around 30 million high-grade spirit stones, as well as a large amount of spirit herbs and spirit pills. There are hundreds of top-grade spirit pills and countless other spirit pills. Fang Chen's eyes twinkled with excitement. This was definitely a considerable amount of wealth. Other than medicinal pills, Fang Chen also found a book. This book was about Grandmaster Luo He's alchemy experience. Fang Chen skimmed through it roughly. However, when he flipped to the last few pages, he suddenly realized that the contents of these few pages were actually related to weapon refinement. It's a bit complicated. When I see Master, I'll let him take a look, Fang Chen said. After plundering the two's interspatial rings, Fang Chen's wealth instantly skyrocketed. Just the high-grade spirit stones alone had reached 50 million. As for the spirit pills, there were countless of them, as well as some spirit herbs for refining pills. In short, this time Fong Chen's harvest was very big. Time passed unknowingly. Suddenly, someone called Fong Chen. Fong Chen opened his eyes and found that the transmission array was about to open. Opening the transmission array required energy, and all of this energy came from spirit stones. Moreover, it was high-grade spirit stones. Therefore, every time one used the transmission array, they had to pay a considerable amount of spirit stones before they could use it. Everyone has to pay 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. The warrior guarding the transmission array said. Fong Chen was secretly shocked. Using the transmission array once actually required 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. No wonder there were so few people using the transmission array. After a while, everyone paid the spirit stones and the transmission array opened. Walla Fong Chen felt that in the next moment he had entered a dark space. When he opened his eyes again, he was shocked to find that he was already in the west. So fast, Fong Chen said. After leaving the transmission array, Fong Chen went straight to Shiyun City. At this moment, Gu Zong was in seclusion in Shiyun City, seeking a breakthrough. Outside his residence, in the darkness, there were 2 remaining members of the Yellow Springs sect. They were hiding in the dark and discussing. This Gu Zong is a master blacksmith of the 9th level of the Qi Hai realm. In order not to alert him, we should work together and kill this person as quickly as possible, and then leave. That's right. This person has a high reputation here. We must finish this quickly. The other remaining member of the Yellow Springs sect said. Damn Luo He. She didn't tell us the true strength of Gu Zong. The first assassination attempt almost got us surrounded by experts. This time, we must make sure nothing goes wrong. The 2 remaining members of the Yellow Springs sect were very confident. After understanding the situation, the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect found that the time had come. They sneaked into Gu Zong's residence and arrived at Gu Zong's place of seclusion. Gu Zong was a master blacksmith. The place of seclusion was his blacksmith room. Once we enter, attack immediately. One of the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect said. Okay, let's go. Suddenly, the door of the blacksmith room was opened. The 2 remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect barged in. Seeing this scene, Gu Zong, who was in the middle of refining, had a slight change in his expression. He immediately crushed his communication jade pendant. He's asking for help. Finish this quickly. The remaining member of the Yellow Springs sect said coldly. Gu Zong was at the most crucial moment of refining. He had a premonition that if he succeeded this time, his blacksmith technique would definitely improve. This was very important for Gu Zong. Damn it. Gu Zong controlled the blacksmith room with one hand and waved his other hand, shooting out a cold light towards the 2 remaining members. Gu Zong, it's time for you to die. One of the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect laughed sinisterly and appeared behind Gu Zong silently. With a bang, he threw a punch at Gu Zong's back. Puchi! Gu Zong was injured. His mind flickered and the refinement failed. He suffered a backlash and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body crashed through the wooden door and fell on the courtyard of the residence. Kill him. Seeing that Gu Zong was injured, one of the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect said sinisterly. In the next moment, the 2 remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect appeared in the courtyard like phantoms. They walked up to Gu Zong and prepared to kill him. At this moment, Gu Zong's wrist flicked. A long spear that had been quietly standing in the courtyard was suddenly pulled out and shot towards the 2 remaining members. Courting death. With a bang, the 2 of them joined forces and blasted away the attack of the long spear. Then they attacked Gu Zong. This attack had to take Gu Zong's life. At this moment, Fong Chen had just stepped onto the mountain peak when he suddenly sensed the commotion in his master's residence. His face changed. In the next moment, a wild aura burst out from his body. He leaped and entered the residence. You all deserve to die. The scene that greeted his eyes was his master Gu Zong. He was severely injured and on the verge of death. The two remaining members of the Yellow Springs sect were attacking him. Fong Chin roared. He clenched his fists and punched out. Instantly, a wild fist energy appeared in front of Guzong. Bang! Bang! Two loud bangs rang out. The attacks of the two remaining members of the Yellow Springs sect were stopped by Fong Chin. They stabilized themselves and looked at Fong Chin with gloomy faces. I'll hold him back. You kill Guzong. After that, we'll retreat. One of the remaining members of the Yellow Springs sect said coldly. Seeing this, Fong Chin said angrily, You all don't have to leave. As soon as Fong Chin's voice fell, a wild aura surged. In the next moment, Fong Chin launched a fierce attack. A minute later, the two remaining members of the Yellow Springs sect were killed. Fong Chin had successfully saved Guzong. Just as Fong Chin was about to go to Guzong, a few sounds of breaking through the air came from the residents, followed by a roar. Stop, thief! Chapter 379. Thief, stop! Suddenly, an angry roar entered Fong Chin's ears. In the next moment, several black figures instantly appeared in the courtyard of the mansion and launched a fierce attack on Fong Chin. Just as he was about to help his master up, the sudden attack caused Fong Chin to frown. Soon after, he discovered that these people were people who had come to save his master. Crack! Fong Chin's Dao body was pushed to the extreme, and the defense around his body instantly strengthened. He waved his fist fiercely and blocked the attacks of the black figures with a bang. I'm not an enemy, Fong Chin said in a deep voice. After the black figures were forced back by Fong Chin, Guzong quickly stood up and said hurriedly, Old Amo, he saved me just now. Hearing Guzong's words, the black figures' serious expressions eased a lot. They withdrew their attacks and looked at Fong Chin, saying, Sorry for offending you just now. Then they walked to Guzong's side and asked hurriedly, Old Gu, are you okay? If it wasn't for this little brother, you probably wouldn't be able to see me now, Guzong said in a low voice as he glanced at the two corpses on the ground with lingering fear. Who is it that wants to kill you? The middle-aged man called Old Mo said coldly, his face full of anger. They are the cultivators who attacked me last time. They seem to be the remnants of the Yellow Springs sect, Guzong said faintly. Old Gu, it seems that you have been targeted. Be careful, Old Mo said. At this moment, Guzong's eyes flickered as he stared at Fong Chin. He didn't understand why the man in front of him had saved him. Brother! Guzong cupped his hands and thanked Fong Chin, saying, Thank you for saving my life just now. It's nothing, Fong Chin said. He didn't want others to know his identity in the presence of outsiders, so he didn't reveal his identity. Even Guzong didn't realize that the person who saved him was his disciple, Fong Chin. Little brother, you saved me. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help, Guzong cupped his hands and said. If it wasn't for the person in front of him, he would have been killed by the two remnants of the Yellow Springs sect before Old Mo and the others arrived. Oh, it just so happens that I have something to ask of you, Fong Chin softly exclaimed. After that, Fong Chin took out his star-concealing sword and passed it to Guzong without batting an eyelid. When Guzong received the star-concealing sword, his face was filled with shock. He looked at Fong Chin and was about to speak. However, at this moment, Fong Chin shook his head gently. Guzong had lived for so many years and had seen everything. When he saw Fong Chin shaking his head, he naturally knew that Fong Chin did not want anyone to know his identity. Then Guzong suppressed the excitement in his heart and said to Old Mo and the others, Old Mo, I was a little injured when I was refining weapons. I need to recuperate. You guys go back first. Old Gu, we are worried about you, Old Mo said worriedly. Don't worry. They have already failed once. They won't dare to attack me for a while, Guzong said with a smile. In the end, Old Mo and the others said a few words to Guzong, then turned and left. Seeing Old Mo and the others leave, Guzong's eyes flickered. He asked excitedly, Are you Fong Chin? Master, I'm late. I've made you suffer." At this moment there was no one around. Fong Chen's face wriggled. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his original appearance. He then cupped his hands and said to Guzong, "Ha ha ha, my good disciple. I didn't expect you to be so powerful now." When he saw the hidden star sword, Guzong had guessed Fong Chen's identity. Now that he saw Fong Chen, his heart was filled with excitement. Thinking back to when he had killed Luo He's disciple, Luo Xian, in Zhenzhou City, he had attracted the attention of Luo He and Luo Han's Han. Luckily, he had arrived and saved Fong Chen from danger. How long had it been? Fong Chen had already grown to such a level that he could casually kill 9th-level Qi high martial artists. That's not right. I heard that the disciples of the worshipping sword sect were all killed in the divine illusion space. Why are you here? Guzong was puzzled. When he had first heard the news, he had felt pain for Fong Chen. He had thought that Fong Chen had met with a mishap. Now that he saw Fong Chen, he was naturally puzzled. "Tainyo is me," Fong Chen explained simply. Hearing the name Tainyo, Guzong's heart was filled with shock. Tainyo's name had resounded throughout the entire Jin-Guan country. Even he, who was in the western region, had heard of Tainyo's matters. "You changed your name to Tainyo. Ha ha ha, no wonder." Guzong wildly laughed. But after his wild laughter, Guzong suddenly began to worry about Fong Chen. "Did you kill Luo Xian?" asked Guzong. Fong Chen nodded. He didn't deny it. Guzong's expression became grave. "I think you've also heard the news of your arrest. The Tianhe Marquis is currently searching for you. You have to be careful." "I will." It was as if nothing had happened in the mansion. Fong Chen and Guzong chatted for the entire night. The next day, Guzong's injuries were basically healed. At this time, Guzong began to refine Fong Chen's weapon. For this, Fong Chen gave Guzong a large piece of meteoric metal. In just a day, Guzong had raised Fong Chen's hidden star sword to the level of a top-grade spirit weapon. "Take a look at it." Guzong handed the star-concealing sword to Fong Chen and said with a smile. Fong Chen received the hidden star sword. In that instant, he felt a chilling aura enter his palm from the hidden star sword. How light! Fong Chen held the hidden star sword. He found that after its grade had been raised, the sword had become extremely light, but the blade was extremely sharp. Fong Chen placed a strand of hair on it. When that strand of hair fell onto the blade, there was a cracking sound, and it was directly cut in two. Seeing this, Fong Chen sucked in a cold breath. It was truly worthy of being a top-grade spirit weapon. In the ancient sword continent, weapons were very important to martial artists. With a good weapon, one could increase one's strength in battle. A top-grade spirit weapon was considered a top weapon in the entire Golden Crown country. This was because in the Golden Crown country, the strongest blacksmith was at the level of a blacksmith grandmaster. As for the existence of a blacksmith grandmaster and above, one would have to go to the southern mountains or even the big stage in the outside world to find one. Guzong helped Fong Chen raise the level of the hidden star sword to the level of a top-grade spirit weapon. At the same time, he added a large amount of meteoric metal, making the hidden star sword extremely hard. Whoosh! Fong Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and gently cut the ground. Suddenly, the hidden star sword cut a crack in the hard ground as if it was cutting tofu. "Cutting iron like mud," Fong Chen exclaimed. Until now, the hidden star sword could be considered as cutting iron like mud. What's there to be surprised about? This is only a spirit weapon. If you see a profound weapon refined by a blacksmith grandmaster, you'll realize that a spirit weapon isn't much at all. Guzong smiled when he saw Fong Chen exclaim, "Master, just how strong is a profound weapon?" asked Fong Chen as he put away the hidden star sword. When it came to profound weapons, even Guzong's eyes were filled with passion. He was currently a blacksmith grandmaster and was only a step away from the grandmaster realm. But this step was something he had been waiting for over 10 years. He was still unable to take that step. Profound weapons can only be refined by grandmasters. A true profound weapon has already surpassed the scope of mortals' understanding. Each profound weapon is a peerless weapon. Furthermore, after being refined by a grandmaster, each profound weapon will have an additional attribute, said Guzong. Additional attribute? Asked Fang Qin. Guzong shook his head and didn't say anything else. Even he didn't know much about profound weapons. As for Fang Qin, there was even less of a need to say. Even if I tell you now, you won't understand. You'll see it later, said Guzong. Fang Qin nodded and didn't say anything else. Just at this moment, he suddenly thought of something and took out the book he had obtained from Luo Xian. Master, look at this. Fang Qin said as he handed the book to Guzong. Guzong took the book and saw that it was a book on alchemy. He was a bit puzzled and asked, "This is an alchemy book? Why are you showing it to me?" "Master, flip to the last few pages," said Fang Qin. Crash! When Guzong heard this, he did as Fang Qin said and flipped to the last few pages of the book. Guzong was immediately engrossed in it. "Where did you get this refining experience from?" Guzong only glanced at it once before he became incomparably excited. "I obtained this book after killing Luohi. I saw an introduction to refining at the end. I didn't really understand it, so I decided to show it to you, Master." Fang Qin smiled. "That's great. I never thought Luohi would have such a good thing. This refining experience is too important to me. I've been stuck at a bottleneck for so many years. Perhaps this refining experience will allow me to make a breakthrough in my refining skills." Guzong was incomparably excited. "Master, whose experience is this?" asked Fang Qin. "Grandmaster. It's the experience of a grandmaster refining grandmaster. As for who it is, I'm not sure. But when I saw this, I felt that my previous refining experience was nothing more than child's play." "This is true refining," said Guzong. A grandmaster refining grandmaster was a peak existence even in the southern mountain range. To be able to obtain the refining experience of a grandmaster refining grandmaster was no different from receiving pointers from a grandmaster refining grandmaster. It was no wonder that a grandmaster refining grandmaster like Guzong would lose his composure. He had been stuck at the grandmaster refining realm for so many years. With the refining experience of a grandmaster refining grandmaster, he might be able to make a breakthrough. It would be strange if he wasn't excited. "Fang Qin, this is too important to me. I'm going into seclusion." Guzong hastily left. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Fang Qin's face. Chapter 381. 3 days later, Fang Qin followed the people from the Luo clan to the imperial city. In the blink of an eye, it had been 3 years since they had arrived in the Golden Crown Nation. This was Fang Qin's first time in the imperial city. The Golden Crown Nation's imperial city was extremely glorious and heavily guarded. Under the lead of the Luo family's head, they quickly arrived at a garden. In the center of the garden was a temporary martial stage. It was obvious it had been specially set up for this friendly spar. Seeing the Luo family's people arrive, a middle-aged man quickly walked over. He chuckled, "Luo family head." "Director Wang, where's the king?" asked the Luo family head. "The king will be here soon." "You can wait here for a moment," said Director Wang. The Luo family head nodded slightly. Then they all sat in the prepared seats, waiting for the king to arrive. A moment later, the king arrived. "Haha, Luo family head, I trust you've been well since we last met." The king was a middle-aged man with a tall and sturdy figure. He was clearly a powerful martial artist. "King." The Luo family head greeted the Golden Crown Nation's king. Fang Qin was secretly sizing up this king. This must be the third prince. He really is a talent. The Luo family head saw a young martial artist behind the king. His entire body was emitting a terrifying aura. "Since everyone's here, then let the friendly spar begin," said the third prince expressionlessly. "All right, let the friendly spar begin." The king laughed and then sat down. Next was the competition between the Luo family's younger generation and the imperial family's younger generation. In the blink of an eye, the two sides had already fought dozens of rounds. In these dozens of rounds, both sides had won and lost some. They were evenly matched. However, in the 11th round, Luo Liuli's red dress finally attracted everyone's attention, especially the third prince. When he saw the incomparably beautiful Luo Liuli, his eyes lit up. It's the Luo family's Luo Liuli. On the side of the imperial family, the younger generation whispered among themselves. A moment later, a man with a cold expression appeared on the martial arts stage. "Let me, Jin Jiang, fight you," said Jin Jiang coldly. Jin Jiang was one of the elites of the imperial family's younger generation. With him fighting Luo Liuli, the imperial family's side felt there was no suspense. They would easily win the competition. All right. Just as Luo Liuli finished speaking, a red figure suddenly flashed. The entire martial arts stage was covered in red. At the same time, Luo Liuli clenched her fists and gathered all the strength in her body before suddenly punching towards Jin Jiang, courting death. Seeing this, Jin Jiang coldly snorted. A long spear appeared in his hand. The body of the long spear had a wild aura as it pierced towards Luo Liuli. Swoosh under everyone's gaze. Just as Luo Liuli's fist was about to touch Jin Jiang, it suddenly changed direction, causing Jin Jiang's spear to miss. Yes. Seeing this, Jin Jiang's face was filled with rage. Holding the long spear in his hand, he once again attacked Luo Liuli. At this moment, in the royal family area, the third prince saw this scene and shook his head slightly. Jin Jiang is going to lose. It wasn't just the third prince. Even Fang Qin could see that Luo Liuli's strength had increased by a lot. If it was before the opening of the divine illusion space, Jin Jiang's strength would have no problem defeating Luo Liuli. But now he clearly wasn't Luo Liuli's match. After an intense battle, Luo Liuli finally found an opportunity to land a heavy punch on Jin Jiang's face, sending him flying. "Luo Liuli wins," the referee loudly announced. Jin Jiang was forced off the martial arts stage. There was a bruise on his face, and a trace of fury flashed in his eyes. But with the king and the third prince present, he didn't dare to be rash. After Jin Jiang lost, the third prince was still as calm as ever. To him, there wasn't a single cultivator in the Luo family's younger generation that could enter his eyes. The reason he had issued this challenge this time was to suppress the Luo family's limelight and let them know that the royal family's strength wasn't something they could imagine. After Jin Jiang lost, it was the third prince's turn to take the stage. The third prince's appearance caused an uproar in the garden. When the younger generation of the royal family saw the third prince take the stage, their faces were filled with excitement. On the other hand, in the Luo family's area, everyone's faces were solemn when they saw the third prince take the stage. "Liuli, you're not my match. Go down." Perhaps because Luo Liuli was a woman, the third prince looked at her and said softly, "No one in the Luo family loses without a fight." Although Luo Liuli was a woman, her fighting spirit wasn't any weaker than a man's. Hearing Luo Liuli's words, the third prince's face finally darkened. Suddenly, a wild aura emanated from his body, instantly filling the entire martial arts stage. Feeling this wild aura, some of the weaker young cultivators in the garden couldn't resist and retreated one after another. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen's face changed and he roared, "Liuli, you're not his match." Just as Fang Chen's voice fell, a cracking sound came from the martial arts stage. Luo Liuli's delicate body was sent flying by the third prince's punch. Whoosh! Seeing Luo Liuli being sent flying, Fang Chen's figure flashed, and he caught Luo Liuli, who was about to land on the ground. "The third prince wins," the referee announced. This sudden scene shocked everyone. Countless people of the younger generation looked at the third prince on the martial arts stage in shock. The third prince's strength was too strong. They didn't even see how he attacked and Luo Liuli lost. Too strong. The third prince is indeed a warrior who joined the Southern Mountains. He's not someone the Luo family's younger generation can compare to. That's right. Even Luo Gong of the Luo family can't defeat the third prince. The third prince came back this time to suppress the arrogance of the Luo family's younger generation. The third prince is too strong. If only I could leave the Golden Crown Nation and join the Southern Mountains. In the royal family area, many of the younger generation had set the third prince as their goal. Looking at the third prince's imposing figure, they were extremely excited. Next, the third prince's voice entered everyone's ears. His eyes carried a hint of provocation as he looked at the Luo family area. Boom! Luo Gong walked onto the martial arts stage. Staring at the third prince, he said, "Although I, Luo Gong, know that I'm not the third prince's match, I still have to fight because I'm a man of the Luo family. The Luo family's younger generation is only Sozo." As soon as the third prince's voice fell, his figure suddenly flashed and a wild aura erupted from his body. In the next moment, the third prince clenched his fist and punched out. Suddenly, a thick stream of flame magma appeared in the sky. Under the third prince's control, the flame magma instantly condensed into a magma fist. Crash! The magma fist was incomparably hot, as if it wanted to refine the entire martial arts stage. It floated above the third prince's head, and under the third prince's control, it shot toward Luo Gong at a speed not visible to the naked eye. What kind of cultivation technique is this? This was also the first time Fong Qin had seen such a tyrannical attack. A fist could actually produce flame magma. Fong Qin possessed the concept of flame, so he could sense the fire element aura in the air explosively increase. The temperature of the surrounding air also rapidly rose. Fire origin Qiankuan fist. The Luo family head's expression changed as he cried out. "Family head, you know about the third prince's fist technique?" asked Fong Qin. "The rumors are true. The third prince has joined a major power in the southern mountain range. At the beginning, I also didn't know what power the third prince had joined, but now I know," said the Luo family head. "In the southern mountain range, amongst the many major powers, there is a sect called the Flame Sect. That sect is extremely powerful, and it is one of the peak sects in the southern mountain range. Within the Flame Sect, there is an ultimate technique that causes martial artists to tremble in fear. It's called the Flame Source Qiankuan Fist," continued the Luo family head. Hearing this, Fong Qin also understood. The fist technique the third prince was using was the Flame Source Qiankuan Fist, a peak power in the southern mountain range. What a tyrannical flame source Qiankuan Fist! Fong Qin sighed inwardly as he looked at the flame source Qiankuan Fist. In the past, Fong Qin hadn't known anything about the southern mountain range, but now he knew a little. If the third prince from the Golden Crown Nation was so powerful after learning the flame source Qiankuan Fist, then just how strong would the flame sect's peak disciples be? At this moment, Fong Qin's heart was filled with fighting spirit. His thoughts had already drifted to the southern mountain range. On the martial arts stage, when the magma fist landed on Luo Gong's body, Luo Gong's attack instantly crumbled and shattered. Bang! Luo Gong's body flew back and crashed to the ground. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His clothes had been burned away by the lava fist, and there was a terrifying scar on his stomach. "Third prince is very strong. I, Luo Gong, admire you." Luo Gong slowly stood up and clasped his hands towards the third prince. "Who else is there in the Luo clan?" At this moment, the third prince was filled with arrogance. His body emitted a scorching aura, and his eyes were filled with lava flames as he looked at the Luo clan's area. Even Luo Gong was defeated. Was there anyone else in the younger generation of the Luo clan? Even Luo Gong was defeated. No one in the younger generation of the Luo clan can defeat the third prince. That's right. The third prince alone can suppress the younger generation of the Luo clan. This is the demeanor of an expert. This is the peak of the younger generation. Looking at the third prince's strength, I feel that the Golden Crown Nation's 9 princes are a joke. The third prince's strength is definitely on the Martial Marquis list. Yeah, if the third prince wasn't in the southern mountain range, he would have been on the Martial Marquis list long ago. In the royal clans area, many of the younger generation were discussing. At this moment, even the king was looking at the Luo clan's area. The Luo clan's head felt everyone's burning gaze, and his face was filled with a bitter smile. He immediately turned his head and looked at Tainyo. Tainyo, it's all up to you, the Luo clan's head said in a low voice. Fang Qin nodded his head. He took a step forward and slowly walked onto the martial stage. Chapter 382. Seeing Fang Qin step onto the stage, the third prince's expression was still as calm as ever. In his opinion, no one in the Golden Crown Nation's younger generation was a match for him. Oh, isn't this Tainyo? Suddenly, the king narrowed his eyes. During this time, news of Tainyo had spread throughout the Golden Crown Nation. Even the king was paying attention to Tainyo. Luo family head, I really didn't expect you to bring over Tainyo. No wonder you're so confident this time. The king laughed heartily as he looked at the Luo family head. The Luo family head didn't say anything. His expression was grave. The third prince was too powerful, especially his flame origin, Qinkuan Fist. Even if Tainyo had killed an expert on the Martial Marquis list, he still didn't have the slightest confidence. It's actually Tainyo. I really didn't expect Tainyo to also join the Luo family. Tainyo, is he the peak expert of the younger generation who killed Martial Marquis Heiha? Right now, Martial Marquis Heavenly River has placed a bounty on Tainyo in the entire Golden Crown Nation. As long as someone can provide Tainyo's exact location, they can become Martial Marquis Heavenly River's official disciple. He still dares to appear? Could it be he's not afraid of Martial Marquis Heavenly River? The younger generation disciples were all discussing this. Standing on the martial stage, the third prince originally hadn't looked directly at Fang Qin. But when he heard that this person had killed an expert on the Martial Marquis list, his interest was instantly piqued. You've killed an expert on the Martial Marquis list? Asked the third prince suddenly. Fang Qin narrowed his eyes and nodded, not saying anything. Martial Marquis, hey he. If I'm not mistaken, he's the last ranked Marquis on the Martial Marquis ranking. However, even though he's ranked last, his strength is not to be underestimated. Since you're able to kill him, it means that you're a lot stronger than Luo Gong. The third prince's eyes lit up as he spoke with a smile. Third prince's strength is admirable, said Fang Qin. Although he hadn't fought with the third prince, Fang Qin could faintly sense that the third prince's strength wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. The third prince was calmly standing there, but he still gave off an oppressive feeling. To be able to meet such a genius in the Golden Crown Nation, I really want to see how strong you are, said the third prince with a smile. To be able to kill a Martial Marquis list expert, Iron Bull was worth his time. Swish! Just as the third prince finished speaking, a thick flame suddenly appeared around him. He once again performed the Fire Origin Qinkuan Fist. Seeing the third prince's Fire Origin Qinkuan Fist, Fang Qin's brows furrowed tightly. He took out his top-grade spirit weapon, the Hidden Star Sword, and displayed the 8th level of the Water and Fire Sword technique without hesitation. Swoosh the Star Concealment Sword was a supreme-grade spirit weapon. Its power was extremely tyrannical. Using it to display the 8th level of the Water and Fire Sword art, its power would be tyrannical to the extreme. A majestic sword light of water and fire floated above Fang Qin's head. Seeing this, the third prince's eyes lit up. I didn't think that you would also comprehend the concept of fire. The third prince stared at the sword radiance of water and fire above Fang Qin's head, his eyes burning as he spoke. The The third prince was excited because he realized that Fong Chen's concept of fire had already reached the second minor realm. As for him, he had only reached the first minor realm. Boom! The third prince controlled the magma fist radiance and heavily bombarded the sword radiance of water and fire. Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted. Hiss! When the two collided, the third prince was shocked to realize that the sword radiance of water and fire was actually absorbing the fire element aura of the magma fist radiance. What an exquisite water and fire origin technique! The third prince could not help but sigh. Fong Chen's water and fire origin technique was extremely exquisite. Even with his eyes, he could not see through it. However, it's impossible to defeat me with just this. The aura around the third prince instantly became wild. In the next moment, his fists were completely enveloped in magma flames. Fire origin, Chinquan fist. The third prince roared as he pushed the fire origin, Chinquan fist to the extreme. Then, he heavily blasted it towards Fong Chen. At this moment, while Fong Chen displayed the water and fire sword technique, he also urged his soul to display the Daluo soul killer flame. Whoosh! His soul drilled out of Fong Chen's head. In the sky, it instantly condensed into a flame and drilled into the third prince's head. The third prince was caught off guard and was hit by the Daluo soul killer flame. However, the third prince quickly began to counterattack. His soul had already reached the orange level. Under the third prince's strong counterattack, Fong Chen's Daluo soul killer flame also gradually dissipated. Dong! After the magma fist radiance and the water and fire sword radiance heavily collided, Fong Chen and the third prince's bodies actually retreated at the same time. When the two of them stabilized their bodies, the entire martial arts arena trembled. When the king and the Luo family head saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock. Tainyo's strength has actually reached this level. The king was extremely shocked. He was very clear about the third prince's strength. He had joined the Flame sect and practiced the fire origin, Chinquan fist. Moreover, he had already reached the peak of the Chi High realm and was only one step away from being able to condense a Dharma idol. But now it seemed that Tainyo and the third prince had actually fought to a draw. This, the Luo family head, also didn't expect this to happen. Just when everyone thought that the two of them would engage in an intense battle, Fong Chen suddenly moved his body and cupped his hands towards the third prince. I lost. Hearing Fong Chen's words, everyone was puzzled. Tainyo, you don't need to be humble. I only have the strength because I joined the Southern Mountains. You're only in the Golden Crown Nation. Yet you were able to grow to such a heaven-defying level. You're really amazing. The third prince's attitude towards Fong Chen was very friendly, although it looks like we're evenly matched on the surface. I know that if we fight for a long time, I won't be a match for the third prince. Fong Chen faintly said. The third prince's strength was very strong. Fong Chen was also extremely shocked, especially the third prince's use of the concept of fire. It had already reached a heaven-defying level. It had to be known that the third prince's concept of fire was only at the first minor realm. Fong Chen had already reached the second minor realm. If the third prince's concept of fire had reached the second minor realm, he would have been able to instantly kill Fong Chen. Thinking of this, Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh. The Southern Mountains' great powers were truly amazing. The fire origin Chinquan fist that the third prince practiced was also filled with mysteries. Only such a powerful cultivation method could allow one to use the concept of fire to its peak. Hearing Tainyo's words, the third prince laughed loudly and said, Tainyo, you and I hit it off. Although you're in the Luo clan's camp, Jineo, will make a friend of you. Although the third prince's strength was enough to defeat Tainyo, the third prince had his eyes on Fong Chen's potential. The small Golden Crown country was definitely not Tainyo's stage. He would definitely leave the Golden Crown country and head to the Southern Mountains. At that time, He would definitely become a genius of his generation. To be able to befriend such a genius, the third prince was also very happy. Seeing the final result, the Luo clan's head and the king looked at each other and laughed loudly. This Tainyo's potential is really terrifying. The king looked at Tainyo and thought to himself. At the same time, the king had already made a decision. The Golden Crown country's royal family must do everything possible to befriend Tainyo. In the end, the friendly competition between the two sides ended with the battle between Feng Qin and the third prince. After the competition ended, the Luo clan's members returned to the Luo clan's mansion. As for Feng Qin, he was left behind in the imperial city by the third prince. Tainyo, you can rest in the imperial city for a few days. The two of us can exchange our cultivation experiences. The third prince laughed and said. Feng Qin did not reject. If the third prince could join the Blazing Flame sect, his talent must be extraordinary. To be able to exchange ideas with the third prince, Feng Qin benefited greatly. Just like that, Feng Qin and the third prince exchanged ideas in the imperial city for 3 whole days. In these 3 days, Feng Qin gained a lot of insights, especially after the third prince told Feng Qin some of his cultivation experiences. Feng Qin was even more shocked. After 3 days, Feng Qin bade farewell to the third prince and left the imperial city. Before leaving, the third prince gave Feng Qin an identity token and said, Tainyo, I know that you will definitely leave the Golden Crown country in the future and head to the land of Nanling. When you come to the land of Nanling one day, you can come to the Blazing Flame sect to find me. Feng Qin kept the identity token, nodded and left. After leaving the imperial city, Feng Qin rushed to the Luo clan's mansion and found the Luo clan's head. Luo clan's head, can you tell me where Luo Liuli's mission is? Feng Qin asked anxiously, where Liuli's mission is. The Luo clan's head did not hesitate and told Feng Qin, you have to keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone. After knowing where Luo Liuli's mission was, Feng Qin left the imperial city and headed to the secret place. Not long after Feng Qin left, a wild aura instantly descended in the imperial city and appeared in front of the Luo clan's mansion. Inside the Luo clan's mansion, the Luo clan's head was in the middle of a meeting with several elders when he suddenly felt the wild aura. His expression changed slightly and he walked out of the hall. Looking at the sky, he asked, who has descended on my Luo clan's mansion? Please come out. Just as the Luo clan's head finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in the Luo clan's mansion. Luo clan's head. The figure cupped his hands towards the Luo clan's head. So it's Tianhe Marquis. May I know why you've come to my Luo clan? The Luo clan's head asked directly. Luo clan's head, not long ago I heard that Tainyo is in your Luo clan's mansion. I've come for him. I hope you can let Tainyo out, said Tianhe Marquis. In front of a colossus like the Luo clan, Tianhe Marquis did not dare to act rashly. Tainyo has already left the imperial city, said the Luo clan's head. What? He's already left? Tianhe Marquis stared at the Luo clan's head. Yes, he's already left, said the Luo clan's head. With his position as the Luo clan's head, there was no need for him to lie. Please tell me where Tainyo went, said Tianhe Marquis. I'm willing to pay 5 million high-grade spirit stones. You can leave. The Luo clan's head shook his head. 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Tianhe Marquis thought his price was too low and continued. The Luo clan's head solemnly said, Tainyo is my Luo clan's honored guest. I won't tell you where he is. Chapter 383. Even to the Luo family, 10 million high-grade spirit stones was not a small sum. But the Luo family head had already made up his mind to not reveal any information about Tainyo. Seeing the Luo family head's insistence, the Heavenly River Marquis' eyes flashed with coldness. Since that's the case, then I'll take my leave. The Heavenly River Marquis figure flashed, and he disappeared from the Luo family's residence. Humph, I don't believe I can't find Tainyo. The Heavenly River Marquis sped away as he muttered to himself. He quickly left the imperial capital and chose a direction to travel in. It had already been several days since he had left the imperial capital. Fang Qin had always been heading in a certain direction. According to the address the Luo family head had given him, it would take another 5 or 6 days before he could reach that secret location. At a certain moment, Fang Qin stopped. That was because there was a group of bandits chasing a woman on a wide plain in front of him. Seeing the scene, Fang Qin shook his head slightly. Then, he directly acted to save the woman. "Brat, who are you? How dare you obstruct our icicle bandits?" One of the leaders roared furiously when he saw Fang Qin suddenly appear. "Scram!" Fang Qin didn't want to waste any time. "Humph, brat, you're courting death." The leader coldly snorted. "Go, kill him!" Bang, bang, bang. Before the people of the icicle bandits could even get close to Fang Qin, they were instantly suppressed by the wild aura around Fang Qin and were unable to move. "Who are you?" With his body suppressed, the leader revealed a look of fear on his face as he spoke fearfully. "Leader, I think I've seen him somewhere before." Suddenly, a bandit member whispered. "Where?" asked the leader. "He seems to be called Tainyo. The Heavenly River Marquis is looking for him. As long as you can tell him his exact location, you can become his personal disciple." "What? He's Tainyo?" The leader was incomparably shocked. Then his body began to tremble. Tainyo was able to kill a martial marquis expert. How could these small bandits compare to him? "Lord Tainyo, please let us go." The bandit group was terrified and begged for mercy. "Scram!" Fang Qin growled. These people were too strong. They weren't worth Fang Qin's time. In an instant, the bandits quickly dispersed from the plains. At this moment, Fang Qin looked at the girl. She was also a warrior, but her strength was not strong. She was only at the 6th level of the Qi High realm. "They're gone. You're safe now," Fang Qin said. He had only saved this woman in passing. "Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life." The woman looked at Fang Qin gratefully. Fang Qin shook his head slightly and turned to leave. There was a mountain peak in the middle of an endless mountain range. This mountain peak was the territory of the famous icicle bandits. Within the icicle bandits, within a large hall, the bandit leader, Icicle, was lying on a rattan chair, leisurely enjoying himself. All of a sudden, a group of bandits rushed back. Their faces were filled with fear. "Boss, something bad has happened." The leader ran to where Icicle was resting and knelt on the ground. "What happened?" Icicle saw the leader's reaction and frowned. "Boss, we just met a warrior. He was very strong and almost killed us all." The leader said, "I told you not to go out and provoke others." Icicle said unhappily, "Boss, his name is Tainyo." The leader said softly, "I don't care what kind of bull he is." Icicle's face suddenly changed. He quickly asked, "What did you say? What's the name of the warrior you just met?" "His name is Tainyo," the leader said again. "Tainyo? Is he the warrior wanted by the Tianhe Marquis?" Icicle asked with an excited smile. "Yes, that's him. He looks exactly like the picture," the leader said. "Where is he now?" Icicle asked directly. "He's in the Tianyan Plains," the leader said softly. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that Icicle, would meet Tainyo. Even the heavens are helping me." Icicle laughed wildly. In the next moment, Icicle got up from the rattan chair and hurried to a dark palace in the territory of the Icicle bandits. There was a small black altar in the palace. Icicle walked up to the altar without hesitation and injected his spiritual qi into the altar. Suddenly, the altar emitted a black light. "What's the matter?" In the next moment, a wild aura came from the altar. Then a hoarse voice came out. "I found Tainyo," Icicle said directly. "Where?" "In the Tianyan Plains." Icicle said, "Okay, We'll send people over immediately. If it's true, we'll give you all the rewards you deserve." After the voice finished speaking, the altar fell silent again. Icicle's face was full of excitement as he looked at the altar that was gradually falling silent. He was very excited when he thought about the large amount of resources they would give him. This information is still useful. Icicle pondered for a moment, then left the dark palace and came to a room in the Icicle Bandits' headquarters. Icicle picked up a communication jade pendant and said, "I found Tainyo's location." After a second, the voice of Sky River Marquis came out of the communication jade pendant. 5 million upper-grade spirit stones in the Tianyan Plains. Icicle said, "Okay, I'll contact you when I arrive. 5 million upper-grade spirit stones, not one less," Sky River Marquis said. After cutting off the connection with Sky River Marquis, Icicle fell into a state of madness. A piece of information actually allowed him to earn 2 portions of resources. This time he was really rich. He might even be able to break through to the condensing reality realm. "Tainyo, you can only blame yourself for appearing in my territory," Icicle said eerily. Fan Qin had no idea that releasing the members of the Icicle Bandits would actually lead to such a thing. He said goodbye to the girl and left the Tianyan Plains. After walking for about 3 hours, he suddenly stopped, because at this moment he suddenly realized that the golden heart was suddenly beating rapidly, and it was wildly absorbing his spirit chi. What's going on? Fan Qin looked at the golden heart and was puzzled. In the next moment, Fan Qin realized that the golden heart had started to transform again and needed a large amount of energy. Fan Qin took out 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones and threw them to the golden heart for it to absorb. After a while, the golden heart absorbed all 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones and fell into silence. It's probably transforming. Fan Qin was looking forward to it. Every time the golden heart transformed, it would give him a big surprise. He wondered what kind of surprise it would give him this time. Because of the golden heart's transformation, Fan Qin couldn't move forward for the time being. So he found a small hill and sat down cross-legged, waiting for the golden heart to transform. At that moment, Ancestor Bronze, who was still inside the python sword, suddenly said, "Kid, your heart is very strange. I've lived for so long, but I've never seen such a strange heart," Patriarch Bronze said softly. Fan Qin didn't say anything. The golden heart was related to his secret, so he naturally wouldn't tell Ancestor Bronze. Once the secret of the golden heart was revealed, it would definitely bring a bloody disaster to him. While Fan Qin and Ancestor Bronze were chatting, 2 groups of people were rushing toward the Tianyan Plains from 2 different places. On a certain plain, the Tianha Marquis was rushing forward when he suddenly received news of the icicle. His face was full of smiles. "Iron Bull, let's see where you run this time," said the Tianha Marquis sinisterly. He wasn't far from the Tianyan Plains. With his speed, he could reach it in at most a day. Even if Iron Bull continued to advance, he wouldn't be able to get far. "This time, I'll definitely kill you." While the Tianha Marquis was rushing toward Fan Qin's location, in another hidden place in a pitch-black cave, "I've discovered news of Iron Bull. This time, the 2 of you will go and kill him." "You must kill him at all costs," said the one-armed protector sinisterly. During this time, the one-armed protector had been secretly searching for Iron Bull. Now that he had news of Iron Bull, he naturally wouldn't let it go. Sending the 2 Yellow Spring Sect Hall Masters, who had recovered to their peak, would be enough to kill Iron Bull. The Heavenly Hall Master and the Ghost Hall Master weren't the strongest among the 72 Hall Masters, but at their peak, they were stronger than the majority of the Martial Marquis list experts. The one-armed protector believed that sending them to kill Fan Qin was foolproof. After all, Fan Qin had only killed the Black River Marquis, who was ranked 72nd on the Martial Marquis list. There was nothing to fear. Chapter 384. Time passed bit by bit, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Fang Chen had been sitting cross-legged, surrounded by an incomparably dense aura. The golden heart was undergoing a metamorphosis. Even Ancestor Bronze, who had lived for countless years, was shocked when he saw this scene. Fang Chen's golden heart was too strange. Even Ancestor Bronze could not see through it. 3 days later, the golden heart finally absorbed all 10,000 upper-grade spiritual stones. At this moment, an extremely wild aura emerged from the golden heart. Crash! This aura instantly pervaded Fang Chen's body. The latter opened his eyes, which were filled with astonishment. This, the wild aura emanating from the golden heart, was actually an extremely wild sword intent. Fang Chen was certain that he had never seen such a majestic sword intent since he came to the ancient sword continent. If this sword intent had been released by an enemy to deal with him, he would have been crushed in an instant. This is too terrifying. Fang Chen was horrified. However, at this moment, Fang Chen discovered that the wild aura around him was slowly being absorbed by his own sword intent as the golden heart beat rapidly. Fang Chen was shocked when he saw this. He did not dare to imagine what level his sword intent would reach after absorbing this wild sword intent. In this way, the wild sword intent emanating from the golden heart rapidly dissipated around Fang Chen's body and was replaced by Fang Chen's own sword intent. Fang Chen had comprehended the sword intent to the second minor realm a long time ago. Since then, he had been stuck at a bottleneck, unable to break through. Now, the sword intent that had been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time finally began to slowly grow. This speed, Fang Chen was also a little shocked. He could clearly feel that his sword intent was rapidly growing. After 2 hours, the growth of Fang Chen's sword intent finally slowed down a lot. In the end, it completely absorbed the wild sword intent emanating from the golden heart. At this time, Fang Chen discovered that his sword intent had reached the peak of the second minor realm. He was only 1 step away from the third minor realm. Just 1 step away. Fang Chen said regretfully, if his sword intent could reach the third minor realm, its power would definitely increase the offensive power of the fire-water sword technique. However, even so, Fang Chen was very happy. He had not yet reached the condensing reality realm, but his sword intent had already reached the second minor realm. This speed was simply incomparable to an ordinary person. However, just as Fang Chen was about to rejoice, Ancestor Bronze suddenly spoke. Kid, what's there to be proud of by reaching the second minor realm? By Ancestor Bronze's words, directly to Fang Chen's words. Fang Chen, by Bronze, by Ancestor Bronze. The Golden Crown country you're in now is just a small place in the ancient Sword Continent. With your strength, there are plenty of people in the southern mountain land. On the ancient Sword Continent, there are some extremely powerful geniuses who have already comprehended their sword intent to the third minor realm when they were in the Qi High realm. Of course, these are sword geniuses. There are also some even more monstrous geniuses who can comprehend several sword intents to the third minor realm at the same time. Ancestor Bronze said. He had lived for a long time and was very knowledgeable. Naturally, he had seen many peerless geniuses. Therefore, he mercilessly attacked Fang Chen and did not let Fang Chen be too arrogant. I will do my best. Fang Chen nodded his head and said. Seeing Fang Chen like this, Ancestor Bronze laughed mischievously. However, to be able to cultivate to such a realm in such a small place by relying on your own efforts, you can also be considered a monstrous genius. Your talent is not any worse than those monstrous geniuses on the ancient Sword Continent. On the ancient Sword Continent, the geniuses of the powerful forces had enjoyed endless resources since they were young. Under the influence of such a huge amount of resources, even a warrior with average talent could achieve something. If one's talent was strong, it would be very easy for them to cultivate. Unlike Fong Qin, who had grown up in such a small place, he had relied on his own efforts and his own hands to grow. It could be said that Fong Chen's experience was richer than the majority of geniuses. Furthermore, Fong Chen's survival experience was better. Kid, don't be discouraged. Once you have the qualifications to enter the top 10 of the Marshall Marquee list, you can leave the Golden Crown Country. This place is still too small and not suitable for you, said Ancestor Bronze. Although he was just a remnant thought, he had no problem guiding Fong Qin. Hearing Ancestor Bronze's words, Fong Qin nodded his head. After that, Ancestor Bronze spoke a few words with Fong Qin and fell into a deep sleep. Rumbled just as Fong Qin was about to get up, he suddenly realized that his Qi had expanded a little and was letting out a rumbling sound. Immediately, his face was filled with joy. Could it be that his cultivation level had increased because of the increase in sword intent? Suddenly, Fong Qin realized that his cultivation level had reached the mid-stage of the 7th Qi High Realm. Although it was only a small increase, his strength had greatly increased. Reaching the mid-stage of the 7th Qi High Realm, Fong Qin stood up abruptly, holding the hidden star sword in his hand. He displayed the fire and water sword art. He wanted to strike while the iron was hot and improve the fire and water sword art. Swoosh Fong Qin displayed the 8th level of the fire and water sword art. Suddenly, the wildfire and water sword light appeared above his head. At this moment, Fong Qin realized that the peak of the 2nd level of sword intent had entered the fire and water sword light. In an instant, the power of the fire and water sword light had increased tremendously. Stage of transformation. Fong Qin looked at the sky and saw the shining fire and water sword art. His face was filled with excitement. The increase in sword intent had allowed the fire and water sword art to reach the 8th level of the stage of transformation. Swoosh under Fong Qin's control, the fire and water sword light carried the wild sword intent and fiercely blasted towards a mountain peak in the distance. When the fire and water sword light collided with the mountain peak, it immediately let out a deafening sound. In the next moment, within a 100-meter radius of the mountain peak, not a single blade of grass was left alive. Such strong power. Fong Qin looked at the scene and said in surprise. As he spoke, Fong Qin could not help but look at the golden heart that was lying quietly in his body. All of this was because of the golden heart. Every time the golden heart transformed, it would bring countless benefits to Fong Qin. This time was no exception. Although he had lost 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, Fong Qin's strength had increased in all aspects. Reaching the mid-7th Qi High Realm and the 8th level of the fire and water sword art at the stage of transformation, my power has increased tremendously. Even if I meet the Sky River Marshal Marquis, I will still be able to fight him. Fong Qin said confidently. If it was before, he did not have any confidence in the Sky River Marshal Marquis. But now, Fong Qin dared to openly challenge the Sky River Marshal Marquis. Sky River Marshal Marquis, if you push me too far, don't blame me for being ruthless. Fong Qin's eyes flashed as he said in a deep voice. In these 3 days, the Sky River Marshal Marquis had been moving at full speed. Finally, after 3 days, he arrived at the Tianyan Plains. At this moment, on the Tianyan Plains, Bing Jue was standing quietly. His face was full of smiles as he looked at the Sky River Marshal Marquis. Sky River Marshal Marquis, you have come. Bing Jue smiled and said, Where is Tai Niu? The Sky River Marshal Marquis asked directly. He seems to be breaking through. These 3 days he has been sitting cross-legged on a small hill in front of us. Bing Jue said. The Sky River Marshal Marquis nodded and took out 5 million high-grade spirit stones. He gave it to Bing Jue and said, If you dare to lie, you know the consequences. How would I dare to lie to the Sky River Marshal Marquis? Bing Jue grinned, and his face was full of smiles. Just by providing the whereabouts of a martial artist, he could easily get 5 million high-grade spirit stones. This kind of thing made Bing Jue very excited. Crash! The Sky River Martial Marquis bid farewell to Bing Jue and directly rushed towards the location provided by Bing Jue. Just as the Sky River Martial Marquis was about to reach the mountain range in front of him, he suddenly felt a tremor. Immediately after, a wild sword energy surged. The Sky River Martial Marquis' eyes lit up. He thought that this was Tai Nyo's cultivation. "Today is the day you die," the Sky River Martial Marquis said coldly. As an expert ranked 66th on the Martial Marquis list, he could be considered a top expert in the entire Jin Guan country. Therefore, facing Fang Chen, he was not afraid at all. Whoosh! The Sky River Martial Marquis figure flashed and instantly drilled into the mountain range. After a while, he arrived in front of the small hill and discovered that Tai Nyo was standing quietly on the hill. There was a hint of joy on his face. "It seems that you have made a breakthrough. But so what if you made a breakthrough? In the end, you still died in my hands." The Sky River Martial Marquis sneered and appeared in front of Tai Nyo, holding the Hidden Star sword in his hand. Fang Chen's face was full of smiles as he looked at the mountain peak in the distance. He was immersed in the joy of the increase in his strength when suddenly a stern shout entered his ears. He turned his head and found that the person who came was actually the Sky River Martial Marquis. Sky River Martial Marquis. Fang Chen's eyes were filled with anger as he said, coldly, "Tai Nyo, you made me look for you with great difficulty. But today I finally found you." The Sky River Martial Marquis coldly said, "Luo He is my good friend. Since you killed Luo He, I will definitely kill you to avenge her." "I'm afraid you won't have that chance," Fang Chen said. "Humph, you think that just because you killed the Black River Martial Marquis, you have the qualifications to challenge the experts on the Martial Marquis list? In my eyes, you are still an ant-like existence." The Sky River Martial Marquis sinisterly laughed. He didn't believe that Fang Chen had the chance to challenge him. At this moment, the Sky River Martial Marquis felt as if he could see Fang Chen dying at his hands. "After killing you, the inheritance of the divine illusion space will also be mine. Who knows? I might be able to use it to increase my cultivation once more." The Sky River Martial Marquis stared at Tai Nyo and inwardly said. A trace of greed appeared in his eyes. Ever since Luo He had died, the Sky River Martial Marquis had acted as if he wanted to take revenge in front of the world. That made countless people sigh. The Sky River Martial Marquis valued friendship, but in reality, only the Sky River Martial Marquis himself knew what he was thinking. Although it was true that he wanted to take revenge for Luo he was also using this opportunity to find Tai Nyo and obtain his inheritance and priceless treasures. Now he had finally found Tai Nyo. Inheritance and priceless treasures were all within reach. Chapter 385. The Tianhe Marquis glared at Tai Nyo. The greed in his eyes wasn't concealed in the slightest. In his opinion, Tai Nyo was already a dead man. There was no need to hide anything from a dead man. Suddenly, Fang Chen asked, "Are you that certain that you'll be able to kill me?" Hearing Fang Chen's words and looking at his expression, there really wasn't the slightest bit of fear. However, the Tianhe Marquis quickly believed that Fang Chen was bluffing. "Humph, what's the point of this? No one can save you in this mountain range." "You're dead for sure," said the Tianhe Marquis. As soon as the Tianhe Marquis' words fell, a wild aura suddenly gathered in his palm. In an instant, his palm kept growing. In the end, it directly stretched out and grabbed at Fang Chen. He wanted to use his palm to suppress Fang Chen, but it was clear that Fang Chen wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. Water-fire sword technique. Fang Chen didn't hesitate to use the 8th level of the water-fire sword technique. Furthermore, it was at the transformative realm. Its power was incomparably powerful. Hiss! Hiss! The peak of the 2nd level of sword intent instantly shot out and merged with the Hidden Star sword, causing it to emit a series of sword cries. When the blade of the Hidden Star sword started to tremble, Streaks of sword chi appeared on its blade. These streaks of sword chi quickly turned into a water-fire sword light in the sky. Whoosh! The water-fire sword light directly collided with the Tianhe Marquis' large palm. With a bang, the water-fire sword light directly pierced into the palm. Suppress! Seeing Tai Niu resist, the Tianhe Marquis believed that resistance was useless. With a low shout, he directly suppressed Tai Niu. However, at this moment, the Tianhe Marquis was shocked to discover that Tai Niu's sword light had actually pierced into his palm. What an exquisite sword technique! The Tianhe Marquis couldn't help but sigh. Although he wasn't a sword cultivator, he still couldn't help but sigh when he saw Fang Chen's sword technique. Crack! A wild aura emerged from the palm of the sky river martial mark. In the next moment, his palm clenched into a fist, directly shattering the water and fire sword light. The moment the water and fire sword light shattered, the star-hidden sword in Fang Chen's hand also pierced into the sky river martial marquis' fist. Immediately, blood flowed out, and the Tianhe martial marquis let out a furious roar. Damn it! The heavenly river martial marquis was completely enraged. The first time they fought, his palm was pierced by Tai Niu's sword. This was a great humiliation. Brat, I want you dead. The heavenly river martial marquis looked at Tai Niu as if he had gone mad. The aura around his body continued to rise, and the surrounding air instantly froze. When the sky river martial marquis aura rose to its peak, his figure suddenly flashed. He clenched his fists and leaped, appearing directly in front of Iron Bull. Before Iron Bull could use the fire and water sword technique, he threw a punch at Iron Bull. This punch contained an extremely majestic aura. If an ordinary martial artist were to face it head-on, they would be instantly crushed. However, Fang Chen was different. His overall strength had increased, and he was no longer weaker than the Sky River Martial Marquis. The 8th level of the fire and water sword technique. Fang Chen once again used the 8th level of the fire and water sword technique. This time, the star-hidden sword pierced into the fist of the Sky River Martial Marquis without any warning. Top-quality spirit weapon. It was only at this moment that the Sky River Martial Marquis was shocked to discover that Fang Chen's sword was actually a top-quality spirit weapon. Such a weapon could be considered a treasure for a martial marquis. So what if you have a top-quality spirit weapon? You are too weak. You are not my match. The Sky River Martial Marquis roared. One of his fists blocked Fang Chen's star-hidden sword, while the other fist carried a wild fighting intent as it directly smashed towards Fang Chen's head. Seeing this, Fang Chen did not hesitate to use the great Luo soul-killing flame. The soul flame instantly condensed and appeared in front of the Sky River Martial Marquis' fist. Bang! The power of the soul flame was extremely tyrannical. It instantly wrapped around the fist of the Sky River Martial Marquis, causing him to feel a trace of burning pain. Damn it! The Sky River Martial Marquis roared. The power in his body instantly soared and gathered in his fist. Then, his fist shook and directly dispersed the soul flame. At the same time, the fist that blocked Fang Chen's star-hidden sword also fiercely blasted out. Bang! Fang Chen was forced to retreat, and the Sky River Martial Marquis was also constantly retreating. His face was filled with a grave expression. At the beginning, he thought that Iron Bull's strength was inferior to his. But now, it seemed that Iron Bull's strength was almost the same as his. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a veteran expert on the Martial Marquis list and Fang Chen was a new expert on the Martial Marquis list, he might have been defeated by Iron Bull long ago. He actually grew to such an extent in such a short period of time. The Sky River Martial Marquis' deep eyes had a complicated expression. Only at this moment did he realize how great Iron Bull's potential was. This child is too dangerous. I can't let a tiger return to the mountain. The Sky River Martial Marquis secretly said in his heart. He had already made up his mind. Even if he was seriously injured, he had to kill this child. Otherwise, he would leave behind a huge problem in his heart. Opposite the Sky River Marshal Marquis, Fong Qin also narrowed his eyes. There was a hint of helplessness on his face. His strength is still a bit weak, Fong Qin thought to himself. In fact, Fong Qin's strength wasn't considered weak. The reason why he couldn't defeat the Sky River Marshal Marquis was because he had underestimated the strength of the 66th expert on the Marshal Marquis list. As expected of the 66th expert on the Marshal Marquis list, Fong Qin faintly said, if it wasn't for the fact that his strength had increased, it would be impossible for him to withstand the Sky River Marshal Marquis' attack. He originally thought that with his strength increased, he would be able to defeat the Sky River Marshal Marquis. But now, it seemed that he was still a little lacking. Iron Bull, I admit that I underestimated your potential, but let's stop here. The Sky River Marshal Marquis' face revealed a hint of wildness as he looked at Iron Bull and said coldly, See. As soon as the Sky River Marshal Marquis said this, a dense aura suddenly appeared in the center of his palm. When this aura appeared, the Sky River Marshal Marquis' entire body changed. Die. The Sky River Marshal Marquis suddenly raised his palm. In his palm, there was actually a small circular mirror under the black mist. The surface of this small mirror looked ordinary and mediocre. However, when this small mirror faced Fong Qin, the latter actually felt his heart palpitate. This is when Fong Qin sensed the aura of death, his body actually started to tremble involuntarily. Swoosh! A black ray of light shot out of the small mirror. This black ray of light shot straight at Fong Qin. It was the 8th level of the water fire sword technique. In his panic, Fong Qin used the 8th level of the water fire sword technique. However, he was shocked to discover that when the small mirror shone on him, his body and even his soul were trembling. Kid, you don't want to live anymore. Hurry up and leave, said the Bronze Patriarch hastily from within the python sword. When he heard the Bronze Patriarch's words, he prepared to flee. The small mirror was really too strange. He actually didn't even have a chance to attack it. After so many years, you're the first martialist to force me to take out a supreme treasure. You should be proud that you died at the hands of this mirror. The Sky River Marshal Marquis was surrounded by a black aura. The small mirror was constantly shooting out black rays of light that were about to envelop Fong Qin. Go! Fong Qin didn't hesitate to turn around and leave. When he saw that Fong Qin was about to flee, the Sky River Marshal Marquis leaped up and blocked Fong Qin's path. The black rays of light shooting out of the small mirror in his palm grew stronger and stronger. What should I do? Cried Fong Qin somewhat anxiously. Ha ha ha, so what if you're a monster? You still died at the hands of me, the Sky River Marshal Marquis. This kind of feeling of strangling a monstrous genius is just too satisfying. The Sky River Marshal Marquis had a wild smile on his face. However, at this moment, a shadow suddenly shot out of Fong Qin's spatial ring. In the next moment, that shadow jumped onto the Sky River Marshal Marquis' palm and used its own body to block the small mirror. The instant the small mirror was blocked, the black rays of light that shot out directly dissipated in the air. Following that, the Sky River Marshal Marquis discovered that the small mirror had actually shattered. It hadn't been shattered by a vibration, but by a little mouse. How is this possible? The Sky River Marshal Marquis' face was filled with shock as he cried out. His mirror was a supreme treasure he had obtained from an ancient ruin. Its power was extraordinary, and under normal circumstances, he would never take it out. How could it ignore the mirror's attack? Asked the Sky River Marshal Marquis in disbelief. Crack! The little mouse happily swallowed the small mirror. Before the Sky River Marshal Marquis could react, the small mirror had already been swallowed by the little mouse. After eating the small mirror, the little mouse stroked its stomach and jumped back onto Fong Chen's shoulder, as if it had not had enough yet. After the small mirror was swallowed, the pressure around Fong Chen immediately decreased. This sudden scene caused Fong Chen to be startled. Even the small mirror could be swallowed. This little mouse's appetite was really good. There was nothing it wouldn't eat. Ah, my mirror! Damn mouse, you actually dared to swallow my mirror. I'll kill you. The Sky River Marshal Marquis finally reacted and instantly became furious as he angrily shouted. At this time, the Banxianshu also appeared beside Fong Chen. He chuckled as he looked at the little mouse and flattered, "Brother Mouse is really powerful. You swallowed the enemy's supreme treasure the moment you attacked." Chirp! Seeing the Banxianshu appear, the little mouse gestured to the Banxianshu, and then the Banxianshu nodded, indicating that it understood. Then, the little mouse gestured to Fong Chen. Fong Chen looked at the little mouse's gestures with a face full of shock. "Is this okay?" asked Fong Chen. The little mouse quickly nodded. At this time, the Sky River Marshal Marquis finally completely erupted. He roared wildly, and the aura around his body reached its peak. He directly launched a fierce attack towards Fong Chen. Since things have come to this, I can only try. Chapter 386. Since things have come to this, I can only give it a try. Fong Chen said in a low voice when he saw the fierce attack of the Sky River Marshal Marquis. Then he nodded at the little mouse. Just as the Sky River Marshal Marquis' attack was about to reach Fong Chen, the Banxianshu's body suddenly moved. Countless branches and leaves swayed endlessly as they extended towards the Sky River Marshal Marquis. Crash! In the blink of an eye, the Banxianshu appeared in front of the Sky River Marshal Marquis, blocking his path. At this moment, the Sky River Marshal Marquis' body was surrounded by the branches and leaves of the Banxianshu. Hiss! The Banxianshu controlled its branches and leaves, constantly approaching the Sky River Marshal Marquis. In the end, these branches and leaves directly wrapped around the Sky River Marshal Marquis' body, causing his expression to change slightly. Damn it! The Sky River Marshal Marquis was furious. His fists constantly punched out. Wherever his fists passed, the branches and leaves of the Banxianshu would be cut off. The Banxianshu endured the pain and urged its branches and leaves with all its strength, constantly wrapping around the Sky River Marshal Marquis, getting tighter and tighter. Seeing this scene, the little mouse also made its move. With a leap, it jumped directly onto the branches and leaves of the Banxianshu and appeared in front of the Sky River Marshal Marquis. Just as the Sky River Marshal Marquis' fist was about to fly out, the little mouse opened its mouth and fiercely bit the Sky River Marshal Marquis' fist. "Ah, you beast!" The Sky River Marshal Marquis suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain and roared angrily. At the same time, the aura around his body surged into his fist, wanting to use it to blast away the little mouse. Chirp, chirp, although the little mouse's teeth were incomparably hard, they were still unable to withstand the full force of the Sky River Marshal Marquis' attack. The Banxianshu at the side was also holding on with all its might. Seeing this opportunity, Fong Chen tapped his toes, and the spirit energy in his body surged into the hidden star sword. At the same time, the great Luo soul-killing flame was used, and the soul flame instantly drilled into the Sky River Marshal Marquis' head. The Sky River Marshal Marquis let out a miserable cry. He frantically resisted the soul flame attack in his forehead, so much so that the pressure on the little mouse and the Banxianshu suddenly decreased. It was at this moment that the hidden star sword in Fong Chen's hand, carrying an extremely wild sword intent, passed through the branches and leaves of the Banxianshu and directly stabbed into the body of the Tianhe Marquis. Pucci on the body of the Tianhe Marshal Marquis. A sword mark suddenly appeared, and blood continuously flowed out. At this time, the Sky River Marshal Marquis was completely enraged. However, after Fong Chen's powerful attack, the Sky River Marshal Marquis was obviously injured. Coupled with the cooperation of the little mouse and the Banksianshu, the Sky River Marshal Marquis suddenly found that his body could not move. The chi around Tianha Marshal Marquis' body was rapidly fading away. His face was filled with unwillingness. He was an expert ranked 66th on the Marshal Marquis list. How could he die at the hands of a nobody? I can't accept this. The Sky River Marshal Marquis let out a wild roar, and in the next moment he made a crazy decision. If we die together. As soon as the voice of the Sky River Marshal Marquis fell, his Dantian Chi Si was suddenly filled with a wild chi. When Fangchen saw this, his expression changed greatly. Quickly retreat. Following his roar, the little mouse jumped and directly returned to Fangchen's shoulder. It followed Fangchen and quickly retreated. The Banksianshu was still using its branches and leaves to wrap around the Sky River Marshal Marquis. Once it released its branches and leaves, the Sky River Marshal Marquis would definitely rush towards Fangchen. Even Fangchen would not be able to resist the self-destructing Sky River Marshal Marquis. Therefore, the Banksianshu made a sacrifice. Quickly retreat. Fangchen, who had retreated far away, saw that the Banksianshu was still wrapped around the Sky River Marshal Marquis and shouted loudly, "Rumble!" However, it was too late. The aura around the Sky River Marshal Marquis instantly became wild, and in the next moment, his Dantian Chi Si suddenly exploded. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The wild chi instantly filled the entire mountain range, and the earth trembled. The self-destruction of a Marshal Marquis expert was actually something that ordinary people could withstand. Bang Fangchen had already fled far away, but he was still sent flying by the strong chi wave. When the deafening sound dissipated in the sky, Fangchen quickly got up. He looked around, looking for the Banksianshu. The little mouse was also chirping nonstop. If it were not for the Banksianshu, they would have been in danger. It was the Banksianshu that saved them. Cough, cough. The dust slowly dissipated. In a large pit, the branches and leaves of the Banksianshu were broken, and it let out a light cough. Fangchen instantly discovered the Banksianshu. "You're not dead, right?" asked Fangchen. "I won't die, but I'm seriously injured and need to recuperate," the Banksianshu said in a deep voice. Its branches and leaves were scattered everywhere. The power of the Sky River Marshal Marquis self-destruction was too tyrannical. Fortunately, it was a Banksianshu. If it was any other human martial artist, they would have died without a doubt. The Banksianshu staggered out of the pit. Its aura was weak, and it seemed that it was seriously injured. "It hurts." Fangchen gently touched the broken branches and leaves of the Banksianshu. He did not expect the Banksianshu to immediately cry out. The little mouse saw that the Banksianshu was still alive, and its face was full of smiles. It walked in front of the Banksianshu, cut its little paw, and dripped 2 drops of blood, and gave it to the Banksianshu. "Ah, brother mouse, you're too good, ha ha ha." After the Banksianshu received the 2 drops of blood, it laughed wildly as if nothing had happened. "I'll go into seclusion first." The Banksianshu directly entered its special spatial ring. The little mouse and Fangchen exchanged a glance. This Banksianshu was too much. At this time, not far from this mountain range in the Skyflame Plains, Icicle was talking to 2 black-robed men. These 2 black-robed men were the heavenly ghost hall masters that had been sent by the one-armed protector to kill Tainyo. They had just arrived at the Skyflame Plains when they saw Icicle. Hall masters. This wasn't the first time Icicle had cooperated with the Yellow Spring sect, so he naturally recognized the 2 hall masters. "Where is Tainyo?" asked the heavenly ghost hall master. "He's in a mountain range not far from here. But before you arrived, the Sky River Marshal Marquis had already gone there," said Icicle. "What? The Sky River Marshal Marquis went there before us?" The heavenly ghost hall master's expression changed. Just as the ghost hall master was about to speak, the sky-flame plains suddenly trembled. Then they saw a heaven-shaking aura charge out of the mountain range in the distance. "What a powerful aura!" said the Heavenly Ghost Hall Master. "This aura seems to be the aura of self-detonation. Could it be that Tainyo self-detonated?" asked the Ghost Hall Master. "Let's go take a look," said the Heavenly Ghost Hall Master. No matter what, the one-armed protector had given the order to kill Fangchen. If he was alive, he wanted to see him. If he was dead, he wanted to see his corpse. Whoosh! Heavenly Ghost and Heavenly Ghost Hall Masters arrived at the mountain range in the blink of an eye at their fastest speed. When they saw the huge pit on the ground, their expressions changed constantly. "Someone self-detonated," said the Heavenly Ghost Hall Master. "Where's Tainyo's corpse?" asked the Ghost Hall Master. Then the 2 Hall Masters of the Sky Ghost Clan arrived before the huge pit. Their deep eyes looked into the huge pit. When they saw the tattered corpse in the huge pit, their faces were filled with astonishment. How is this possible? The Sky River Martial Marquis self-detonation made Tainyo so powerful? Exclaimed the Heavenly Ghost Hall Master. Although the Sky River Martial Marquis wasn't strong, he was at least on the Martial Marquis list. "It seems we've underestimated Tainyo's strength," said the Ghost Hall Master. To be able to force the Sky River Martial Marquis to self-detonate, Tainyo was definitely powerful. He was much stronger than the rumors said. In the end, the 2 Heavenly Ghost Hall Masters quickly chased after Tainyo. It hadn't been long since Tainyo had self-detonated, so they had to catch up to him. At this time, Fangchen was hiding in a hidden cave. He had restrained his aura and was looking through a small hole. Remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Fangchen narrowed his eyes. "After I came here, first the Sky River Martial Marquis was here, and then there were 2 remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Could it be the Icicle Bandits?" Fangchen wondered. At this time, Fangchen felt a burst of lingering fear. If it weren't for Ancestor Bronze's warning, Fangchen wouldn't have been able to discover the 2 Heavenly Ghost Hall Masters. Thanks to old Ancestor Bronze's reminder, Fangchen successfully found a place to hide before the 2 Hall Masters of Sky Ghost and Sky Ghost arrived. Not long after, the 2 Heavenly Ghost Hall Masters disappeared from the mountain range. However, Fangchen didn't act blindly without thinking. Time passed bit by bit. About 2 hours later, there was movement in the mountain range again. Fangchen looked through the small hole and saw that it was the 2 Hall Masters of Heavenly Ghost. "They've returned," Fangchen thought to himself. However, the 2 Heavenly Ghost Hall Masters didn't notice Fangchen at all. They went straight to the Heavenly Flame Plains. "Damn it, we let that brat escape again. Humph, if it weren't for the Sky River Martial Marquis ruining things, we definitely would have been able to kill Tainyo." The 2 Hall Masters were infuriated. In the end, they vented all their anger on Icicle. After arriving at the Heavenly Flame Plains, they didn't leave. Instead, they went to the Icicle Bandits' territory. "Hall Masters, did you gain anything?" asked Icicle with a smile. Crack! The Ghost Hall Master instantly broke one of Icicle's arms, causing him to let out a miserable cry. "It's all because of you. You notified the Heavenly River Martial Marquis and allowed that brat to escape," said the Ghost Hall Master icily. "This is just a small lesson. Properly work for our Yellow Spring sect, and we won't mistreat you. But if we discover you have any ulterior motives, we'll definitely kill you," said the Heavenly Hall Master. "Hall Masters, please spare me," begged Icicle. "Continue to pay attention to Iron Bull's location. If you discover anything, immediately tell us," said the Heavenly Hall Master. "Iron Bull might still be in the Heavenly Flame Plains. Send a few more people to check," said the Ghost Hall Master. After saying that, the 2 Hall Masters left. In his battle with the Heavenly River Martial Marquis, Fangchen had also been a bit injured. But after 7 days of recuperation, his injuries had completely healed. On this day, Fangchen finally came out of his hidden cave. As soon as he arrived at the mountain range, Fong Qin saw many people. Looking carefully, he saw that they were the icicle bandits. What are they looking for? Could it be that they're looking for me? Fong Chen narrowed his eyes, his killing intent surging. In the next moment, Fong Qin suddenly appeared in front of one of the bandits. The hidden star sword was pressed against his neck. He asked, "What are you looking for?" "We're looking for Iron Bull." That bandit was frightened and directly answered. Puchi Fong Qin killed that bandit and then disappeared into the mountain range. By the time Fong Qin reappeared, he was already in the Icicle Bandits' territory. Chapter 387. At this time, Icicle's face was filled with pain. One of his arms had been cut off. Although his cultivation base hadn't been crippled, his strength had dropped quite a bit. That damn Tainyo. Icicle attributed all of this to Tainyo. If it weren't for Tainyo, he wouldn't have ended up like this. At the same time, Icicle was also worried. He had always been passive in his cooperation with the Yellow Springs sect. Once he lost his value, he would be abandoned by them. "No, I have to find a way quickly," whispered Icicle. "I'm afraid you won't have a chance." Fong Chen's voice suddenly rang out in Icicle's ears. Icicle's expression changed slightly. Turning his head, he saw that the person who had come was Tainyo. Why are you here?" Icicle was a bit afraid as he looked at Tainyo. "To kill you." A quarter-hour later, the Icicle Bandits were completely annihilated. Icicle was dead, and Fong Qin quietly left. After killing Icicle, Fong Qin continued forward. He wasn't far from his destination. After another 5 days, Fong Qin finally arrived at his destination. At this moment, he was on a plain. Around this plain, there was a wild spiritual qi. Weak martialists would be crushed by the spiritual qi if they came here. Fong Qin stood on the plain. Even with his powerful physical body, he could sense the strength of the spiritual qi. He raised his head and looked at the mountain peak. According to the Luo family's patriarch, this should be the place where Luo Liuli is carrying out her mission, said Fong Qin. His body was actually trembling uncontrollably. Is it mother or not? Fong Qin was incomparably excited. Crash! Fong Qin took a step forward and stepped onto the peak of the mountain. It didn't take long for him to reach the peak of the mountain. The moment he reached the peak, Fong Qin realized that there was a woman in white sitting cross-legged on the peak. Her back was facing him, and a wild aura surrounded her. Although he couldn't see her face, Fong Qin could sense that this woman's aura wasn't that of a young woman, but a beautiful woman. Fong Qin extended his hand and walked step by step toward her. His hand was trembling, and he was incomparably excited. Just as Fong Qin's palm was about to touch the beautiful woman in white, the latter suddenly opened her eyes. With a flash, she flipped her hand and punched Fong Qin's palm. Bang! Fong Qin was sent flying by this punch. He did not retaliate. Instead, he stared blankly at the beautiful woman in white before him. Her eyes No, this wasn't his mother. Back in the Divine Wind Nation, he had heard that the Golden Crown Nation had a powerful family called the Luo family. At that time, he had been filled with anticipation. After coming to the Golden Crown Nation, he had relied on his tireless efforts to enter the Luo family. He had originally thought that he was getting closer and closer to his mother, but only now did he realize that it had all been a beautiful fantasy. Although this white-robed woman was very beautiful and had a very good temperament, in the end, she wasn't his mother. No. Fong Qin was constantly muttering no. His entire body was filled with sorrow. Just who are you? The white-robed woman looked at Fong Qin in confusion. After a long while, Fong Qin did his best to stabilize the sadness in his heart. Then he cupped his hands at the beautiful woman in white. Sorry for disturbing you. After saying that, Fong Qin prepared to turn and leave. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Just who are you? Asked the white-robed woman. She felt that the person in front of her was very strange. He was clearly close to her, but when she attacked, he didn't counterattack. Instead, he kept muttering no. Once, there was a very beautiful woman. Her name was the same as yours. I bitterly searched for her until one day I learned that the Luo family had a woman called Luo Liuli. But when I found her, I realized that she wasn't the person I was looking for. But from that woman's mouth, I learned that there was another woman called Luo Liuli. Then I searched here and found Fong Qin didn't continue speaking. His words were filled with sorrow. It had been nearly 3 years since he had come to the Golden Crown Nation. After working so hard for so long, he still hadn't found his mother. "You're looking for your girlfriend?" Luo Liuli's expression softened when she heard that. She probed. Fong Qin shook his head. "My mother." After Fong Qin finished speaking, he turned around and swaggered down the mountain peak. However, just as he was about to walk down the mountain peak, his body suddenly trembled. Then his blood started to boil. "What's going on?" Fong Qin was a bit puzzled. He frowned and checked his body. He discovered that his blood was restless. In the next instant, a drop of blood suddenly appeared on Fong Qin's finger. The drop of blood instantly disappeared into the void. Then Fong Qin discovered that in the clear sky, a mirror had appeared. On this smooth mirror, there were several figures. These people's auras were extremely powerful. Even outside the mirror, Fong Qin could feel a sense of pressure. "What is this?" Fong Qin was extremely puzzled. As he continued looking, Fong Qin discovered that the place that appeared in the image was actually the Divine Wind Nation. When he looked carefully, he discovered that in the image, those silhouettes had suddenly descended into a certain city in the Divine Wind Nation. After that, they took away a woman. "Mother!" cried out Fong Qin involuntarily. He discovered that the location in the mirror was the city where his Fong family was located. Although that woman was wearing a veil, Fong Qin still recognized her. "What's going on?" The mirror flickered. A moment later, that group of people took that woman away from the Divine Wind Nation and arrived in the Golden Crown Nation. Then they appeared on a mountain peak. To go from the Divine Wind Nation to the Golden Crown Nation in one step, just how powerful is that? Fong Qin wondered. Just at this moment, Fong Qin discovered that the figures in the mirror flicked their wrists. They tore through the void and directly entered it. Just as the spatial tear was about to close, the veiled woman waved her hand. A silver ray of light entered the mountain peak. In the next instant, the mirror in the sky also disappeared without a trace. Fong Qin stood motionlessly on the mountain peak. His mind was filled with countless thoughts. This must be a clue left behind by Mother. Fong Qin thought to himself. When his blood had entered the void, the mirror had appeared. Furthermore, he had seen the scene of his mother being taken away. All of this meant that this was a clue left behind by his mother. At the same time, Fong Qin was also extremely shocked. The people who had taken away his mother had gone from the Divine Wind Nation to the Golden Crown Nation in one step, let alone a condensing reality realm expert. Even an expert who had surpassed the condensing reality realm wouldn't be able to do that. Furthermore, they had tore through the void to leave. Could it be that they weren't from the ancient Sword Nation, but from another realm? Thinking of that, Fong Qin was even more shocked. It seemed his mother's family was definitely a huge power. "Mother, I will definitely find you," Fong Qin said to himself as he clenched his fists. Luo Liuli hadn't seen anything that Fong Qin had just seen. She looked at the strange Fong Qin and asked, "What's wrong?" "I heard from the Luo family's head that you're here on a mission." After a long time, Fong Qin calmed himself down and asked, "Correct." The white-robed woman nodded. "Is there something strange about this mountain peak?" asked Fong Qin. The white-robed woman thought for a moment and decided to tell Fong Qin. She knew that Fong Qin had a good relationship with the Luo family. The reason he had come here was because the Luo family's head had told him. Back then, a strange phenomenon occurred in the Golden Crown Nation. Other than my Luo family, no one else discovered it. Ever since then, we've been searching for the secrets of this place, said Luo Liuli simply. A strange phenomenon. Fong Qin finally understood. It seemed that when his mother and the others had left, a strange phenomenon had occurred, causing the Luo family to think that there was some inheritance here. Thinking of his mother, Fong Chen's blood began to boil. He was still too weak. His mother's family was able to casually tear through space and leave. They had to be incomparably powerful. I have to increase my strength. One day, I'll personally bring my mother back, thought Fong Chen. After exchanging a few simple words with Luo Liuli, Fong Chen left. He had to become stronger. He had to work hard on his cultivation. Only by becoming stronger would he be able to bring his mother back. Of course, increasing his strength wasn't something that could be done overnight. Furthermore, his mother had only been brought back to her family. No matter what, she was still a member of her family. That family definitely wouldn't do anything to her. Comparatively speaking, his mother was still very safe. He still had plenty of time, and he had enough strength to cultivate. Although Fong Qin didn't know how powerful that family was, just based on the scenes he had seen of them tearing through space with a wave of their hand, they definitely weren't from the ancient Sword Continent. They were definitely from the Outer Realms. Right now, Fong Chen wasn't considered a peak expert in the Golden Crown Nation, let alone the Outer Realms. One day, when he was strong enough to intimidate the entire ancient Sword Continent, he would be able to leave the ancient Sword Continent and head to the Outer Realms to find his mother. However, the most important thing right now was to increase his strength. He had to do everything he could to increase his strength. No matter what, I'll continue walking down this path. Even if the path ahead is filled with thorns, I'm not afraid. Chapter 388. After leaving the mountain, Fong Qin aimlessly walked around. As he walked, he recalled the process of his cultivation over the years. His current cultivation was at the mid-7th level of the Qi High realm, and he couldn't make a breakthrough for the time being. However, he could cultivate the fire and water sword art. The more he cultivated, the more Fong Qin discovered the profoundness of the fire and water sword art. Once the fire and water sword art reached the 12th level, its power would definitely be extraordinary. After walking for roughly 10 days, he arrived at the Feng Prefecture city. The overlord force here was the Lesser Divine Peak. Back then, in the Divine Illusion space, the head disciple of the Lesser Divine Peak, Shenjiang, was possessed by Protector Wu Xian. Because of this, the Lesser Divine Peak suffered a huge blow. After 10 days of aimless walking, Fong Qin finally had a trace of understanding towards his cultivation. He finally had a preliminary plan in his heart, and he would strictly follow this plan for his future cultivation. Feng Prefecture City. Fong Chen squinted his eyes as he looked at the city walls of the Feng Prefecture City. After the death of the Tianhe Martial Marquis, no one from the Golden Guan Nation pursued Fong Chen. Aside from the Yellow Springs sect, there was no need for him to worry about the other experts. Fong Chen stepped into the Feng Prefecture City. He was prepared to rest for a day before starting his cultivation. The current him wasn't strong enough to step into the southern mountain land, so he still needed to cultivate in the Golden Guan Nation. Fong Chen came to an inn and sat by the window. Just as he was leisurely drinking, he suddenly heard a few burly men chatting at a table beside him. Have you guys heard? The largest alchemy hall in the Feng Prefecture City will be holding an auction 3 days from now. A burly man said, Everyone knows about this. The alchemy hall holds an auction every year. This isn't big news, right? Another burly man said, Yeah, the alchemy hall in the Feng Prefecture City is considered one of the top forces in the Golden Guan Nation. The pills produced by the alchemy hall are all very powerful. It's said that there are several peak alchemy grandmasters in the alchemy hall. Many experts on the Martial Marquis ranking have come to the alchemy hall to obtain pills. It's a pity that we won't be able to participate in the pellet hall's auction. Although you guys know the gist of it, you guys don't know as much as me. My cousin works in the pellet hall, and he revealed some information to me. He said that, aside from the pellet hall's products, there are also other pellets being auctioned, said the cultivator from before. Other pellets? The rules of the pellet hall have never changed. No other pellets will appear in their auction. A robust man was baffled. If it's an ordinary pellet, the pellet hall naturally wouldn't put it up for auction. But it's said that this pellet came from the wind cloud Marshal Marquis, said the cultivator. What wind cloud Marshal Marquis hand? Many of the men exclaimed. Although the Fongian Marshal Marquis had been dead for many years, his name was still feared by many. When Fong Chin heard the words wind and cloud Marshal Marquis, his interest was instantly piqued. He tilted his head and listened to the conversation of the burly men beside him. Pellets from the wind cloud Marshal Marquis. Fong Chin inwardly thought with a trace of a smile on his face. When he first came to the Golden Crown Nation, he appeared in the southern region of the Golden Crown Nation. At that time, he coincidentally came across the Marshal Marquis tomb and obtained the inheritance of the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis, the Wind Cloud Sutra, and sky-extinguishing scripture. Furthermore, he also found out that the enemy of the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis was the Iron Marquis. Since then, Fong Chin had been cultivating the Wind Cloud Sutra, but Fong Chin couldn't understand why the Wind Cloud Sutra didn't make any progress after reaching the 8th stage. This was also the reason why he couldn't cultivate the sky-extinguishing scripture. The sky-extinguishing scripture was definitely powerful. If Fong Chen could successfully cultivate it, his strength would definitely increase. But because he couldn't cultivate the Wind Cloud Sutra to the 9th stage, he couldn't cultivate the sky-extinguishing scripture. This had always been a problem that troubled Fong Chen. But when he heard that the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis pellets would appear in the pellet hall's auction, Fong Chen's heart was moved. Can the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis pellets allow my Wind Cloud Sutra to reach the 9th stage? Fong Chin inwardly thought. Although Fong Chin felt that the chances were slim, there was no harm in participating in the auction since he was already in Feng Prefecture City. If the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis pellets could really allow his Wind Cloud Sutra to reach the 9th stage, then he would have made a huge profit. In an instant, Fong Chen decided to participate in the pellet hall's auction 3 days later. Brother, may I know what qualifications are required to participate in the pellet hall's auction? Fong Chen asked as he stood up and walked to the table beside him. The cultivator looked at Fong Chen and said, Ordinary cultivators need to pay an entrance fee of 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Only those on the Marshal Marquis ranking can participate for free. After Fong Chen expressed his thanks, he turned around and left. In these 3 days, the number of cultivators in Feng Prefecture City increased. Most of them came because of the pellet hall's reputation. After all, the pellet hall was a golden signboard. When the day of the auction arrived, the entire Feng provincial city was bustling with noise and excitement. In the center of Feng provincial city, there was a very spacious square with temporary tents set up. It was the location of the Alchemy Hall's auction. Outside the tents, there was a sea of people. Countless cultivators weren't qualified to participate in the auction, so they could only stand outside and watch. When Fong Chen arrived outside the tents, he was shocked to see that the various sects of Feng Prefecture City had all entered the tents. Soon after, he went to the guard's area. Pay 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones, the guard said coldly. Fong Chen released his aura and enveloped the guard. In the next moment, the guard's face changed, and he immediately let Fong Chen in. Fong Chen easily entered the tent. When he came in, he realized that the space was huge, but it was already packed. There's so many people, Fong Chen said. Soon after, he casually found a seat and sat down, waiting for the auction to begin. During this time, Fong Chen discovered many cultivators from various forces. There were disciples from Feng Prefecture City's overlord, Divine Peak, as well as disciples from other sects. After about 10 minutes, Fong Chen's face finally turned serious. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Beside Fong Chen, a man slowly walked past. If one looked at his face, they would think that he was an old man. However, everyone knew how terrifying this person was. The illusory Martial Marquis was a powerful existence, ranked 30th on the Martial Marquis list. Although the illusory Martial Marquis was young, he was proficient in the art of illusion. No one had ever seen the true face of the illusory Martial Marquis. Under normal circumstances, the illusory Martial Marquis would meet people with this old face. Fong Chen suppressed the killing intent in his heart. His eyes flickered as he looked at the illusory Martial Marquis. When the illusory Martial Marquis entered the tent, the noisy hall instantly quieted down. Everyone's gaze was focused on the illusory Martial Marquis. Among the cultivators that came to participate in the Pellet Hall's auction, the strongest one was the illusory Martial Marquis. It's the illusory Martial Marquis. I never expected that he would also come. Could it be that there's a pill that attracted the illusory Martial Marquis? As long as the illusory Martial Marquis makes a move, I'm afraid that no one will dare to compete with him. The illusory Martial Marquis is too powerful. Even from so far away, I can still feel a trace of coldness coming from him. Many cultivators discussed in low voices. The illusory Martial Marquis expressionlessly walked past Fong Chen and sat in the first row. The appearance of the illusory Martial Marquis had undoubtedly ignited the excitement in the tent. Countless cultivators were looking at the illusory Martial Marquis. After all, the top 30 of the Martial Marquis ranking were usually elusive. It was impossible to see them normally. It said that the illusory Martial Marquis was one of the 5 marquises that annihilated the Sword Reverence sect. A cultivator whispered, "Lower your voice." Just as he spoke, the cultivator beside him tried his best to remind him. However, it was still heard by the illusory Martial Marquis. The illusory Martial Marquis turned his head and looked at the cultivator who just spoke. With just a glance, the cultivator fell into an illusion. In the illusion, the cultivator actually killed himself with his sword and died on the spot. Chapter 389. The appearance of the illusory Martial Marquis startled Fong Chen. He calmly looked in the direction of the illusory Martial Marquis and saw the illusory Martial Marquis casting an illusion. When the illusory Martial Marquis was casting an illusion, Fong Chen discovered that the illusory Martial Marquis' eyes had turned gray. In that instant, the cultivator who was whispering about him had died. This scene made everyone realize how powerful the illusory Martial Marquis was. With just a glance, the illusory Martial Marquis had killed a powerful cultivator. The illusory Martial Marquis is too powerful. Many cultivators exclaimed as they looked at the illusory Martial Marquis. At this moment, Fong Chen narrowed his eyes as he carefully sized up the illusory Martial Marquis and said, "This is the expert ranked 30th on the Martial Marquis ranking?" Thinking of this, Fong Chen couldn't help sighing. It looked like he wouldn't be able to take revenge for the Sword Reverence sect in a short period of time. Just the illusory Martial Marquis was already so powerful. One must know that the other 4 Martial Marquises were ranked higher than the illusory Martial Marquis on the Martial Marquis ranking. Their strength was even stronger than the illusory Martial Marquis. With Fong Chen's current strength, he was at most ranked in the 60s. Compared to the illusory Martial Marquis, there was a huge difference, because no one knew that Fong Chen fought with the Tianhe Martial Marquis, nor did they know that the Tianhe Martial Marquis self-destructed. Therefore, Fong Chen's ranking on the Martial Marquis ranking was still 72nd. Fong Chen didn't care about the ranking on the Martial Marquis ranking. He was more concerned about the increase of his strength. The reason why he participated in the Pellet Hall's auction was to obtain the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis pellet. If this pellet really came from the wind cloud Marshall Marquis, then he would have the opportunity to cultivate the wind cloud mental sutra to the 9th stage. In that case, he would also be able to cultivate the sky extinguishing scripture. Once he successfully cultivated the sky extinguishing scripture, Feng Chen's strength would increase once again. After the illusory Marshall Marquis arrived, there were many big shots that came. However, the majority of them weren't as famous as the illusory Marshall Marquis. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. The huge tent was finally packed with people. At this time, all the warriors who came to participate in the auction had finally arrived. At this moment, there were even more warriors standing outside the tent. However, they were all warriors who were not qualified to participate in the auction. When an old man appeared on the stage, the noisy scene immediately quieted down. All the warriors looked at the old man, waiting for the appearance of the pill. Everyone, today is our pellet hall's annual auction. All of the items up for auction are pellets. The old man chuckled. I'm sure everyone is clear about the details, so I won't waste any more time. The next item will be the first item of this auction. Just as the old man's voice fell, a martialist slowly walked onto the stage. In his hands was a tray with a small, transparent bottle on top of it. Inside the small bottle, there was a yellow pill. This pill is a high-grade spiritual pill, the Heavenly Lightning Pill. This pill is extremely important for those who have comprehended the concept of lightning or those who cultivate lightning-attributed cultivation techniques. If you consume this pill, your concept of lightning will increase and your lightning-attributed cultivation technique will be able to break through your bottleneck. The old man continued. The bidding will now begin. The starting price is 100 high-grade spiritual stones. Each bid must not be lower than 10 high-grade spiritual stones. As soon as the old man finished speaking, some warriors began to bid. Naturally, those who bid were those who had comprehended the concept of lightning or those who cultivated lightning-attributed cultivation techniques. While they were madly bidding, Feng Chen was quietly watching. A mere high-grade spiritual pill wasn't enough to attract Feng Chen's attention. 100 high-grade spiritual stones. 200 high-grade spiritual stones. I'll bid 300 high-grade spiritual stones. It didn't take long for the price of the Heavenly Lightning Pill to reach 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones. This scene made countless warriors sigh. The Pellet Hall's auction was a money-squandering establishment. The highest value of a high-level spirit-level elixir was only 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones. But now these martial artists were still bidding. That was because the pellets came from the Pellet Hall, so they were extremely expensive. In the end, the Heavenly Lightning Pill was won by a warrior for 2,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Next up was the second item of the auction. It was still a pill, but this time it was a top-grade spiritual pill. Thus, the bidding became even more frenzied. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the auction had been completed. At this time, dozens of pills had already been auctioned off. The Pellet Hall's pills were too popular. Many of them were sold for a price higher than the original price. The entire tent was in a frenzy, but the illusory Marshall Marquis, who sat in the first row, did not open his eyes. He had his eyes closed, and no one knew what he was thinking. Feng Chen, who was at the back, also noticed the scene. He knitted his brows and whispered, "Could it be that he's also after the wind cloud Marshall Marquis pill?" If the illusory Marshall Marquis were to compete with him, he might not be able to win. After all, the illusory Marshall Marquis was ranked 30th on the Marshall Marquis ranking. His wealth wasn't something that he could compare to. One item after another appeared in the auction. However, when the 19th item appeared, the illusory Marshall Marquis, who was sitting in the first row, suddenly opened her eyes. His deep eyes stared intently at the pills on the stage. This pill is called the illusory extinguishing pill. If an illusion cultivator consumes it, it can increase their illusions. Naturally, cultivators who have comprehended the illusion intent can also consume it. The old man introduced. The illusory extinguishing pill was suitable for illusions cultivators. When the old man finished his introduction, someone started bidding. 500 high-grade spiritual stones. A cultivator directly called out. This cultivator was also an illusion cultivator, but it wasn't worth mentioning to the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis. 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones. When the first cultivator called out his bid, many other cultivators soon followed suit. In just a short moment, the price of the illusory extinguishing pill had reached 3,000 high-grade spiritual stones. If this was an ordinary spiritual pellet, there wouldn't be so many people fighting over it. The reason for this was because this pellet came from the pellet hall's strongest alchemy grandmaster. The alchemy grandmaster in the surroundings already had 1 foot in the grandmaster realm. Therefore, the quality of the pellet he refined was extremely high. Even the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis was interested in this illusory extinguishing pill. He majored in illusions, so if he could obtain this illusory extinguishing pill, he might be able to make a breakthrough in his illusions. 5,000 high-grade spiritual stones. All of a sudden, a cultivator increased the price by 2,000 high-grade spiritual stones. When everyone looked over, they discovered that the person was from the Minor Divine Peak. The Minor Divine Peak was one of the 9 two-star sect. It was an overlord force in the Fong provincial city. There were elders in the Minor Divine Peak that also cultivated illusions. Therefore, he also needed this pellet. He increased the price by 2,000 high-grade spiritual stones so that others would back off. Hearing the elders bid, everyone sucked in a cold breath and gave up on bidding. It wasn't worth it to be so crazy for an illusory extinguishing pill. Then again, for some people it was worth it, and the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis was one of them. 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones, said the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis. This was the first time the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis made a bid in the entire auction. He doubled the price in one go, which shocked countless cultivators. As expected of the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis, his wealth was too great. 15,000 high-grade spiritual stones. The elder from the Minor Divine Peak was obviously unwilling to give up on this illusory extinguishing pill. This pellet was very important to him. If it was someone else, they would naturally stop when they saw the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis make a bid. After all, if they continued to bid, they would offend the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis. However, this elder wasn't afraid of the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis. He was an elder from a 2-star sect. How could he be afraid of the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis? Hearing the elder's bid, the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis said again, 30,000 high-grade spiritual stones. After the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis finished bidding, he turned to the elder from the Minor Divine Peak and said, I, the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis, have taken a fancy to this illusory extinguishing pill. I hope that the Minor Divine Peak can give me some face. Hearing the words of the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis, many cultivators looked at the elder from the Minor Divine Peak. The upper echelons of the Minor Divine Peak discussed with each other and finally chose to give up. All right, since the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis needs it, this old man will give up. The elder laughed heartily. In the end, the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis obtained the illusory extinguishing pill for 30,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Everyone sighed. The wealth of the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis was too great. However, just as they were sighing, the final pill was brought up. This pill had been sealed very well and was covered by a red cloth. No one could see what it looked like. I presume that the majority of the people here have come for this final pill, laughed the old man. The tent was filled with noise. Countless cultivators were staring at the pill under the red cloth. Correct. This pill is the rumored wind cloud pill. It came from the wind cloud Marshal Marquis, continued the old man. He was incomparably excited. This wind cloud pill is the result of the wind cloud Marshal Marquis' life's work. His refining process is extremely complicated. After he succeeded, the wind cloud Marshal Marquis used his heart's blood to nourish it until it became like this. So this pill is extremely precious. As for the specifics, I don't think I need to introduce them, said the old man. When everyone heard the 3 words, wind cloud pill, their eyes brightened. At this moment, Fong Chen was also very excited. It really was the wind cloud Marshal Marquis pill. He was determined to obtain this wind cloud pill. Originally, our pellet hall wasn't willing to auction such a precious pill, but after a few alchemy grandmasters of our pellet hall examined it, they discovered that this pill is extremely special. Ordinary people can consume it, so we can only auction it, said the old man. Although the old man said that ordinary people couldn't consume it, it didn't affect the price of the wind cloud pill. The starting price of the wind cloud pill is 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Each increment must not be lower than 100 high-grade spiritual stones, said the old man. Just as the old man finished speaking, countless cultivators began to crazily bid. 2,000 high-grade spiritual stones. 3,000 high-grade spiritual stones. 5,000 high-grade spiritual stones. A brief moment later, the price of the wind cloud pill had reached 8,000 high-grade spiritual stones. This was an unprecedented craze since the establishment of the pellet hall. Seeing everyone crazily bidding, the old man's face was filled with excitement. Just this wind cloud pill alone would bring huge profits to the pellet hall. Finally, the price of the wind cloud pill reached 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones. However, the price was still soaring. Fong Chen did not bid because there were too many people bidding right now. Even if he bid, it wouldn't have any effect. He wanted to bid last. Competing in spiritual stones? Chapter 390. At this moment, Fong Chen was staring at the wind cloud pill on the stage with excitement in his heart. This was related to whether he could reach the 9th stage of the Wind Cloud Sutra or not. So no matter what, he was determined to get the Wind Cloud pill. Although he might not be the wealthiest, he would fight until the end. He wouldn't give up on any opportunity. In just a brief moment, the price of the Wind Cloud pill had risen to 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones. At this moment, the number of people bidding decreased. Many cultivators were still rational. It wasn't worth 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones for a wind cloud pill. But for some rich cultivators, they were determined to get it. They wanted to use their wealth to suppress others. Time slowly passed. Everyone was paying attention to the wind cloud pill, so no one noticed that it was getting late. The auction lasted from noon to night, but many cultivators were still excited. 110,000 high-grade spiritual stones. A warrior gritted his teeth and said, just as he finished speaking, someone called out a bid of 120,000 upper-grade spirit stones. That cultivator pondered for a brief moment before he shook his head. He no longer bid and gave up on the wind cloud pill. At this moment, the illusory Marshal Marquis and Fong Chen still did not bid. They were waiting for the final opportunity. A wind cloud pill wasn't worth much, but because it came from the wind cloud Marshal Marquis, its price was slightly higher. But it wouldn't be too high. In the blink of an eye, the price of the wind cloud pill had reached a terrifying 200,000 high-grade spiritual stones. This scene made the old man hosting the auction extremely excited. In all the previous auctions, such a thing had never happened before. It was unprecedented. When the price of the wind cloud pill rose to 200,000 high-grade spiritual stones, the number of people bidding finally decreased. In the end, there was only one cultivator bidding. 210,000 high-grade spiritual stones. After the cultivator bid 210,000 high-grade spiritual stones. He grinned. He realized that there was no one else bidding in the tent. It seemed that the wind cloud pill was within his reach. This gentleman has bid 210,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Is there anyone else bidding? The old man on the stage looked at the crowd with hope in his eyes. He hoped that someone else would bid. If that happened, the price of the wind cloud pill would make history in the pellet hall. Sure enough, just as the old man finished speaking, the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis finally made a bid. 250,000 high-grade spirit stones. The illusory Ian Marshall Marquis casually made a bid. Following the bid of the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis, the gazes of many warriors were focused on the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis. After seeing the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis bid, the expression of the warrior, who was originally full of smiles, kept changing. He was thinking if it was worth it to offend a Marshall Marquis for a wind cloud pill. Finally, after some thought, this cultivator made a decision, and that was to continue increasing the price. As long as it was still within his acceptable range, he would fight for it. 260,000 high-grade spirit stones, the warrior called out. 300,000 high-grade spirit stones. Fong Chen finally opened his mouth. Originally, everyone thought that only the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis would compete with this mysterious warrior for the wind cloud pill. However, they did not expect that a strange man would appear midway. At this moment, many elders from the small divine peak were carefully sizing up Fong Chen. They were curious about who dared to compete with the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis for the wind cloud pill. Suddenly, an elder from the small divine peak had a slight change in expression and said in a deep voice, "He's Tainyo." Hearing the elder's words, the elders from the small divine peak were shocked. They never thought that the top expert of the younger generation, Tainyo, whose name shook the Golden Crown Nation, would actually come to their Feng prefecture city. Tainyo wants to compete for the wind cloud pill. The elder from the small divine peak was puzzled. I wonder if he can win against the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis. Another elder said thoughtfully. The moment the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis made a bid, Fong Chen and the other warrior bid one after another. This made the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis' face a little gloomy. Although he had a lot of wealth, someone was competing with him for something that should belong to him. This made the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis unhappy. For 100,000 high-grade spirit stones, the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis said directly, "I've often heard that the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis' wealth is astonishing. Indeed, it's a well-deserved reputation. I withdraw." The warrior who had bid before thought for a moment and said directly. After he withdrew, only Fong Chen was left to compete with the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis for the wind cloud pill. Everyone's gazes were focused on Fong Chen. 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. Fong Chen said. 600,000 high-grade spirit stones. The illusory Ian Marshall Marquis said coldly. After the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis finished bidding, he turned his head to look at Fong Chen. His eyes instantly turned gray, and then a formless aura shot out from his eyes. When everyone saw this scene, they sucked in a breath of cold air. The illusory Ian Marshall Marquis was actually using an illusion in front of so many people. The illusory Ian Marshall Marquis is too strong, some warriors whispered. At this moment, Fong Chen, who was bidding, suddenly sensed the gaze of the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis. In the next moment, he was shocked and thought to himself, "Not good, the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis is going to use an illusion." Fong Chen was just about to use all his strength to block the illusory Ian Marshall Marquis' gaze when Ancestor Bronze opened his mouth. "Humph, a piece of trash dares to use such a clumsy illusion." As soon as Ancestor Bronze finished speaking, a silent aura instantly surrounded Fong Chen's body and blocked the illusion of the illusory een Marshal Marquis. Hiss, hiss, hissed the illusory een Marshal Marquis, kept staring at Fong Qin. From time to time, a terrifying aura would be emitted from his gray eyes. The atmosphere in the entire tent was extremely oppressive. When the illusory een Marshal Marquis suddenly attacked, even the old man on the stage did not dare to stop him. That kid is not moving at all. Could it be that he is being controlled by the illusory een Marshal Marquis? The illusions of the illusory een Marshal Marquis are extremely powerful. This kid is so young, he definitely won't be able to block the illusions of the illusory een Marshal Marquis. Looks like this kid is going to be unlucky. His luck is too bad to meet the illusory een Marshal Marquis. In the tent, many warriors were shaking their heads, thinking that Fong Qin was doomed. Even the upper echelons of the small divine peak, sitting in the first row, shook their heads. They knew Tainyo's identity and sighed. It was a pity for such a young warrior. Crash! Just as everyone was about to be controlled by the illusory een Marshal Marquis because Fong Qin was about to be controlled, the former's face suddenly revealed a brilliant smile. At the same time, the illusion of the illusory een Marshal Marquis disappeared and his pupils returned to normal. Seeing Fong Qin's brilliant smile, the illusory een Marshal Marquis' face darkened. Humph! The illusory een Marshal Marquis snorted and turned his head, no longer looking at Fong Qin. What? Under the illusion of the illusory een Marshal Marquis, nothing happened to him. Heavens, who is this kid? How can he block the illusion of the illusory een Marshal Marquis? Could it be that this kid is also an illusion cultivator? Tainyo blocked it. Not only were the warriors in the tent exclaiming in surprise, even the elders of the small divine peak exclaimed in surprise. The illusory een Marshal Marquis was an expert who had been famous for a long time. His illusions had already been cultivated to the point of perfection. Ordinary warriors would not be able to block his illusions, but Fong Qin had actually managed to block it. Crash! The entire tent was in an uproar. Countless warriors looked at Fong Qin with reverence. 700,000 high-grade spirit stones. Fong Qin smiled brilliantly and called out. This time, the illusory een Marshal Marquis surprisingly did not call out a price, nor did he say anything. Instead, he stood up and coldly glanced at Fong Qin. Finally, he flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. No one had expected the auction to end in such a manner. At the same time, everyone was secretly sizing up Fong Qin. Since he dared to snatch something from the illusory een Marshal Marquis, the illusory een Marshal Marquis would definitely not let him off. However, Fong Qin didn't think too much about it. After the auction ended, he paid the spirit stones and obtained the wind cloud pill. When he obtained the wind cloud pill, Fong Qin's heart was filled with excitement. Just as Fong Qin was about to leave the auction, the elders of the small divine peak suddenly walked in front of Fong Qin. "Is this little friend Tainyo?" asked one of the elders with a smile. Fong Qin recognized the people from small divine peak and nodded. Little friend Tainyo is truly worthy of being called a young genius. To be able to enter the Marshal Marquis ranking at such a young age, I represent the small divine peak to invite little friend Tainyo to the small divine peak for a chat. "What do you think?" laughed one of the elders. Fong Qin didn't hesitate at all and directly nodded. After obtaining the wind cloud pill, he had originally needed to find a quiet place to cultivate. Furthermore, he had to be on guard against the illusory een Marshal Marquis' sneak attack, so the small divine peak was a good choice. In the end, Fong Qin followed the many elders of Little Divine Peak and left the auction house, heading to Little Divine Peak. At this time, in a certain courtyard within Feng Prefecture City, the illusory een Marshal Marquis was sitting on a stone bench, his face filled with fury. "Have you investigated who that brat is?" icily asked the illusory een Marshal Marquis. "Lord Marshal Marquis, according to our investigation, That brat is the peak expert of the younger generation, Tainyo, who caused an uproar in the Golden Guan country a while ago. Beside the illusory Marshal Marquis, a subordinate respectfully said, Tainyo. Clearly, the illusory Marshal Marquis had also heard of Tainyo's name. Humph, no matter who you are, you will pay a heavy price for stealing my things, said the illusory Marshal Marquis icily. Where is he now? Lord Marshal Marquis. After the auction ended, he followed the people from the small divine peak to the small divine peak, said the subordinate. Humph, I'll wait for you in Feng Prefecture City. I don't believe you'll continue hiding in the small divine peak, said the illusory Marshal Marquis icily. Chapter 391. Fang Chen's group quickly arrived at Little Divine Peak. As a 2-star sect, Little Divine Peak was about the same size as the Sword Reverence sect. However, the Sword Reverence sect was a holy land for sword cultivators, while Little Divine Peak was a holy land for finger cultivators. Finger cultivators were actually a type of martial cultivators. However, they focused on finger techniques. In the Golden Crown Nation, Little Divine Peak was considered the peak of finger techniques. So many of the younger generation who cultivated finger techniques had joined Little Divine Peak. As for Shenjiang, he was once one of the 9 princes. He was the strongest person in Little Divine Peak's younger generation. His finger techniques had already reached an outstanding level. But unfortunately, he had encountered Tai Yun and Protector Wu Xian. He had been directly possessed and died a miserable death. After arriving at Minor God Peak, the elders brought Tainyo to the main hall. At this moment, the Peak Master of Minor God Peak was meditating in the main hall. When he saw the elders return, he smiled and asked, Did you get anything this time? The elders shook their heads. The illusory Marshal Marquis appeared in this auction. Upon hearing the words illusory Marshal Marquis, a trace of astonishment flashed across the Peak Master's face. Soon after, he looked towards Fang Qin, who was behind the elders. This person is, asked the Peak Master. Peak Master, this person is Tainyo, who caused an uproar in the Golden Crown Nation a while ago, said one of the elders. When he heard the 2 words Tainyo, the Peak Master's eyes brightened. Soon after, he carefully observed Tainyo. A long while later, the Peak Master heartily laughed. After which he said, Not bad. To be able to enter the Marshal Marquis list at such a young age, you are indeed formidable. Peak Master overpraises me. Fang Qin clasped his hands. Peak Master, this time, Tainyo also participated in the auction. During the auction for the Wind Cloud Marshal Marquis Wind Cloud Pill, he had a bit of a conflict with the illusory Marshal Marquis. So I brought him back, said an elder. Oh, he fought over the Wind Cloud Pill with the illusory Marshal Marquis? Not only that, Tainyo's strength is extremely tyrannical. Furthermore, the cultivation technique he cultivates is abnormally special. The illusion technique of the illusory Marshal Marquis is actually ineffective against him. In the end, he successfully bid for the Wind and Cloud Pill and offended the illusory Marshal Marquis. I was worried that the illusory Marshal Marquis would attack him, so I invited him to my Little Divine Peak. The elder laughed and said, hearing the elder's words, How could the Peak Master not know the elder's intentions? Tainyo was so young, yet he was able to enter the Marshal Marquis list. His talent must be incomparably monstrous. The elder had invited him to the small Divine Peak because he wanted Tainyo to give some pointers to the young martialists of the small Divine Peak. Ever since Shenjiang had died, the small Divine Peak hadn't had a single disciple who could reach Xinjiang's level. Therefore, the small Divine Peak was very anxious. Haha, Tainyo, stay at my Little Divine Peak. You don't have to worry about the illusory Marshal Marquis. The Peak Master laughed out loud. Thank you, Peak Master. Fang Qin cupped his hands in thanks. Tainyo, I hope that when you have time, you can give some pointers to the younger generation of the small Divine Peak, said the Peak Master. Hearing the Peak Master's words, Fong Qin nodded. In the end, Fong Qin was arranged to stay in an independent courtyard. The small divine peak did this to let Fong Qin give pointers to the younger generation of the small divine peak. The second reason was to let Fong Qin feel grateful and use this opportunity to rope in Fong Qin. All the major factions of the Golden Crown Nation knew that Tainyo had entered the Martial Marquis list at such a young age. His future achievements would definitely be extraordinary. If they were on good terms with Tainyo now, when Tainyo's strength was tyrannical in the future, he could easily help their sect. Therefore, the Peak Master of the Small Divine Peak did not hesitate to lower his status and befriend Fong Qin. Fong Qin naturally sensed the intentions of the people of the Small Divine Peak. However, since they were willing to befriend him, he would not refuse. In this way, Fong Qin stayed at the Small Divine Peak for the next few days. Of course, the first thing he did during this period was to take the Wind Cloud Pill. Fong Qin used a day to adjust his body to its peak state. The next day, Fong Qin began to take the Wind Cloud Pill. With a flick of his wrist, a pitch-black medicinal pill appeared in his hand. This was the Wind Cloud Pill he had obtained for 700,000 high-grade spirit stones. A Wind Cloud Pill refined by the Wind Cloud Marquis? Could it be that the Wind Cloud Marquis also knows how to refine pills? Fong Qin was puzzled. He also didn't know what grade this Wind Cloud Pill was. As Fong Qin held the Wind Cloud Pill in his hand, he could clearly feel a heat coming from the Wind Cloud Pill. "Little fellow, this isn't just a medicinal pill," suddenly said Ancestor Bronze. "Ancestor, if this isn't a medicinal pill, then what is it?" asked Fong Qin. "There is a seal on the surface of this medicinal pill. If you undo that seal, you'll know that this isn't just a medicinal pill." "It's the life essence of an expert," said Ancestor Bronze. Ancestor Bronze Dragon had lived for a very long time, so he could tell at a glance that the Wind Cloud Pill was extraordinary. Fong Qin was shocked when he heard Ancestor Bronze Dragon's words. "Ancestor, do you know how to remove the seal on this pill?" Fong Qin didn't doubt Ancestor Bronze's words. It was because of him that he had been able to escape danger several times. "If I was at my peak, I could undo the seal with a single glance. But right now, I don't have any methods," Ancestor Bronze faintly said. "However, I do know a method that might be able to undo the seal." "What method?" asked Fong Qin urgently. This was related to whether or not he could cultivate the wind and cloud, heaven extinguishing scripture. "Find a space filled with lightning and then gather the power of the 9 heavens, lightning, to strike the pill. Perhaps that will give you a chance," said Ancestor Bronze. "For the current you." Fong Qin sank into contemplation. He had thought that he could directly take the Wind Cloud Pill and cultivate the Wind and Cloud Mantra. But after hearing Ancestor Bronze's words, he made his choice. He had waited for so long, so he didn't care about waiting a few more days. Soon after, Fong Qin stopped cultivating and went to the square of Small Divine Peak. He wanted to ask the Peak Master of Small Divine Peak if there was a place where lightning gathered in Feng Province City. Walking on the square, Fong Qin could see that countless disciples of Small Divine Peak were diligently cultivating. Just as Fong Qin was walking, a cultivator suddenly stopped cultivating and walked in front of Fong Qin. "You're Tainyo." "Yes." Fong Qin nodded. He didn't understand. "I heard that you've already entered the Martial Marquis list. I want to exchange pointers with you," said the cultivator seriously. Fong Qin was startled. "The current you is still unable to exchange pointers with me. However, I can give you some pointers. I can sense that although your aura is vigorous, it is mixed with a trace of weakness. Your foundation isn't solid. You have to pay attention to the cultivation of your foundation from now on." After hearing Fong Qin's words, the cultivator fell into deep thought. A moment later, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. "Tainyo, thank you for your pointers." Just like that, Fong Chen gave pointers to more than a dozen cultivators on the square before finally arriving at the Peak Master's place. "Tainyo, you've come?" asked the Peak Master of Small Divine Peak when he saw Fong Chen. "Peak Master, is there a place where lightning gathers in Feng Province City?" Fong Chen got straight to the point. "Oh, why are you looking for a place where lightning gathers?" The Peak Master looked at Fong Chen with astonishment. "To tell you the truth, I cultivate a cultivation technique that requires a place where lightning gathers in order to reach perfection. Right now, I'm stuck at a bottleneck, so," said Fong Chen. The Peak Master was even more astonished. Just what kind of cultivation technique did Tai Nyo cultivate that required him to cultivate in a place where lightning gathers? However, he still opened his mouth. "Within Feng Province City, only my small divine peak has a place where lightning gathers," said the Peak Master. "Oh, small divine peak has one." Fong Chen's eyes flickered with excitement. "My small divine peak has a space called the Lightning Dominion. This Lightning Dominion is filled with extremely powerful lightning energy. The disciples of my small divine peak can cultivate their finger arts with half the effort in the Lightning Dominion," said the Peak Master. "Then can I enter?" asked Fong Chen. The Peak Master nodded. "If it was someone else, they definitely wouldn't be able to enter. But you are an honored guest of my small divine peak, so you can naturally enter. This is my identity token. You can enter the Lightning Dominion at any time." "Many thanks, Peak Master," said Fong Chen. Then Fong Chen left the hall. Just after he left, an elder appeared in front of the Peak Master. "Peak Master, you actually let him enter the Lightning Dominion?" asked the elder with astonishment. "He isn't a member of my small divine peak. Even if he enters the Lightning Dominion, he won't be able to sense that thing." "It's fine," said the Peak Master. "Letting him enter the Lightning Dominion means he owes my small divine peak a favor. In the coming days, he will definitely work hard to guide the younger generation of my small divine peak." "This is an extremely important matter," said the Peak Master. The elder didn't say anything else. After receiving the Peak Master's identity token, Fong Chen didn't rush to the Lightning Dominion. Instead, he prepared to rest for a day before going. However, he didn't return to his courtyard. Instead, he strolled around the small divine peak by himself. No one had come to this peak all year round. Fong Chen stood at the top of the peak and looked down. He didn't speak for a long time. Just at this moment, a voice entered Fong Chen's ears. "Brother Tai Nyo." Fong Chen turned his head and saw that this person was the current #1 expert of Small Divine Peak's younger generation. Shenli, Brother Shenli. Fong Chen had already been at Small Divine Peak for several days, so he naturally recognized Shenli. "Brother Tai Nyo, I have a request," said Shenli suddenly. "Oh, what is it Brother Shenli needs?" "There's no harm in saying it," said Fong Chen directly. Shenli suddenly approached Fong Chen. When he arrived in front of Fong Chen, he put his head next to Fong Chen's ear and softly said, "I want something. Brother Tai Nyo, can you help me?" "What is it?" asked Fong Chen. "Your life." As Shenli said this, a cold light shot out of his finger and landed on Fong Chen's body. Bang! Fong Chen's body was struck by Shenli's finger, and he instantly retreated. At the same time, a bloody hole appeared in his stomach. Blood continuously flowed out. Fong Chen's entire body emitted a wild fury as he furiously roared. Chapter 392. Hearing Shen Li's words, Fong Chen immediately understood. He did not think that the illusory Yin Martial Marquis would be able to reach Small Divine Peak. Damn it! Although Shen Li's strength was not as strong as Xinjiang's, he was still at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. Caught off guard, Fong Chen was hit by Shen Li's finger. Fong Chen's stomach was bleeding profusely. He was injured. "As long as I kill you, I can become the disciple of the illusory Yin Martial Marquis. Therefore you must die," Shen Li said sinisterly. Seeing that Tai Nyo was injured, Shenli was not worried at all. Tai Nyo would counterattack. Even if Tai Nyo was an expert on the martial marquee list, his strength would be greatly reduced after being hit by Shen Li's finger technique. Therefore, now was the best time to kill Tai Nyo. Swoosh light appeared on Shen Li's finger. At the same time, Shen Li's body emitted a terrifying aura. When the aura around his body reached its peak, Shen Li's finger suddenly pointed at Fang Chen. Immediately, the light on his finger condensed into a ray of light. Small Divine Peak was best at finger techniques. Moreover, Small Divine Peak's secret technique was also a finger technique. Shen Li was the #1 disciple of Small Divine Peak's younger generation. Naturally, he had cultivated Small Divine Peak's secret technique. At this moment, he was using Small Divine Peak's secret technique to kill Tai Nyo. Seeing that Shen Li was attacking him, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent. In the next moment, his soul moved, and the great Luo soul-killing flame was instantly unleashed. Swoosh in the sky, a soul flame appeared and silently entered Shen Li's body. Although Fang Chen was injured, it was still easy for him to deal with Shen Li. Ah! A miserable shriek was heard. Shen Li's soul was trembling. The ray of light in the sky was instantly dispersed. In the end, Shen Li had underestimated the strength of a martial marquee list expert. He thought that by catching Tai Nyo off guard and injuring him, Tai Nyo would not be able to counterattack. However, he was wrong. Fang Chen was not only a sword cultivator, he was also a soul cultivator. The most frightening thing about soul cultivators was that they could still unleash the most terrifying soul attacks as long as their souls were unharmed. Shen Li was focused on the finger art and didn't care about the cultivation of his soul. Therefore, his soul was very weak and couldn't withstand Fang Chen's great Luo soul slaughter flame. Bangshin Li's soul was burned by the soul flame. Finally, his body fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. After killing the #1 person of the younger generation in Small Divine Peak, Fang Chen naturally notified the Peak Master of Small Divine Peak immediately. Not long after, many elders and Peak Masters rushed over. When they saw Shen Li's corpse, their faces turned ugly. Tai Nyo, what's going on? Asked the Peak Master. Peak Master, the illusory Een martial marquee hand, has reached Little Divine Peak, and Shen Li is his puppet. Shen Li attacked me when I wasn't paying attention and was killed by me, Fang Chen said bluntly. Hearing Fang Chen's words, some elders were displeased. Who knows if you killed Shen Li on purpose? That's right. With Shen Li's strength, how could he sneak attack you? Tai Nyo, although you've entered the martial marquee ranking, you have to give us an explanation. The Peak Master and the other elders didn't say anything. They just calmly looked at Tai Nyo. I don't need to lie to you, said Fang Chen. Although he was in Small Divine Peak, Fang Chen wasn't the slightest bit afraid. If the Peak Master really did attack him, he was confident he could escape unscathed. Tai Nyo, you've gone too far. You dared to commit murder in my Small Divine Peak. Peak Master, kill him. That's right. Peak Master, although he's entered the martial marquee ranking, if we don't kill him, what face will my Small Divine Peak have? Several elders were infuriated and wanted to kill Tai Nyo. Tai Nyo, I want to believe you, said the Peak Master after thinking for a long time. Hearing the Peak Master's words, the elders who wanted to kill Fang Chen were extremely furious. However, they did not dare to say anything. Just like that, Shen Li's matter was resolved. However, the Peak Master didn't stop there. After Shen Li's death, he had discovered a few spies within Small Divine Peak. The reason he believed Tai Nyo was because he knew there were spies within Small Divine Peak. Many thanks for your explanation, Peak Master, said Fang Chen. You should go back and rest, said the Peak Master. The next day, Fang Chen entered the Lightning Dominion. It was also on this day that the Peak Master of the Small Divine Peak suddenly attacked and killed 3 elders. These three elders were the ones who had strongly supported the previous day in killing Tainyo. The deaths of the three elders caused an uproar within small divine peak. The ordinary disciples didn't know what was going on. Why would the peak master kill the three of them? In the end, when the peak master showed them the evidence, they realized that the three dead elders had colluded with outsiders. Little divine peak's spies. Many martial artists understood. Fang Qin, who was in the lightning dominion, naturally didn't know that because of him, the spies hidden within small divine peak for such a long time had revealed themselves. At this time, in an independent courtyard in Feng State City, the illusory Yin Martial Marquis was listening to a report from his subordinate. Suddenly, a strong wind blew and a powerful aura enveloped the entire courtyard. Peak Master of Small Divine Peak. The illusory Yin Martial Marquis stood up when he saw the person who had come. He looked at the Peak Master of Small Divine Peak warily. Illusory Yin Martial Marquis, since you have a backer, I will not bicker with you about this matter. If something like this happens again, you will pay the price. After saying that, the Peak Master of the Small Divine Peak turned around and left. Seeing the Peak Master of Small Divine Peak leave, the illusory Yin Martial Marquis expression changed. Damn it! After a long time, the illusory Yin Martial Marquis cursed. The Peak Master of Small Divine Peak was a condensing reality realm expert. If it weren't for the illusory Yin Martial Marquis background, he would have already killed him. This time he only wanted to intimidate the illusory Yin Martial Marquis. However, he believed that the illusory Yin Martial Marquis would not dare to do anything in the future. The Small Divine Peak was located on an unbroken chain of mountain peaks. One of the peaks was the most important place of the Small Divine Peak. There was an independent space, they're called the Thunder Territory. It was said that the Thunder Territory contained extremely wild lightning power. The disciples of the Small Divine Peak usually practiced their finger techniques in the Thunder Territory. At first, Fang Qin did not understand how one could practice finger techniques in the Thunder Territory. However, he finally understood now. At this time, Fang Qin was in the Thunder Territory. Not far from him, there was a disciple of the Small Divine Peak. This disciple's finger was pointing at the powerful lightning in the sky from time to time, using the power of lightning to refine the finger technique. This is a pretty good idea. After looking at it for a while, a smile appeared on Fang Qin's face. The lightning power in the Thunder Territory was abnormally abundant. It was a good place to practice finger techniques. It was no wonder that the finger techniques of the Small Divine Peak were so powerful. Kid, look for the place with the densest lightning, Ancestor Bronze said. Then, Fang Qin started to search. The Thunder Territory was extremely spacious. The entire Thunder Territory was filled with extreme lightning power. Thunder dragons would roar in the sky from time to time. Ordinary martialists would not be able to stay in the Thunder Territory for long. The deeper one went in the Thunder Territory, the stronger the lightning power. Therefore, most of the disciples of the Small Divine Peak stayed at the edge of the Thunder Territory. Almost no one dared to enter the depths of the Thunder Territory. However, someone had entered the depths of the Thunder Territory today. Look! Someone has entered the depths of the Thunder Territory, a disciple suddenly exclaimed. Who would dare enter the depths of the Thunder Territory? It's not a disciple of the Small Divine Peak. Could it be Tainyo? He is indeed a powerhouse on the Martial Marquis list. The strength of his physical body makes me feel ashamed. Many disciples of the Small Divine Peak exclaimed when they discovered Tainyo. They watched as Tainyo disappeared from their line of sight. This also meant that Tainyo had entered the true depths of the Thunder Territory. At this moment, Fang Qin was surrounded by a dense lightning power. When he reached the deepest part, the sky was purple. The sky was filled with purple lightning. The sound of thunder resounded through the sky. The dense thunderbolts converged into numerous lightning dragons that bombarded the ground continuously. "This is the place," Fong Qin said solemnly. "All right, let's begin," Ancestor Bronze said. Fong Chen walked to the place with the densest lightning power and sat down cross-legged. The wind cloud elixir appeared in his palm. In the next moment, Fong Chen started to absorb the lightning power according to Ancestor Bronze's method. Rumble. In the sky, the purple thunder dragons gathered together and bombarded Fong Chen fiercely. Crack! The power of the thunder dragons was very strong. When they bombarded Fong Chen's palm, the wind cloud elixir exploded. Even though Fong Chen had activated his strong Tao body, he still felt a wave of pain. What a strong lightning power! Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh. Fong Chen's eyes lit up when he saw the thunder dragons shatter the wind cloud elixir. He continued to bombard it. After all, he had a strong body that could last for a long time. Fong Chen wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to unseal the wind cloud elixir. Rumble. One after another, the purple thunder dragons bombarded the wind cloud elixir. At this moment, Fong Chen's Tao body was fully activated to resist the bombardment of the thunder dragons. During this process, the strength of Fong Chen's physical body was actually increasing slowly. Time passed bit by bit. Fong Chen was almost numb. If the bombardment continued, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard from his palm. The outer shell of the wind cloud pill shattered instantly, and a pill that was emitting a glow appeared in Fong Chen's palm. "It's unsealed." Fong Chen's eyes lit up as he said. Then, Fong Chen confirmed that the wind cloud elixir had been unsealed. He stood up and roared to the sky, as if he was venting the pain of being bombarded by the thunder dragons. Just as Fong Chen roared, countless purple thunder dragons suddenly gathered in the sky and bombarded Fong Chen. Boom! Chapter 393. Fong Chen was battered and exhausted. His clothes were in tatters, and he was infuriated. "Isn't it just a shout? Is there a need for this?" roared Fong Chen. No matter who it was, being struck by lightning wouldn't feel good, and Fong Chen was no exception. However, Fong Chen didn't stop. He was afraid of being struck by the lightning dragon in the sky again, so he quickly left the lightning field. At this time, the disciples of the small divine peaks that were cultivating at the edge of the lightning field suddenly saw a martial artist hastily rush out. "Tai Nio has come out!" shouted a disciple. Instantly, the majority of the disciples looked at Tai Nio. They were shocked to see that Tai Nio's clothes were in tatters as he hastily left the lightning field. The lightning field's depths are too terrifying. Even Tai Nio was reduced to this state. After Fong Chen left the thunder region, he quickly returned to his independent courtyard at lightning speed. Damnable lightning! Fong Chen couldn't help cursing. He found a new set of clothes and put them on while cursing. But halfway through his cursing, he was startled. "My physical body's strength." Fong Chen muttered to himself. His physical body's strength had unknowingly reached the peak of a 3-star Tao body. Could it be the lightning of the lightning field? Fong Chen thought to himself. That was the only explanation. It seemed the lightning field was a good place to temper the physical body. His physical body had reached the peak of a 3-star Tao body, and he was only a step away from a 4-star Tao body. That made Fong Chen extremely excited. At the same time, his fiend god body refinement had also reached the 2nd level. "I'll take the wind cloud pill first, then go to the lightning field to temper my physical body," Fong Chen thought to himself. Then, Fong Chen steadied himself and sat down cross-legged. He took out the shiny wind and cloud pill and looked at it carefully. After a long time, Fong Chen was startled, and an incredulous expression appeared on his face. How is this possible? Fong Chen was shocked. How was this a pill? It was clearly a kind of pure energy. Could it be the wind cloud martial marquis life's essence? Fong Chen thought to himself. After that, Fong Chen released his soul and wrapped it around the pill. Immediately, a thought entered Fong Chen's mind. the Wind Cloud Martial Marquis, was unhindered in the Golden Guan Nation. But in the end, I was actually killed by the Black Iron Martial Marquis. Even if I die, I will not let the Black Iron Martial Marquis have an easy time. This pill is condensed from my life's blood and sweat. Only warriors who train in the Wind and Cloud mantra can consume this pill. After consuming it, they can obtain my strength, and their strength will explosively increase. I don't have any other requests, as long as you can help me kill the Black Iron Marquis. Hearing this voice, Fang Chen was also startled. This Wind and Cloud pill was actually condensed from the blood and sweat of the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis. Fortunately, there was a seal on it. Otherwise, how could he have obtained it? Looks like it's the will of the heavens. Only those who cultivated the Wind and Cloud mental cultivation method could consume it, and he happened to cultivate the Wind and Cloud mental cultivation method. In the next moment, Fang Chen directly put the shining pill into his mouth and then into his dantian. Suddenly, a wild aura filled the air. It hurts. Fang Chen felt a wave of pain. The Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis powerful energy was filling his entire body. At this moment, the entire small divine peak felt a powerful wave of energy. Finally, the Peak Lord found out that this wave of energy came from Tai Nyo's courtyard. The Peak Lord ordered that no one was allowed to go near Tai Nyo's courtyard. This wave of energy lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, the wave of energy disappeared and Fang Chen instantly woke up. Finished absorbing? The first thing Fang Chen did when he woke up was to check his body. After checking, he found that the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis power had been completely absorbed by him. At the same time, Fang Chen found that his cultivation had broken through the bottleneck and reached the 8th level of the Qi Hai realm. 8th level. Fang Chen could not help but feel excited. After reaching the 8th level of the Qi Hai realm, his strength had increased. If he were to meet the Sky River Martial Marquis now, he would definitely be able to kill him in an instant. As expected of the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis, after absorbing his power, my body has undergone an earth-shattering change. Fang Chen said. Finally, Fang Chen found that the Wind and Cloud mental cultivation method had automatically entered the 9th level. The Wind and Cloud mental cultivation method had entered the 9th level. This meant that he could cultivate the Wind and Cloud heaven extinguishing scripture. Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis, don't worry. It won't be long before I can avenge you. Fang Chen said in a deep voice. In the following time, Fang Chen wholeheartedly studied the Wind and Cloud heaven extinguishing scripture. The Wind and Cloud heaven extinguishing scripture was the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis' ultimate skill. Its power was extraordinary. Although it was only a 4th rank skill, once it was cultivated to perfection, it would not be any weaker than a 5th rank skill. Because he had absorbed the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis power, Fang Chen's cultivation of the Wind and Cloud heaven extinguishing scripture was extremely fast. In just 7 days, Fang Chen had successfully cultivated the Wind and Cloud heaven extinguishing scripture. Such powerful power! Fang Chen said in his heart, the Wind and Cloud heaven extinguishing scripture was too powerful. It was many times stronger than the water and fire sword technique. In a short period of time, Fang Chen's cultivation had once again advanced by leaps and bounds. The current him, with his own strength, was probably able to enter the top 60 of the Martial Marquis list. After Fang Chen's strength had increased, he went to the Lightning Dominion once again. This time, it was mainly to temper the strength of his body. In 3 days' time, Fang Chen had cultivated the Divine Devil Body Tempering Technique to the 3rd level. As for the strength of his body, it had finally broken through the bottleneck and reached the 4-star Dao Body. Such a young 4-star Dao Body was enough to shock Jin Guangua. After returning from the Lightning Dominion, Fang Chen stopped cultivating. He also understood this principle. After cultivating to a certain extent, he should relax. He also felt guilty. During this period of time, Feng Qin had been teaching the younger generation of disciples of the small divine peak. Among them, the one who had the most outstanding improvement was Xinhua. Before Xin Li had died, his strength had been suppressed by Xin Li. However, after Xin Li's death, he had received guidance from Feng Qin, and his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. In just half a month, Xinhua's strength had reached the same level as Xinjiang's when he was alive. This also meant that the disciples of the small divine peak had once again entered the ranks of the 9 great princes of the Golden Crown Nation. All of this was seen by the peak master and the others. They were very gratified. In the blink of an eye, Feng Qin had already been at the small divine peak for a month. During this period of time, Feng Qin's gains had been great. In particular, the speed at which his strength had increased had surprised him a little. Originally, Feng Qin had been preparing to guide Xinhua for a few days. However, on a certain day, he received a piece of news. Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng have been discovered in the Sword Burial region. They have encountered danger. This news had come from the small divine peak's disciples. When he heard this, Feng Qin's heart was filled with worry. Jian Feng and Xiahou Wu have encountered danger? Could it be the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect? Feng Qin wondered inside. After that, Feng Qin made a decision. He would go to the Sword Burial region to rescue Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng. Tian Jinzi's fate was unknown. Jian Feng and Xiahou Wu were the only remaining disciples of the Sword Reverend sect. If the 2 of them died, it would be a complete nightmare for the Sword Reverend sect. On this day, Feng Qin went to find the Peak Master. Peak Master, I want to leave the Feng Prefecture city. Feng Qin stated his intentions. All right, I'll help you tie down the illusory Martial Marquis. You can handle the others, said the Peak Master. The Peak Master naturally understood Tai Nyo's potential. This was a good opportunity to befriend Tai Nyo. After agreeing to Feng Qin's request, the Peak Master left the small divine peak and appeared in the illusory Martial Marquis courtyard. As for Feng Qin, he was rapidly leaving the Feng Prefecture city. The sudden appearance of the small divine peak's Peak Master made the illusory Martial Marquis a bit puzzled. However, at this moment, one of his subordinates quickly arrived beside the illusory Martial Marquis and whispered to him, "Have you come to stop me?" The illusory Martial Marquis asked after hearing his subordinate's report. The small divine peak's Peak Master smiled faintly but didn't say anything. "Do you think that if you stop me, Tai Nyo can escape?" said the illusory Martial Marquis. "Go and bring back Tai Nyo's head." Hearing the words of the illusory Martial Marquis, the subordinates quickly retreated. "After offending me, even if I don't do anything, Tai Nyo won't be able to live." The illusory Martial Marquis was brimming with confidence. "Just your subordinates aren't Tai Nyo's match," said the small divine peak's Peak Master. Chapter 394. The Golden Sky Marquis was ranked 62nd on the Martial Marquis list. His strength had reached the point of perfection. When he heard the illusory Martial Marquis mention the Golden Sky Marquis, the Peak Master of the small divine peak also revealed a trace of surprise. Although Tai Nyo was strong, he was still a rising star. Facing the Golden Sky Marquis was very dangerous. "I'm afraid that the Golden Sky Marquis has already stopped Tai Nyo." The illusory Martial Marquis looked at the Peak Master of the small divine peak with a sinister smile. Although the Peak Master of the small divine peak was a condensing reality realm expert, the illusory Martial Marquis also had a very big background. He couldn't defeat the Peak Master of the small divine peak, but he could pin him down. At this moment, in the desolate plains outside the Feng Prefecture city, Feng Qin was rapidly walking. When he left the Feng Prefecture city, he had discovered that there were people following him. However, he sensed that these people's auras were very weak. They simply weren't his match. After a while, Fong Qin arrived at a desolate plain. He then stopped and turned his head to look behind him. "You've been following me for so long. Why haven't you come out yet?" As soon as Fong Chen's voice faded, several cultivators appeared on the desolate plain. Their eyes were filled with vigilance as they looked at Fong Chen. "Tainyo, you've offended the illusory Martial Marquis. You'll definitely die." "That's right. You're dreaming if you want to escape from the illusory Martial Marquis," several cultivators said coldly. Fong Chen sneered. The fact that the illusory Martial Marquis hadn't come meant that he had already been pinned down by the peak master of the small divine peak. With their strength, wanting to stop him was just a pipe dream. "With just the few of you?" Fong Chen sneered. His eyes flickered with killing intent. "What if you add me?" Just at this moment, a cultivator silently appeared behind Fong Chen. This cultivator wore golden clothes and had a sinister smile on his face. "Golden Sky Marquis," Fong Chen exclaimed in astonishment when he saw who it was. "Kid, you've offended the illusory Martial Marquis. It's impossible for you to leave." The Golden Heaven Martial Marquis laughed sinisterly. Seeing the appearance of the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis, the faces of the subordinates of the illusory Martial Marquis also revealed traces of smiles. After all, they were well aware of Iron Bull's strength. Once they started fighting, they wouldn't be Iron Bull's match at all. But now that the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis had appeared, Iron Bull would definitely die. Tainyo, the Gold Heaven Martial Marquis, is ranked 62nd on the Martial Marquis list. "With him here, how will you escape?" said the illusory Martial Marquis subordinate. Fong Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis. He said, "For me, the illusory Martial Marquis actually sent you here." Fong Chen said slowly, then shook his head. His eyes flickered, and in the next moment, a wild aura was emitted from his body. He said in a domineering manner, "However, even if you, the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis, are here, so what?" "Brat, you really are arrogant, but soon you'll know that this isn't arrogance, but ignorance." The Golden Heaven Martial Marquis sinisterly laughed as he looked at Fong Chen. "My intuition tells me that after today, you will disappear from the Martial Marquis list." Fong Chen stared straight at the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis. "What an arrogant fellow! If I let you escape today, how will I have the face to follow the illusory Martial Marquis in the future?" said the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis coldly. As soon as he said that, a wild aura came out of his body and instantly filled the air. "Brat, you can go die now." The Golden Heaven Martial Marquis roared, and his hand clenched into a fist. All his strength gathered on his fist, and he ferociously smashed it toward Fong Chen. The Golden Heaven Martial Marquis was ranked 62nd on the Martial Marquis list. He was incomparably powerful, and the power of his fist was too great. Fong Chen's eyes flickered as he looked at the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis' overbearing attack. Battle intent surged from him. During the time he had spent in the Divine Peak, his strength had increased. Crash! Fong Chen's hand suddenly shot forward. In the next moment, his hand instantly grew in size. His hand was filled with an incomparably dense energy. 4-star Tao Body. Fong Chen had activated his 4-star Tao Body's power and gathered it all on his palm. He wanted to use his palm to suppress the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis. Crack! Fong Chen's palm pressed down on the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis' fist. With a cracking sound, the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis' fist was directly crushed by Fong Chen's palm. How is this possible? The Golden Heaven Martial Marquis' face was originally full of smiles, but at this moment he felt a burst of fear. His fist instantly shattered, and a bloody mist sprayed out. "Ah!" The Golden Heaven Martial Marquis let out a miserable cry as he was instantly enveloped by Fong Chen's hand. "No, how can he be so strong?" cried the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis unwillingly. Under Fong Chen's hand, he was unable to resist at all. Could it be that his strength is already comparable to the top 60 of the Martial Marquis list? The Golden Heaven Martial Marquis anxiously pondered. Crack! Fong Chen's hand pressed down. His fiend god body refinement was pushed to the limit. The power of a 4-star Dao body seemed especially heavy at this moment. Every time Fong Chen's large hand pressed down, it would cause Gold Heaven Martial Marquis' bones to break, and cracking sounds could be heard. In the distance, the illusory Martial Marquis' subordinates were filled with shock. When did Iron Bull's strength become so strong? He can suppress the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis with one hand. Damn it, he's too strong. Even the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis isn't his match. Send this news back. We have to let the illusory Martial Marquis know. Those subordinates were filled with terror. I don't believe it. Being suppressed by Fong Chin, the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis roared furiously. He circulated all his strength, wanting to counterattack Fong Chin. But at this moment, Fong Chin said something. You are the first Martial Marquis to experience the power of the wind and cloud, heaven extinguishing scripture. As soon as Fong Chin said that, the aura of the wind and cloud sutra appeared on his palm. In the next moment, Fong Chin used the wind and cloud, heaven extinguishing scripture. This was the first time Fong Chin had used the wind and cloud, heaven extinguishing scripture. Its power was so great that it shocked even Fong Chin. Crack! After Fong Chin used the wind and cloud, heaven extinguishing scripture, the power in his palm once more increased. Then his hand pressed down, pressing the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis to the ground. Wind and cloud, heaven extinguishing scripture. You, hearing the words wind and cloud, heaven extinguishing scripture, the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis' face was filled with shock. Before he could finish, he was killed by Fong Chen's hand. Crack! With a loud sound, the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis' body fell to the ground unwillingly. Fong Chin retracted his hand. His eyes looked at the subordinates of the illusory Martial Marquis who were fleeing in the distance. Then, the hidden star sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He slashed a few times at the void. In the next moment, sharp water and fire sword lights suddenly appeared behind them. With a poochie sound, they directly pierced into the bodies of these warriors. Seeing that all of them were dead, Fong Chen retracted his gaze and looked at the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis. The wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture is indeed the ultimate technique of the wind and cloud Martial Marquis. Fong Chin couldn't help but sigh. However, Fong Chin also knew that it was impossible to kill the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis with just the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture. The reason why he could easily suppress the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis was because of his own strength. After that, Fong Chin took the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis' interspatial ring and turned to leave. At the same time, the illusory Martial Marquis, who was confronting the Peak Master of the small divine peak, received a message. Tai Nio killed the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis. When the illusory Martial Marquis received this message, his face was filled with shock. How is this possible? The illusory Martial Marquis cried out involuntarily. Seeing the illusory Martial Marquis' appearance, the Peak Master of the small divine peak was also a little surprised. Good, very good. I'll remember this matter. There will be a day when I, the illusory Martial Marquis, will take revenge, said the illusory Martial Marquis sinisterly. The news of the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis' death instantly spread throughout the entire Feng State City. When the Peak Master of the small divine peak learned of this matter, he was also endlessly shocked. Not long ago, Tai Nio had just entered the Martial Marquis ranking. How long had it been since then? He was actually able to easily suppress the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis. What a monstrous genius! said the peak master of the small divine peak. At the same time, many of the elders of the small divine peak were very happy. Some of the elders who had previously opposed befriending Tainyo were also extremely excited. It seemed that everything that the small divine peak had done was worth it. The news of Tainyo killing the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis spread throughout the entire Feng State City. At the same time, the illusory Yin Martial Marquis sent out a wanted order for Tainyo. When this news reached the imperial capital, the people of the Luo clan did not speak for a long time after hearing it. This Tainyo had been wanted by the Sky River Martial Marquis not long ago. Now he had provoked a Martial Marquis who was many times stronger than the Sky River Martial Marquis. At this moment, Feng Chen was rushing forward. He wanted to save Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng. Along the way, Feng Chen passed by a few cities and heard some news. It was reasonable for the illusory Yin Martial Marquis to send a wanted order for him. As long as he did not encounter the illusory Yin Martial Marquis, Feng Chen was confident that he could survive. However, after Feng Chen walked for about 2 days, when he was very close to his destination, he suddenly encountered an expert. The expert ranked 61st on the Martial Marquis ranking, the End Martial Marquis. At this moment, Feng Chen knew that when he passed by a certain city, he had accidentally exposed his whereabouts, causing the End Martial Marquis to chase after him. Tainyo, you have offended the illusory Yin Martial Marquis. There will be no place for you in the Golden Crown Nation. The End Martial Marquis blocked Tainyo's path and said coldly. Although he knew that Tainyo had easily suppressed the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis, he was not afraid. He was much stronger than the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis. Another one has come to die. Feng Chen slightly shook his head and said, I'm afraid the one who will die will be you. The End Martial Marquis laughed sinisterly. He carefully sized up Feng Chen and said, to be able to enter the Martial Marquis list at such a young age and kill the Golden Heaven Martial Marquis, I'm afraid that there should be some secrets on your body. If I kill you, these secrets will be mine. At that time, my strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. I might even be able to enter the top 30 of the Martial Marquis list. The End Martial Marquis treated Feng Chen as the prey and himself as the hunter. Chapter 395. Last Martial Marquis' eyes flickered as he carefully sized up Tainyo. He wanted to see what was so special about a martial artist that could easily suppress Golden Sky Marquis. However, after sizing him up, Last Martial Marquis didn't feel anything special about Feng Chen at all. Kid, your head is very valuable now. Last Martial Marquis said coldly. Noisy. Feng Chen narrowed his eyes, his face filled with killing intent. He didn't want to waste time. This place was very close to the buried sword region. He wanted to save Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng. Therefore, this battle had to end quickly. Kid, you're courting death. Hearing this, Last Martial Marquis' heart burned with anger. In the next moment, Last Martial Marquis erupted with an extremely tyrannical aura and directly attacked Feng Chen. Sky, wind, and cloud extinguishing scripture. Feng Chen used the sky, wind, and cloud extinguishing scripture. He stretched out his hand and directly suppressed Last Martial Marquis. No. Last Martial Marquis didn't even have time to say his last sentence before he was directly suppressed to death by Feng Chen's hand. Although Last Martial Marquis was much stronger than Golden Sky Marquis, Feng Chen used the sky, wind, and cloud extinguishing scripture to the extreme. Its power increased explosively and directly killed Last Martial Marquis. Let's go. After taking Last Martial Marquis' spatial ring, Feng Chen shouted in a low voice and jumped, disappearing from this place. 6 hours later, Feng Chen appeared at the periphery of the sword burial ground. The buried sword region was a very famous danger zone in the Golden Crown country. There were many legends about the buried sword region. One of the most famous legends was that within the buried sword region were the corpses of ancient sword experts. Within their corpses were powerful, ancient inheritances. As long as one could obtain one of these inheritances, they would be able to soar to the heavens. Moreover, there was a special restriction around the buried sword region. This restriction was very powerful. Even condensing reality realm experts couldn't break it. Because of the existence of this barrier, those above the Chi High realm could not enter the burial sword territory. Only those at the Chi High realm could enter. At this moment, outside the buried sword territory, there were many martial artists with evil auras. They were the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Since when did the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect become so arrogant? Fang Qin wondered to himself. In the next moment, the hidden star sword appeared in Fang Chen's hand, and he directly displayed the water and fire sword technique. Swoosh streaks of sword light of water and fire emerged from the hidden star sword and stabbed at the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. All the sudden attack caused the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect to scream miserably. They fell into pools of blood one after another. Enemy attack! Someone shouted. They wanted to fight back, but they found that the enemy was too strong. They couldn't resist at all. Pucci in the blink of an eye, Fang Qin had wiped out the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect outside the burial sword region. Then he took a step forward and entered the burial sword region. At the same time, in a secluded place in the Golden Crown Nation, the one-armed guardian was cultivating. Suddenly, his communication jade pendant rang. He picked it up and listened. In the next moment, the one-armed protector's face was filled with rage. Someone killed a large number of our members and entered the buried sword region, said the one-armed guardian coldly. Beside him, the two hall masters of Heavenly Ghost and Heavenly Ghost were also puzzled when they heard this. Who is it? The members of the Yellow Spring sect were currently encircling the remnants of the Sword Reverence sect. Just who was it? They sent a portrait, said the one-armed guardian. When the two hall masters saw the portrait, they cried out in alarm. It's Tying Yo! Damn it! Why would Tying Yo appear in the buried sword region? Is he related to the Sword Reverence sect? Said the Heavenly Hall master sinisterly. No matter what, we must kill Tying Yo this time. Let's go together, said the Ghost Sect master. Then the two hall masters of the Heavenly Ghost sect got up and went to the buried sword region. As for the one-armed guardian, he was still carrying out his plan. Wisps of black chi appeared on his withered hands. As soon as the black chi appeared, it drilled into the ground as if there was something underground absorbing it. It won't take long for our plan to be completed, the one-armed protector said coldly with a sinister smile. Fang Qin quietly stood on the ground. At this moment, he looked around and found that the entire buried sword region was filled with boundless sword intent. What a powerful sword intent! Fang Qin couldn't help but sigh. Just as Fang Chen was sighing, the Sword Reverence sect's divine sword in Fang Chen's interspatial ring suddenly trembled. What's going on? Fang Chen was puzzled and took out the divine sword. Buzz! At this moment, the sect guarding godly sword was trembling non-stop, leaving Fang Qin puzzled. Fang Qin did not pay attention to the sect protecting divine sword. Instead, he quickly walked. He wanted to find Jian Feng and Xiahou Wu and then save them. Ordinary people said that the buried sword region was the most dangerous place in the Golden Crown country. But after Fang Qin entered the buried sword region, he didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, Fang Qin didn't find Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng, but he did encounter danger several times. Once, as he was walking, an illusory figure suddenly appeared in the void. This illusory figure was wielding an illusory long sword and was charging straight at him. After Fang Qin came into contact with this illusory figure, he discovered that these illusory figures were the sword Dao experts who had died in the ancient era. Their resentment hadn't dissipated and had turned into illusory figures to protect the buried sword region. Could it be that this is the source of danger in the buried sword region? In the next few days, Fang Chen would occasionally encounter illusory figures, but with Fang Chen's strength, he was able to deal with them. Finally, one day, Fang Chen encountered an extremely powerful illusory figure. This illusory figure's every movement made Fang Chen feel a powerful sword intent. How powerful! Fang Chen guessed that this illusory figure's strength was at least in the top 40 of the martial marquee rankings. To be able to possess such strength after so many years, just how powerful was this sovereign when he was alive? Thinking of this, Fang Chen felt his scalp go numb. Fang Chen used everything he had: the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture, the water and fire sword art, the 4-star Dao body, the Daluo soul slaughter flame, but he still wasn't a match for this illusory figure. Seeing that the illusory figure's sword was about to pierce his body, the sect-guarding divine sword finally moved. The sect protector godly sword trembled slightly, and a series of sword cries resounded through the sky. Then a special sword intent was emitted from the sect protector godly sword. The sect-guarding divine sword's action instantly helped Fang Chen resolve the illusory figure's attack. Then the illusory figure glanced at the sect-guarding divine sword and actually dissipated in the sky. It left just like that. Fang Chen was astonished. He carefully sized up the sect-guarding divine sword. At this moment, he had a bold guess in his heart. Could it be that the sect-guarding divine sword was taken out of the buried sword region by someone? Of course, this was only Fang Chen's guess. It couldn't be confirmed. However, after the danger was resolved, Fang Chen continued to move forward. At this moment, Fang Chen finally understood why the buried sword region was called the most dangerous place in the Golden Crown Nation. If an ordinary cultivator had entered, they would have already died at the hands of those illusory figures. It was only because he had the sect-guarding divine sword that he had luckily escaped that calamity. Why would Xiahou Wu and Jianfeng come here? Could it be that they came here to find an opportunity? Fang Chen was puzzled. It was best if he didn't come to such a strange place. While Fang Chen was searching for Jianfeng and Xiahou Wu in the sword burial region, the Yellow Spring sect had also sent many hall masters into the sword burial region. At this time, there was a forest of swords in a certain area of the buried sword region. Boundless sword intent surrounded the forest. Under the cover of this sword intent, there were over 10,000 swords stabbed into the ground. And at the edge of the forest of swords, there was a huge battle. Xiahou Wu and Jianfeng were covered in blood. The people fighting them were shockingly the hall masters of the Yellow Spring sect. "Remnants of the sword reverence sect, you're dead," said one of the hall masters sinisterly. Jianfeng and Xiahou Wu exchanged a glance. Then a wild sword intent erupted from them, wanting to break through the encirclement. Rumble. The battle was extremely intense, but Xiahou Wu and Jianfeng seemed to be heavily injured. It didn't take long for them to run out of energy. "Kill them." Seeing this scene, one of the hall masters of the Yellow Spring sect roared furiously. At the same time, several other hall masters of the Yellow Spring sect attacked Xiahou Wu and Jianfeng. "Senior apprentice brother Jianfeng, it seems we won't be able to escape this calamity." Xiahou Wu's bloodthirsty eyes revealed a trace of sorrow. "Damn it, as long as we had a bit more time, we would have been able to obtain the sword's approval." Jianfeng's heart was filled with unwillingness. As long as they had a bit more time, they would have been able to accept the inheritance. At that time, they wouldn't have to fear the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. But now, they had just obtained the sword's approval. Just as they were about to accept the inheritance, they were suddenly ambushed by the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Now, the two of them were heavily injured. They were unable to resist the attacks of the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Xiahou Wu took a deep breath and slowly said, "Dying in the sword burial ground can be considered a kind of ending for sword cultivators. Unfortunately, we didn't find the sect master. If your sword reverence sect had submitted to our Yellow Spring sect, you wouldn't have suffered such a calamity said the Hall Master of the Yellow Spring sect coldly. "My Sword Reverence sect is a righteous sect. How could we submit to your Yellow Spring sect?" Xiahou Wu directly cursed. "Therefore, your Sword Reverence sect has been destroyed by our Yellow Spring sect. And the two of you are about to die," said the Hall Master of the Yellow Spring sect. Chapter 396. Fang Chen had already been searching the sword burial ground for several days. Finally, on a certain day, he discovered a forest of swords in front of him. Then Fang Chen went to the forest of swords. When he reached the edge of the forest, he just happened to see the scene in front of him. At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was burning with fury. He walked step by step towards the Yellow Spring sect members and coldly said, "Everyone has the right to kill the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect." Fang Chen's sudden appearance surprised the members of the Yellow Spring sect. When they turned their heads, they were surprised to see a young martialist walking towards them. "Who are you?" asked the Yellow Spring sect's Hall Master. "The person who will kill you," said Fang Chen. "Humph, you're courting death." The Yellow Spring sect's Hall Master roared and waved his hand. The other Hall Masters all attacked, wanting to surround Fang Chen. Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng had originally thought that they were about to die, but Fang Chen's sudden appearance had reignited their hope. "It's Fang Chen." Xiahou Wu's eyes twinkled as he smiled. "Puchi." Fang Chen furiously attacked, using the wind and cloud, heaven extinguishing scripture. Wherever his hand passed, the Yellow Spring sect's Hall Masters were instantly suppressed. These few Yellow Spring sect Hall Masters were no match for Fang Chen in terms of strength. Therefore, under Fang Chen's powerful attack, the few of them were instantly unable to withstand it. "Puchi." Following the collapse of the first Hall Master, the pressure on the other Hall Masters increased. Under Fang Chen's repeated attacks, they were finally unable to resist. "Damn it, where did this brat come from?" The Acheron sect Hall Master, who was leading the group, had a face full of anger. Around him, an extremely wild black mist emerged. Then he waved his fist and a majestic aura blasted towards Fang Chen. Wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture. The current Fang Chen's usage of the wind and cloud heaven extinguishing scripture had already reached the point of perfection. Puchi Fang Chen, who used the sky extinguishing wind cloud scripture, crushed the Yellow Spring sect Hall Master. Not long after, the Yellow Spring sect Hall Masters were all dead. Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng were dumbstruck. After a long while, Xiahou Wu finally reacted. "Fang Chen, you are very strong." Xiahou Wu could not help but sigh. "Junior brother Fang Chen, as expected of the heaven sword son of our sword-worshipping sect, you're really amazing." Jian Feng grinned. This time, if it wasn't for Fang Chen's appearance, they would have died at the hands of the members of the Netherworld sect. Fang Chen saved their lives again. "Fang Chen, why have you come to the sword burial ground?" asked Xiahou Wu. "I was at Feng State City's small divine peak. I heard that you were trapped in the sword burial region, so I rushed over," Fang Chen said simply. "Why have you come here?" asked Fang Chen. "Ever since we parted ways, we've been cultivating while searching for the sect master. Finally, one day, we found some clues that the sect master might be in the sword burial ground, so we came. I don't know what happened, but the Yellow Spring sect actually learned that we were in the sword burial ground," said Xiahou Wu. Fang Chen also knew what happened next. The sect master might be in the sword burial ground. Fang Chen's eyes flickered. "We've been searching for a long time within the sword burial ground, but we haven't been able to find the sect master." Xiahou Wu shrugged. Just as Jian Feng was about to speak, suddenly within the forest of swords, two peerless treasured swords emitted sword hums. At this time, Xiahou Wu finally reacted. They had not received their inheritance yet. "Junior apprentice, brother Fang Chen, please wait a moment." Jian Feng finished speaking and entered the sword forest with Xiahou Wu. The The two of them appeared in front of the two peerless swords and began to receive their inheritances. 2 hours later, the two of them finished receiving their inheritances. At this moment, Fang Qin could sense that Xiahou Wu and Jianfeng's auras had grown much stronger. "What should we do next?" asked Xiahou Wu. "Find the sect master," said Fang Qin. The three of them reached a unanimous decision to search for Tian Jianzi within the sword burial ground. While Fang Qin and the others were searching for Tian Jianzi, the two Hall Masters of Heavenly Ghost also appeared in the sword burial ground. "This time we have to kill Tai Niu," said the Heavenly Hall Master. "Let's go," said the Ghost Hall Master. The two Hall Masters entered the sword burial ground without the slightest hesitation. Fang Chen's group of 3 continued to search the sword burial ground. Finally, after some searching, they found Tian Jianzi. Sect Master. When they saw Tian Jianzi, he was cultivating with his eyes closed. His body was emitting berserk, sword intent. Jianfeng, Xiahou Wu. When Tian Jianzi heard someone call him, he stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. When he saw the two of them, he was incomparably excited. "Sect Master, are you all right?" asked Jianfeng worriedly. "Back then, after the Sword Reverence sect was destroyed, I was heavily injured and fled. After escaping the pursuit of that mysterious expert, I came to the sword burial ground to look for opportunities," said Tian Jianzi. Tian Jianzi was a condensing reality expert. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have been able to enter the sword burial ground. But after being heavily injured by that mysterious black figure, his cultivation base had fallen to the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. That was why he was able to enter the sword burial ground. However, Tian Jianzi's cultivation base had once again risen. As long as he left the sword burial ground, he would be able to condense his Dharma idol and recover his original cultivation base. "How are you?" asked Tian Jianzi. "Sect Master, all of our disciples were killed in the divine illusion space. I also almost died. Now, only the 3 of us are left," said Jianfeng with a gloomy expression. "This is..." Tian Jianzi finally noticed Fang Qin and asked. "He is junior apprentice brother Fang Qin," said Jianfeng. "What?" Tian Jianzi cried out involuntarily. At this moment, Fang Chen's face wriggled, and he recovered his original appearance. He said, "Sect Master, I didn't die in the ice land. Instead, it was a blessing in disguise. I comprehended the concept of ice and stealthily entered the divine illusion space." Hearing Fang Chen's words, an excited smile appeared on Tian Jianzi's withered face. "Good, very good. Ha ha ha." Tian Jianzi wildly laughed. When he had thought that Fang Qin had died, he had been very sad. But now that he saw Fang Qin appear in front of him, he was very excited. At this moment, the sect's divine sword let out a sword cry from Fang Chen's spatial ring. It directly charged out and floated in front of Tian Jianzi. Sect's divine sword. Tian Jianzi's face was filled with shock. When we returned from the divine illusion space, we heard that the Sword Reverence sect had been destroyed. When we returned to the Sword Prefecture City, we saw that the sect's divine sword had been stabbed into the Sword Reverence peak to protect the Sword Reverence sect. Then junior apprentice brother Fang Qin entered the Sword Reverence peak and pulled out the sect's divine sword, said Jianfeng. He originally wanted to use this sword to take revenge, said Xiahou Wu. Gently holding the sect's divine sword, Tian Jianzi's heart was filled with great waves. He had originally thought that there was no hope for the Sword Reverence sect to be rebuilt, but now that he saw Fang Qin, he felt that there was still hope. Sect Master, I think you still don't know. The current junior apprentice brother Fang Qin is no longer the junior apprentice brother Fang Qin of the past. He has already entered the Martial Marquis ranking. Jianfeng grinned. Martial Marquis ranking. Hearing this, Tian Jianzi's heart was deeply shaken. Before entering the divine illusion space, Fang Chen's strength hadn't even reached the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. But now, in the blink of an eye, Fong Qin had already entered the martial marquis ranking. Ha ha ha! The heavens have blessed my sword reverence sect. Tian Jinzi laughed heartily. After chatting for a while, Fong Qin found out that the sect's divine sword had indeed come from the sword burial region. Back then, the first sect master of the sword reverence sect had entered the sword burial region and escaped with his life. In the end, he had left the sword burial region alive. Since then, the sword reverence sect had appeared in the sword prefecture city, and the sect's divine sword was the foundation of the sword reverence sect. Moreover, Fong Qin found out that Tian Jinzi had also obtained some inheritance in the sword burial region. The current Tian Jinzi's cultivation had already reached the second level of the condensing reality realm. "I'm very happy that you're still alive," said Tian Jinzi. He held the sect's divine sword in his hand, his face full of smiles. "Sect master, we can't stay here for long." "Let's leave," said Xiahou Wu. The four of them quickly left, preparing to leave the sword burial region. It was also at this time that the two hall masters of the Heavenly Ghost sect entered the sword burial region. They quickly searched for information sent back by the Yellow Springs sect's members. A day later, the two hall masters of the Heavenly Ghost sect finally met up with Tian Jinzi's group of four. You really can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find what you're looking for without even trying. The Heavenly Hall Master sneered when he saw Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng. "Where's Tainyo?" asked the Ghost Hall Master. "Remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, you still dare to appear here?" Xiahou Wu's eyes were scarlet. His entire body emitted a bloodthirsty killing intent as he roared furiously. "You trash! Even the sword reverence sect was destroyed by us. What can trash like you do?" sneered the Heavenly Hall Master. "That's right. Today you'll all die here," said the Ghost Hall Master. The two Hall Masters of the Heavenly Ghost sect were extremely powerful. They were extremely confident that they could easily kill Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng. If Tian Jinzi was a condensing reality realm expert, Fong Chen's group of four wouldn't have to fear him. But right now, the two Hall Masters of the Heavenly Ghost sect were giving them a huge pressure. So the four of them decided to join hands. "Attack together!" shouted Fong Chen. The four of them instantly attacked. Tian Jinzi's divine sword slashed out. Sword light flickered, and a wild sword intent soared into the clouds. Beside Tian Jinzi, Fong Chen used the wind and cloud, heaven extinguishing scripture. Its power was so great that Jian Feng and Xiahou Wu both blushed with shame. Although Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng were the weakest of the four, their combat power couldn't be underestimated. When the four of them joined hands, they erupted with an incomparable combat power. Truly a group of courting death. The two Hall Masters of the Heavenly Ghost sect sinisterly laughed. As the two Hall Masters of Sky Ghost and Sky Ghost spoke, the black fog around them surged and a wild aura shot up into the sky. The two of them formed different seals with their palms, and one after another, complex seals appeared in the void. Chapter 397. The two Hall Masters of Heavenly Ghost did not recognize Tian Jinzi and Fong Qin, and only treated them as ordinary martial artists. However, they did not know that the strength of these two people was much stronger than Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng. Tian Jinzi was once a condensing reality realm warrior. Because of the buried sword territory, his cultivation was now at the peak of the 9th level of the Qi-Hai realm. However, he was already at the peak of the Qi-Hai realm. As long as he left the buried sword territory, he would be able to quickly condense his Dharma idol and break through to the condensing reality realm. Therefore, the most important thing right now was not to fight with the two Hall Masters, but to escape from here. Xiao, the two Hall Masters of the Sky Ghost clan, had unleashed a combined attack formation, which was extremely powerful. Don't let them use it. Fong Qin sensed the power of the combined attack formation and shouted. The four people's attacks landed on the two Hall Masters at the same time, instantly interrupting their combined attack formation. At this moment, the little mouse suddenly appeared. Fang Qin knew about Tian Jinzi's situation, so he wanted the little mouse and the Banxianshu to entangle the two hall masters. Crash! After the little mouse appeared, the Banxianshu also appeared. After swallowing 2 drops of the little mouse's blood, the Banxianshu was now very energetic. After knowing the situation, the Banxianshu was very enthusiastic because once it completed its mission, it would be able to obtain the little mouse's blood. Hiss! Hiss! As soon as the Banxianshu appeared, the branches and leaves on its body continuously extended and wrapped around the 2 hall masters. Seeing this, the little mouse also jumped onto the Banxianshu and attacked the 2 hall masters. Let's go! Seeing this scene, Fang Qin shouted in a low voice. The group of 4 quickly disappeared from the buried sword territory. Wanna leave? Seeing Fang Chen's group escape, the 2 hall masters of Heavenly Ghost were furious. They exerted all their strength to break free from the Banxianshu's entanglement. This time, the Banxianshu also used all of his strength to entangle the 2 hall masters of Heavenly Ghost. Time passed bit by bit. It seemed that the Banxianshu and the little mouse would not be able to hold on any longer. At this moment, the little mouse received news that Fang Chen's group of 4 had successfully left the buried sword region. After receiving this news, the Banxianshu and little mouse were telepathically connected and retreated in an instant. After the 2 hall masters of Heavenly Ghost escaped, they roared at the sky and directly chased outside. Because they had the guidance of the sect guarding divine sword, the speed at which the 4 of them came out was very fast. They practically did not take any detours and directly took a shortcut to get out. When the 4 of them came out, a smile finally appeared on their faces. Suddenly, a wild aura appeared around Tian Jinzi as he started to condense his Dharma image. Crash! Within his Qi Si, the spirit Qi was rolling. The wild spirit Qi appeared above Tian Jinzi's head and finally condensed into a long sword. Although this long sword was illusory, it gave people a very oppressive feeling. The aura it emitted was very sharp. In the blink of an eye, the Dharma image materialized, and finally, the Dharma image was directly absorbed into Tian Jinzi's Qi Si. At this moment, Tian Jinzi opened his eyes because his cultivation had returned to the first stage of the condensing reality realm. Just as Tian Jinzi recovered his cultivation, the sect guarding divine sword in his hand suddenly trembled. Then the sect guarding divine sword drilled into Tian Jinzi's Qi Si. Buzz! The sect guarding divine sword merged with the Dharma image sword in Tian Jinzi's Qi Si. The wild aura instantly filled the entire buried sword region. Fang Qin and the other 2 were shocked. What's going on? Tian Jinzi was also shocked. The sect guarding divine sword merged with the Dharma image sword in Tian Jinzi's Qi Si. This was unheard of. Just as Tian Jinzi was shocked, the sect guarding divine sword separated from the Dharma image sword and returned to his hand. Dong! The whole earth trembled. The wild aura made Fang Qin and the other 2 take a few steps back. Second stage of the condensing reality realm. Tian Jinzi, who was about to speak, revealed an excited smile. His heart was in turmoil. His cultivation had actually broken through to the second stage of the condensing reality realm. Ha ha ha, it's really a blessing in disguise. Tian Jinzi held the sect guarding divine sword and laughed wildly. Seeing Tian Jinzi's breakthrough, Fang Qin and the other 2's faces were full of smiles. After reaching the second stage of the condensing reality realm, Tian Jinzi's strength had skyrocketed. Even if the 2 hall leaders of the Yellow Spring sect appeared, they would not be afraid. Congratulations, sect leader. The 3 cupped their hands and congratulated. Now, let's wait here for them to appear. Tian Jinzi tried his best to calm his excitement and said slowly. After a short while, the Banxianshu and the little mouse came out of the buried sword territory. Their auras were a little weak. It was obvious that they were injured. Fang Chen put the Banksian shoe and the little mouse into his spatial ring and let them heal. This time he was able to come out of the buried sword territory smoothly because of these two partners. Just after the little mouse and the Banksian shoe came out, the two hall leaders of the Heavenly Ghost territory also came out. Seeing Fang Chen and the other three standing quietly outside the buried sword territory, the two hall leaders of the Heavenly Ghost territory were a little surprised. Soon after, they laughed eerily and said, "You trash will definitely die today. I let you escape just now. Now you won't have that chance." The hall leader of the Heavenly Ghost territory sneered. At this time, the two hall leaders of the Heavenly Ghost territory still did not know that they were facing a second stage, condensing reality, realm expert. "I've been waiting for a long time." Tian Jinzi took a step forward. The aura of a second stage, condensing reality, realm expert instantly burst out. The Dharma idol, long sword, floated above his head. Holding the sect guarding sword in his hand, a monstrous aura soared into the sky. What condensing reality realm? The smiles on the two hall leaders of the Heavenly Ghost territory instantly disappeared. It was replaced by shock. How is this possible? How can he be a condensing reality realm expert? The Heavenly Ghost territory's leader could not understand. When they were in the buried sword territory, he was still at the Chi High realm. How could he become a condensing reality realm expert in such a short time? Moreover, he was not an ordinary condensing reality realm expert, but a second stage condensing reality realm expert. Run! Seeing this, the hall leader of the Heavenly Ghost territory did not hesitate. He roared, and the two of them flashed, preparing to escape. The Yellow Spring sect had destroyed the sword worship sect. How could Tian Jinzi let them go? Tian Jinzi held the sect guarding sword in his hand and took a step forward. He directly appeared in front of the two hall leaders of the Heavenly Ghost territory. The sect guarding sword in his hand suddenly slashed towards the Heavenly Ghost territory's leader. "Run in different directions," the Heavenly Ghost territory's leader roared. At the same time, he used all of his strength to block Tian Jinzi's attack. Seeing this, the hall leader of the Heavenly Ghost territory flashed and ran in the opposite direction of the Heavenly Ghost territory's sect guarding sword. As the sect guarding sword in Tian Jinzi's hand slashed towards the hall leader of the Heavenly Ghost territory, the Transcendent's long sword above his head shot out towards the hall leader of the Ghost territory. Crack! Although the Heavenly Ghost territory's leader of the Heavenly Ghost territory was very powerful, he could not fight back against Tian Jinzi, who was at the second stage of the condensing reality realm. It was a one-sided slaughter. With a loud crack, the Heavenly Ghost territory's leader's body was split in half by the sect guarding sword. Even his soul did not manage to escape. When Tian Jinzi killed the Heavenly Ghost territory's sect guarding sword, the Transcendent's long sword also caught up with the Ghost territory's sect guarding sword at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. It directly pierced into the hall leader's head. The Ghost territory's sect guarding sword let out a miserable cry. He wanted to fight back, but the Transcendent's long sword was too powerful. In an instant, the Ghost territory's sect guarding sword was killed. In the blink of an eye, the two hall leaders of the Heavenly Ghost territory were killed by Tian Jinzi. Fang Chen and the other two were completely shocked. Is this the strength of a condensing reality realm warrior? Jian Feng's eyes were wide open. He could not believe what he had just seen. A condensing reality realm warrior is too powerful. They can control their transcendence, long sword, and kill their enemies. Xia Hou's eyes were burning as he said. Fang Chen was the most shocked. He originally thought that the difference between the condensing reality realm and the Chi High realm would not be too big. But now, it seemed that the difference was too big. The difference between the Chi-Hai realm and the condensing reality realm was like the difference between a child and an adult. A condensing reality realm warrior could condense a transcendence long sword. Once the transcendence long sword was condensed, it could slightly control the spiritual chi in the surroundings. This kind of ability was not something a Chi-Hai realm warrior could possess. Moreover, the transcendence longsword of a condensing reality realm warrior could increase their strength, allowing them to become stronger in a short period of time. After witnessing Tian Genzi's strength, the three of them clenched their fists. Their eyes were burning. At the same time, they swore in their hearts that they would work hard to reach the condensing reality realm as soon as possible. Let's go back. Tian Genzi glanced at the three of them and said in a low voice, Patriarch, where are we going? Jian Feng asked, To rebuild the sword-worshipping sect. Tian Genzi said. In the following time, Tian Genzi and the other three hurriedly rushed to the Sword State City. However, during this time, Tian Genzi went to the imperial capital. Tian Genzi had a meeting with the Luo family's patriarch. This was the first time Tian Genzi had shown his face since his disappearance. No one knew what Tian Genzi said to the Luo family, but in the end, Tian Genzi left the imperial capital with a smile on his face. A few days later, Tian Genzi brought his three disciples back to the Sword State City. At this time, the Sword State City was in chaos. Because of the destruction of the sword-worshipping sect, the whole Sword State City was in chaos. The Azure Sea sect wanted to dominate the Sword State City, and so did the Luo family's branch. The two forces kept fighting, and there was no clear winner for a long time. However, today the decisive battle between the two forces had reached its final moment. In the central square of the Sword State City, the disciples of the two sects were facing each other. The Azure Sea sect's patriarch was no longer there. The first elder was leading them, while the Luo family's patriarch was leading them. It's impossible for your Azure Sea sect to destroy my Luo family, said the Luo family's patriarch coldly. If you weren't a branch of the Luo family, what qualifications do you have to compete with my Azure Sea sect for the position of Sword State City's overlord? Sneered the Azure Sea sect's first elder. Your Azure Sea sect's ambition is too great. My Luo family's branch will never submit to you, said the Luo family's patriarch coldly. After today's decisive battle, the Azure Sea sect will dominate the Sword State City. The Azure Sea sect's first elder grinned. As soon as his voice fell, a wild aura soared from the Azure Sea sect's headquarters. Chapter 398. The Transcendence Aura belonged to the Condensing Reality Realm experts. The Transcendence Aura appeared above the headquarters of the Azure Sea sect. What did it mean? When they perceived the wild aura of the Dharma idol, the faces of the people of the Azure Sea sect were full of excited smiles. The appearance of the Transcendence Aura above the Azure Sea sect meant that their sect master had successfully reached the Condensing Reality Realm. A Condensing Reality Realm expert was an absolute overlord in the Sword State City. The Luo family could not find a warrior who could be compared to him. Condensing Reality Realm. The head of the Luo family's branch had a bitter smile on his face as he shook his head. At this moment, the Luo family's head was defeated. There was no room for negotiation. The Transcendence Aura above the Azure Sea sect disappeared. The Luo family's head slowly raised his head and said, Our Luo family's head will withdraw from the battle for control of the Sword State City. From now on, our Luo family's head will no longer interfere in the affairs of the Sword State City. The Azure Sea sect had a Condensing Reality Realm expert. The Luo family's head no longer had the strength to compete. Therefore, in order to protect themselves, they had to withdraw. Moreover, the Luo family's head believed that with the support of the Luo family's headquarters, the Azure Sea sect would not dare to kill them. Ha ha ha! The Luo family's head is reasonable. Suddenly, a wild laughter came into everyone's ears. A middle-aged man in green appeared in the central square. He was the Azure Sea sect's head, a newly advanced condensing reality realm expert. After seeing the Azure Sea sect's head, the Luo family's head showed a complicated expression. From now on, our Azure Sea sect will be the absolute overlord of the Sword State City. The Azure Sea sect's head looked around and said loudly, as if he was making an oath. However, as soon as he finished speaking, another voice sounded. Since when did the Sword State City become the Azure Sea sect's head? The voice was cold, and there was a hint of anger in it. After that, 4 figures appeared in the central square of Sword Continent City. Yes, it's you. You're still alive. Seeing Tian Genzi appear, the Azure Sea sect's head and the Luo family's head were surprised. It was rumored that Tian Genzi had been severely injured. Even though he had managed to escape, he had died a long time ago. Who would have thought that Tian Genzi would actually appear here? As long as I'm alive, the Sword Reverence sect still exists, Tian Genzi said solemnly. There is only one overlord force in the Sword Continent City, and that is the Sword Reverence sect. Tian Genzi's attitude was very tough, which made the Azure Sea sect master frown. When the head of the Luo family branch saw this scene, he let out a smile. His Luo family branch had already withdrawn from the fight. Therefore, they were just sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. After thinking for a while, the head of the Azure Sea Martial School said slowly, Tian Genzi, aren't you also at the first layer of Condensing Reality Realm? I have also reached the first layer of Condensing Reality Realm, and I have the whole Azure Sea Martial School behind me. What about you? What about your sword sect? Even if you, Tian Genzi, return, the Sword State City is no longer the Sword State City of the past. My Azure Sea sect is destined to be the absolute ruler of the Sword State City, said the Azure Sea sect master. Hearing the Azure Sea sect master's words, Tian Genzi grinned and said, Is that so? As soon as Tian Genzi's voice faded, a wild aura instantly spread out. The powerful strength of the second layer of Condensing Reality Realm instantly erupted. This aura is at the second layer of Condensing Reality Realm. After sensing this aura, the smile on the Azure Sea sect master's face instantly disappeared and was replaced by a dignified expression. How is this possible? How could you have reached the second layer of Condensing Reality Realm? The Azure Sea sect master's face was full of disbelief. He originally thought that his Azure Sea sect was going to dominate the Sword State City, but he did not expect that Tian Genzi would actually return. Moreover, he had a breakthrough in his cultivation. The gap between the second and first layer of Condensing Reality Realm was too big. Even if he was given 100 guts, he would not dare to provoke a second layer of Condensing Reality Realm warrior. Damn it, why did you do this to me? The Azure Sea sect master roared towards the sky. After venting his anger, the Azure Sea sect master lowered his head and said in a hoarse voice, Tian Genzi, although you are stronger than me, my Azure Sea sect has a huge number of disciples. What about your sword-worshipping sect? A single disciple of my sword-worshipping sect can easily defeat all of your Azure Sea sect's disciples. Speaking of disciples, Tian Genzi sneered. Humph, I don't believe it. The Azure Sea sect master said, If you want to convince my Azure Sea sect, then your sword-worshipping sect's disciples can defeat my Azure Sea sect's disciples. Before Tian Genzi could say anything, Feng Qin took a step forward and stood beside Tian Genzi. He said impatiently, so noisy, You Azure Sea sect's disciples, come at me together. Feng Qin stood there quietly, exuding a confident aura, and said arrogantly. When they saw Feng Qin, the Luo family's disciples exclaimed. Feng Qin was actually still alive. Didn't the sword-worshipping sect's Tian Genzi die in the ice land? He didn't die, the rumors are false. He wants to challenge all the Azure Sea sect's disciples by himself? Is he crazy? Although he's the sword-worshipping sect's Tian Genzi, he can't defeat all the Azure Sea sect's disciples. He's really a crazy guy. Many disciples discussed. When the Azure Sea sect master heard Feng Qin's words, He also noticed Fong Qin. He sneered and said, "Did the ice and snow in the Iceland freeze your brain? You actually dared to boast that you want to challenge all the Azure Sea sect's disciples by yourself. You talk a lot of nonsense." Fong Qin said, Good, good, good. Since you want to die, then don't blame my Azure Sea sect for bullying you." The Azure Sea sect master was choked by Fong Qin's words. He said in a gloomy voice, "Disciples of Azure Sea sect, listen to my order. Attack together." Hearing this, the Azure Sea sect's disciples directly surrounded Fong Qin, releasing a wild aura. Fong Qin's face revealed a thought-provoking smile. In the next moment, a wild aura burst out from him, soaring to the sky. How can he be so strong? At this moment, all the cultivators exclaimed, "How could Fong Qin's aura be so strong?" This kind of aura was comparable to the experts on the Martial Marquee list. "Oh, I forgot to tell you. I have another name, Tainyo." Before Fong Qin attacked, he suddenly said, "Boom!" The entire square was in an uproar. Countless cultivators were shocked. Fong Qin was Tainyo. How could it be? Recently, every corner of the Golden Crown country could hear Tainyo's name. Not only did he defeat Luo Gong in the Divine Illusion space and become a top expert of the younger generation, but he also killed Marquis He not long after leaving the Divine Illusion space and entered the Martial Marquee list. And now he actually appeared in Jianzhou City. Moreover, he was the sword-worshipping sect's Tianjinzi, Fong Qin. This scene shocked everyone. Crash! While everyone was still in shock, Fong Qin attacked. He used the wind and cloud, heaven extinguishing scripture. Wherever his palm passed, one Azure Sea sect disciple after another fell into a pool of blood. Ah! Miserable cries echoed throughout the square. Fong Qin's body was filled with indifference. He wanted to intimidate all the powers in Jianzhou City. How is this possible? How can he be Tainyo? The Azure Sea sect's sect master felt as if a knife was stabbing his heart as he watched his disciples fall one by one. Finally, after struggling for a while, he spoke. "Stop! Fong Qin, stop! My Azure Sea sect admits defeat." Hearing the Azure Sea sect master's words, Fong Qin stopped attacking and returned to Tianjinzi's side. "Now, does your Azure Sea sect still dare to question my sword-worshipping sect's strength?" asked Tianjinzi. Tianjinzi's voice was like a hammer that struck everyone's hearts. The Azure Sea sect's upper echelons were filled with unwillingness, but in the face of the sword-worshipping sect's strength, they didn't dare resist. "My Azure Sea sect admits defeat." The Azure Sea sect's sect master left behind these words and left the central square with his disciples. Seeing this, the Luo family's branch also left with their people. In the entire square, only Fong Qin's group of 4 remained. Junior brother Fong Qin, after this battle, your name will quickly spread throughout the Golden Crown country. Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng joked. Fong Qin didn't care about this. The most important thing now was to rebuild the sword-worshipping sect. "Let's go to the sword-worshipping peak," said Tianjinzi. The reason why he used force to intimidate all the powers in Jianzhou City was because he wanted to tell everyone that although the sword-worshipping sect was destroyed, its foundation was still there. With Tianjinzi as the leader and Fong Qin's group as the support, rebuilding the sword-worshipping sect wasn't an easy task. Fortunately, with the help of the Luo family's headquarters, rebuilding the sword-worshipping sect was much smoother. The reason why Tianjinzi dared to rebuild the sword-worshipping sect with such fanfare was that he had already gone to the Luo family's headquarters to find the Luo family's patriarch. He wanted to use the rebuilding of the sword-worshipping sect as bait to lure out the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect hidden in the Golden Crown country. Of course, Tianjinzi really wanted to rebuild the sword-worshipping sect. Tianjinzi's method had received the support of the Luo family's 2-star sect and the imperial family. Meanwhile, in a secluded place in the Golden Guanguan Nation, the one-armed protector suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with frightening, killing intent. Chapter 399. The most important thing in rebuilding the Sword Reverence sect was to recruit new disciples. If there were no new disciples, how could Tian Jinzi and the others become a 2-star sect? It was just the beginning, so it was a little difficult. However, Tian Jinzi believed that it wouldn't be long before the Sword Reverence sect became a 2-star sect. A few days after returning to Sword Continent City, the Luo clan and the Imperial clan arrived as well. With a large amount of manpower, the ruins of the Reverence Sword Peak were completely cleared out in a few days. Next up was the reconstruction of the Reverence Sword sect. The Imperial family had specialized personnel to handle these matters. Furthermore, the number of people dispatched by the Imperial family was enormous. Even so, they had to wait for a full month before the sword-worshipping sect buildings were rebuilt once again. After the reconstruction, the Sword Reverence sect looked brand new. The next step was to recruit new disciples. Sect Master, the Sword Reverence sect, has been rebuilt. The next step is to recruit new disciples. Jian Feng grinned. Jian Feng was very happy to see the Sword Reverence sect rebuilt while he was still alive. In this month, Jian Feng and the others were very busy. It was difficult to restore the Sword Reverence sect to its original state. Fortunately, there were a lot of people, and they succeeded in the end. In this month, Tian Jinzi had been hiding in the dark. He was worried that the mysterious expert who destroyed the Sword Reverence sect would come again. Today, after a discussion, the 4 of them were ready to start recruiting new disciples. The location was at the central square of the Sword Continent City. Since a month ago, when Tian Jinzi shocked the entire Sword Continent City, the Luo family and the Azure Sea sect had not appeared. At noon, the central square of the Sword Continent City was packed with people. All the cultivators were here to join the Sword Reverence sect. I wonder if I can join the Sword Reverence sect. I heard that the Sword Reverence sect's recruitment requirements will be lowered. The Sword Reverence sect is rebuilt. This is the best time for us to join. When the Sword Reverence sect is rebuilt, it will be very difficult to join. Yes, no matter what, I want to join the Sword Reverence sect. With an expert like Tian Jinzi, it won't be long before the Sword Reverence sect becomes a 2-star sect. Joining the Sword Reverence sect means I can cultivate with Tian Jinzi. That's great. In the central square, many cultivators were discussing. However, when Feng Qin appeared, the noisy square instantly fell silent. Feng Qin was in charge of today's disciple recruitment. Feng Qin swept his gaze over the crowd and said, I'm sure all of you know that my Sword Reverence sect's recruitment criteria are very low. As long as you have a good character, you can join my Sword Reverence sect. Everyone cheered, their faces full of smiles. Next, it was time for inspection. Every disciple came forward to be inspected by Feng Qin. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. During this time, Feng Qin had inspected more than 100 disciples. At a certain moment, Feng Qin was inspecting a disciple. Suddenly, he sensed that something was wrong. He released his pinnacle red class soul and enveloped the disciple. In an instant, Feng Qin realized that this disciple had the aura of the Yellow Spring sect. Crash! Feng Qin pushed off the ground and directly appeared in front of the disciple. He grabbed the disciple's neck and said, coldly, Speak! Where did the aura of the Yellow Springs sect come from? Feng Qin's face turned cold. He could sense the aura of the Yellow Springs sect on this disciple. He must have come in contact with the remnants of the Yellow Springs sect. I didn't. The disciple panicked and cried out. Crack! Feng Qin's hand tightened slightly, and the disciple let out a miserable cry. In the end, he couldn't endure Feng Qin's torture and confessed everything. Not long ago, a mysterious expert had appeared and found him, allowing him to sneak into the Sword Reverence sect. Where is that mysterious expert? Fong Qin asked coldly. I also don't know, said the disciple. After this disciple, several more disciples were discovered by Fong Qin. They were all spies sent by the Yellow Spring sect. This matter made Fong Qin even more vigilant. It seemed the Yellow Spring sect had already made a move against the Sword Reverend sect. When the sun was about to set, Fong Qin finally finished his disciple recruitment. On this day, Fong Qin had recruited 200 disciples. After returning to the sect, Fong Qin reported this matter to Tian Jinzi. The latter already knew. Today, in a certain corner of the Sword Continent City, I killed 2 hall masters of the Yellow Spring sect, said Tian Jinzi. In a secluded place in the Golden Crown country, the one-armed protector's expression was ugly. He had lost 2 more hall masters. Damn the Sword Reverend sect! The one-armed protector roared inside. After a long time, he decided to personally go to the Sword Continent City to kill Tian Jinzi. After the Sword Reverend sect was rebuilt, an unexpected news spread throughout the Golden Crown country. The 5 marquises who had attacked the Sword Reverend sect had all disappeared at the same time. This news made all the cultivators think that the 5 marquises were worried about Tian Jinzi's revenge. At this time, there were several condensing reality realm cultivators in the Sword Reverend sect. They were the leaders of the 9 two-star sect. Tian Jinzi, do you think the Yellow Spring sect will take the bait this time? The Luo family had asked. The Yellow Spring sect will definitely know that we are luring them out, said another leader. Tian Jinzi smiled faintly and said, I have a feeling that they will definitely come. Tian Jinzi and the other leaders hid in the Sword Reverend sect. They announced that Tian Jinzi was in seclusion and that Fong Qin was temporarily in charge of the Sword Reverend sect. Right now, Fong Qin's cultivation base had reached a bottleneck. He couldn't break through for the time being, so he didn't cultivate. Moreover, Tian Jinzi would bring him to a place after he dealt with the hidden dangers. That was where Tian Jinzi truly cultivated. On a certain day, Fong Qin was managing the disciples in the Sword Reverend sect. Suddenly, an aura soared into the sky and landed on the square of the Sword Reverend sect. Where is Fong Qin? Suddenly, a wild voice reverberated throughout the entire Sword Reverend sect. Fong Qin arrived at the square. He discovered that this person's aura was extremely vigorous. He was surrounded by an incomparably dense spiritual qi. Who are you? Fong Qin narrowed his eyes and asked. Black Iron Marquis. The Black Iron Marquis coldly said, I heard that your strength is tyrannical and that you can easily suppress the martial Marquis. I, Black Iron, want to see just how capable a newly advanced martial Marquis is. Hearing the words Black Iron Marquis, Fong Qin's eyes lit up. He hadn't been waiting for the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, but a Black Iron Marquis had come. However, this was also good. He could take revenge for the Fengyan martial Marquis. Black Iron Marquis, you've come at the right time. Fong Qin sneered. Little child, you are too confident. Today, let me teach you a lesson. The moment the Black Iron Marquis came up, he did not allow any explanation and used a fierce attack. Seeing the Black Iron Marquis attack, Fong Qin also directly attacked. The 8th level of the Fire and Water Sword technique. Fong Qin held the Hidden Star Sword and used the 8th level of the Fire and Water Sword technique. A powerful fire and water sword light instantly collided with the Black Iron Marquis fist. Is this all you've got? The Black Iron Marquis fist shattered the fire and water sword light. Whoosh, his soul left his body and the great Luo soul-killing flame was instantly used. The powerful soul flame directly drilled into the Black Iron Marquis mind. The Black Iron Marquis was caught off guard and let out a loud cry. However, a moment later, the Black Iron Marquis used his powerful soul to extinguish the soul flame. Brat, I'll tear you to pieces. The Black Iron Marquis angrily roared. Seeing the Black Iron Marquis roar, Fong Chen's eyes flickered. He revealed a trace of a smile and said, "That was just a warm-up." In the next moment, Fong Chen used the Wind and Cloud Sutra and used the Wind and Cloud, Heaven extinguishing scripture. Suddenly, his large hand stretched out towards the black iron marquee. What? After the black iron marquee sensed this familiar aura, he cried out involuntarily, "Wind and Cloud, Heaven extinguishing scripture! How do you know the Wind and Cloud, Heaven extinguishing scripture?" The black iron marquee naturally recognized the Wind and Cloud, Heaven extinguishing scripture. If it weren't for him, the Fengyun Martial Marquis would not have died. He was the Fengyun Martial Marquis enemy. Today, I'll take revenge for the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis. Fong Chen said indifferently, "How arrogant. Even the Wind and Cloud Martial Marquis was killed by me. You're just a junior. So what if you cultivate the Wind and Cloud, Heaven extinguishing scripture?" The black iron marquee sneered. At the same time, a fierce attack exploded towards Fong Chen's large hand. The black iron marquee was ranked 60th on the martial marquee list. He was very confident that Fong Chen was not his match. However, he didn't know that Fong Chen's strength had already reached the top 60 of the martial marquee list. The reason Fong Chen used the Wind and Cloud, Heaven extinguishing scripture was to end this battle. Crash! The majestic large hand directly pressed down on the black iron marquee head. At this moment, the black iron marquee was doing his best to resist. How is this possible? The black iron marquee, who was originally full of confidence, finally began to panic the moment he was suppressed by Fong Chen. "No, I can't accept this." The black iron marquee angrily roared. The instant he roared, a wild black aura surged out from his body. In the next instant, the aura of the black iron marquee sharply increased. Crack! A wound actually appeared on Fong Chen's large hand. This was caused by the black iron marquee attack. The aura of the Yellow Spring sect. When Fong Chen saw this, he pushed the Wind and Cloud Heaven extinguishing scripture to its limits. His large hand directly suppressed the black iron marquee. Although the latter did his best to resist, he was still suppressed by Fong Chen. Tian Genzi and the others who were hiding in the dark were prepared to attack when they saw the black aura surging out from the black iron marquee. However, in the end, they restrained themselves. This kid. The leaders nodded their heads, their faces full of smiles. At the same time, Fong Chen's large hand directly suppressed the black iron marquee, instantly killing him. Senior Wind and Cloud, I've taken revenge for you. Chapter 400. After killing the black iron marquee, the revenge for the Wind Cloud Martial Marquee was finally completed. Tian Jinzi and the others, who were secretly worried for Fong Chen, revealed a smile on their faces. Tian Jinzi, the Tian Jinzi of your sword-worshipping sect has already matured. Yeah, Fong Chen was able to raise his strength to such a level in such a short period of time. He is truly a monstrous genius. We must nurture this kid well. A few leaders who were hiding in the dark were discussing Fong Chen. The appearance of the black iron marquee filled the hearts of many leaders with complicated feelings. The Yellow Spring sect was hidden in the Golden Crown country, and it seemed that they had already infiltrated the Golden Crown country. Even the experts on the Martial Marquee list were willing to work for the Yellow Spring sect. The more it was like this, the more the Golden Crown country's royal family wanted to eradicate the Yellow Spring sect. If the Yellow Spring sect was allowed to continue developing, it would affect the status of the Golden Crown country's royal family one day. After Fong Chen killed the black iron marquee, the sword-worshipping sect fell into a state of peace once again. Fong Chen had nothing to do, so he usually gave pointers to the new disciples of the sword-worshipping sect. Just like this, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In this half a year, Fong Chen's strength had increased again, and his water and fire sword art had reached the 9th level. Of course, in this half a year, the various forces of the Golden Crown country also had a harvest. Ever since the Black Iron Marquis died at the hands of Fong Qin, the two-star sect leaders of the Golden Crown country joined forces to secretly search for clues. Finally, by chance, they found some clues about the Yellow Springs sect. The power of the joint forces of condensing reality realm experts was not something an ordinary person could imagine. Not long ago, in a hidden place in the Golden Crown country, an unprecedented battle broke out. On one side was the condensing reality realm experts of the Golden Crown country, led by Tian Jinzi and the others, while on the other side was the Yellow Springs sect's one-armed protector. Although the one-armed guardian had hidden himself well, he was still discovered by the crowd. His cultivation was at the third stage of the condensing reality realm. Although he was strong with the crowd surrounding him, the one-armed guardian did not even have the chance to fight back and was killed immediately. After killing the one-armed protector, the group cleared out all the members of the Yellow Springs sect in the hideout. Then they discovered that there was something similar to an array formation in the hideout. In the end, they speculated that it might be some kind of teleportation array. After that, they destroyed the teleportation array. From then on, there were no longer any survivors of the Yellow Springs sect in the Golden Crown Nation. After quelling the chaos in the Golden Crown country, Tian Jinzi returned to the Sword Reverence sect. After half a year of development, the Sword Reverence sect had begun to take shape. With a little more time, they would be able to return to being a two-star sect. As for Fong Qin and the other two, they were teaching the new disciples. One day, Tian Jinzi called Fong Qin to his study. "Sect leader, why did you call me here?" Fong Qin was a little confused, so he asked, "Fong Qin, do you still remember what I told you before?" Tian Jinzi said faintly, "Within the Sword Reverence sect, there is a place that is most suitable for the Heaven Sword Son to train. It is a place of opportunity. I feel that the time has come you should go and try it." "Oh, a place of opportunity?" Fong Qin's eyes flashed. Recently, his cultivation had indeed reached a bottleneck, and he was unable to break through for the time being. He needed to find an opportunity. "Every generation of the Heaven Sword Son has been there, including me," Tian Jinzi said slowly. Hearing this, Fong Qin was even more surprised. What kind of place was that? How could every generation of the Heaven Sword Son have been there? "Let me remind you, in that place of opportunity, even if your cultivation has reached the critical point of the Chi-Hai realm, do not form your Dharma idol," Tian Jinzi suddenly said. "Why is that?" Fong Qin asked. "Because although there are countless opportunities in that place of opportunity, the rules inside are chaotic. Once a condensing reality realm expert is discovered, they will be directly annihilated by the heavens." Tian Jinzi said, "I, Tian Jinzi, was once a Heaven Sword Son. Because he couldn't resist the temptation, he forcefully formed his Dharma idol in that place of opportunity and died tragically." Hearing Tian Jinzi's words, Fong Qin nodded slightly. Finally, Tian Jinzi told Fong Qin that in 3 days, Tian Jinzi would personally open the place of opportunity. He told Fong Qin to prepare. 3 days later, Fong Qin followed Tian Jinzi. Using the sect's divine sword, they arrived beneath the Sword Reverence sect. Only after arriving here did Fong Qin discover that beneath the Sword Reverence sect was not what he had imagined. There was a huge stone door beneath the ground. Through this stone door, you can enter the place of opportunity. Tian Jinzi pointed at the huge stone door and said in a low voice, "How do I enter?" Fong Qin asked, "Take out your Heaven Sword Son token." Tian Jinzi said. After that, Fong Qin took out the Heaven Sword Son's token and approached the stone door step by step. When he got close to the stone door, the Heaven Sword Son's token suddenly emitted a gentle light. In the next moment, the stone door opened and Fong Qin was sucked in. Seeing Fong Qin enter the stone door, Tian Jinzi's face revealed a trace of a smile. I wonder what level you can reach. Tian Jinzi squinted his eyes and looked at the stone door. He remembered that when Tian Jinzi entered the stone door for the first time, he cultivated for half a year and reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High realm. Among the generations of Heaven Sword Sons, there were even some who suppressed their cultivation and used the power of the 9th level of the Qi High realm to fight against a 2nd level condensing reality realm martial artist. Crash! After the stone door closed, Tian Jinzi returned to the Sword Reverend sect. In the following time, Tian Jinzi began to focus on the development of the Sword Reverend sect. In the southern mountain land, in a hidden place, there was a deathly aura all year round. The surroundings were filled with an extremely dense evil aura. If someone passed by here, they would definitely discover that the evil aura was so strong that it could corrode the body of a normal martial artist. In this evil place there was a green rock. Suddenly, a mysterious black shadow appeared on top of the green rock. This black shadow was emitting a terrifying aura. After the black shadow appeared, 5 figures appeared behind him. Damn it, the one-armed guardian is also dead. Our plan was almost ruined. The black shadow said coldly. His words contained a dense killing intent. Master, the Golden Crown Nation is only a big country in the southern mountain land. Although we lost the Golden Crown Nation, it did not affect our plan. One of the martial artists said, "These 5 people were the 5 martial marquises that went missing in the Golden Crown Nation." The one who spoke was the illusory martial marquis. Losing a one-armed guardian is nothing. The most important thing is that we cannot fail our mission. The Black Shadow said coldly, "Master, now that the entire Golden Crown Nation is united, as long as we enter the Golden Crown Nation, we will definitely be discovered. The plan is more important." Hearing this, the Black Shadow nodded and did not speak. Initially, his plan was to control the Golden Crown Nation. Once the Golden Crown Nation became their puppet, the rest of the plan would be much easier. Therefore, they destroyed the Sword Reverence sect without any warning. Originally, they wanted to destroy the other sects. However, the destruction of the Sword Reverence sect had alerted the other sects. They even started to join forces, so the Black Shadow gave up on this idea. However, he did not expect that the 3 sects that he had painstakingly built would be exposed in the divine illusion space. This made him furious. Now, there was not a single person from the Yellow Spring sect in the Golden Crown Nation. The plan is the most important. Temporarily give up on the Golden Crown Nation. The Black Shadow said, "Yes." The 5 people said in unison, "Sword Reverence sect," within an underground stone door. Before entering the stone door, Fong Qin didn't know what the land of opportunity that Tian Jinzi had spoken of was. Only after entering did Fong Qin realize that this really was a holy land for sword cultivators. This was a very small, independent space. This space was filled with dense sword intent. This sword intent made Fong Qin extremely excited. "This place is much stronger than the Sword Reverence sect's ancestral land," said Fong Qin. At this time, Fong Chen was standing on a plain. At the center of the plain were many yellow prayer mats. Each one of them had a name on it. Fong Chen walked up to the prayer mats and looked at each one. He saw that these prayer mats were where the Sword Reverence sect's Tian Jinzi had once sat. In front of the last prayer mat were the words Tian Jinzi. Crash! Just as Fong Qin was thinking, another prayer mat appeared beside Tian Jinzi's prayer mat. "This is my prayer mat." Fong Qin was puzzled. "My junior, this is the space of swords. It is a holy land for sword cultivators. Comprehending the sword Tao here will be twice the result with half the effort." Fong Qin vaguely heard such a voice. Then he sat cross-legged on a cattail hassock and wrote down the name, Fong Qin. Next was a long period of cultivation. First was tempering his sword intent. Fong Chen's sword intent had already reached the 2nd minor realm. Its power was extraordinary. And now, Fong Chen was using the space of swords to temper his own sword intent. Of course, Fong Chen was also cultivating the water and fire sword art. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Fong Chen was quietly sitting on the prayer mat. He had entered a state of enlightenment and hadn't awakened yet. During this time, the little mouse and the Banksianshu had finally recovered. The two of them crawled out of Fong Chen's spatial ring and played around in the space of swords. Brother Mouse, you are too powerful. Your teeth can bite through anything. The Banksianshu followed behind the little mouse, chattering nonstop. The little mouse seemed to have reached the peak of the Chi-Hai realm. Its body was surrounded by a purple halo. The Banksianshu was constantly flattering the little mouse, hoping to get its blood. Chapter 402. The Golden Crown Country was a big country in the southern mountain land. Within the Golden Crown Country, there was a list that everyone was familiar with, the Martial Marquis list. The Martial Marquis list had a total of 72 names. Every expert that could enter the Martial Marquis list had to be at the Chi-Hai realm and couldn't be older than 100 years old. In the world of cultivation, those who weren't older than 100 years old could be considered young. Being able to enter the Martial Marquis list represented talent and strength. Therefore, every warrior in the Golden Crown country wanted to enter the Martial Marquis list. Of course, there were some hidden warriors. Because of their age, they couldn't enter the Martial Marquis list. However, their strength wasn't any weaker than the Martial Marquis list experts. Ever since the Divine Illusion Space close, the Golden Crown country had been in chaos for more than a year. Finally, a few days ago, things had settled down. After the chaos was settled, the royal family of the Golden Crown country started to recruit the experts of the various sects. On a certain day, the royal family of the Golden Crown country announced that a month later, there would be a Martial Marquis list competition within the country. There were two ways to enter the Martial Marquis list. The first way was to challenge the experts of the Martial Marquis list. If you defeated or even killed them, you would be able to take their previous position. This was the most common way and also the way that everyone agreed on. As for the second way, it was the Martial Marquis list competition that the royal family didn't have a date. When the royal family created the Martial Marquis list, it was to choose the strongest Chi-Hai realm expert in the Golden Crown country. Therefore, the Martial Marquis list competition didn't have a date. The royal family could hold it whenever they wanted. The last time the Martial Marquis list competition was 20 years ago. Therefore, some of the experts on the Martial Marquis list had already occupied the list for 20 years. This time, when the royal family announced the competition, there were countless warriors who were celebrating. Although they didn't have the qualifications to participate in the Martial Marquis list competition, they could watch. With so many top experts fighting, it would definitely be very exciting. When the news of the Martial Marquis list competition spread, it caused a huge uproar. Countless warriors were discussing it. The royal family attached great importance to the Martial Marquis list competition that would take place a month later. Together with a few two-star sect, they built a large martial arts practice field in the wilderness outside of the imperial capital. Xia Hou and Jian Feng, who were in the Reverent Sword sect, were extremely excited. Their strength had already reached the peak of the Chi-Hai realm. After some hard work, they believed that they had the strength to enter the Martial Marquis list. Therefore, when they heard this news, they were extremely excited. It's a pity that junior brother Fong Chen is not here, or else he would definitely have obtained a good ranking. Xia Hou regretfully said, "Perhaps junior brother Fong Chen will appear in a month," Jian Feng said. Just like that, a month passed amidst the cheers of the crowd. The Martial Marquis ranking contest was finally about to begin. In this 1 month, the number of martial artists in the capital had increased tremendously. Countless martial artists had traveled through the night just to watch the Martial Marquis list contest. On the day that the Martial Marquis list competition began, all the older generation Martial Marquis list experts appeared. Even the number 1 expert on the Martial Marquis list, the soaring dragon marquis appeared. As for the illusory martial marquis and the other four, no one cared about them at all. There were many martial marquis who were stronger than them. Haha, there really are a lot of people. Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng stood within the crowd, grinning. Tian Genzi was a condensing reality realm expert and the sect master of the sword-worshipping sect. He naturally sat together with the king of the imperial family. On the plains there was a sea of people. After countless elections, the imperial family had decided on the final number of participants. Adding on the older generation, martial, marquis, list experts, there were over 500 participants. Over 500 people fighting over 72 spots. It could be imagined just how difficult it was. King, the time has come. Do you want to begin? The judge walked in front of the king and respectfully said, "Let's begin." The king nodded his head. Afterwards, the judge announced that the martial marquis list contest had officially begun. Over 500 martial artists would fight in pairs. The side that lost would be immediately eliminated, and the side that won would enter the next round. In the first round, the older generation, martial marquis, list experts, practically all won. As for Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng, they had also won their matches. While the Golden Crown Nation's martial artists were celebrating, as the heavenly sword son of the sword-worshipping sect, Feng Chen was cultivating within the sword space. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hiss, an extremely wild aura surged around Feng Chen's body. Sword intent filled the air, and the hidden star sword in his hand constantly emitted sword cries. Suddenly, Feng Chen opened his eyes. The hidden star sword in his hand instantly shot out a sword light that directly chopped down on the ground. Crack! A large hole appeared on the ground. Seeing the scene, Feng Chen slowly put away the hidden star sword and stood up from the praying mat. After 2 months of cultivation, my cultivation base has improved a lot. Feng Chen grinned. The sword intent here was too abundant. Moreover, comprehending the sword Tao here was twice the result with half the effort. The ancestor who had created this sword space was definitely a shocking expert. In 2 months, Feng Chen's fire and water sword technique had reached the 10th level. Its power was extremely tyrannical. One sword strike could frighten even ghosts and gods. My current strength should be comparable to the top 40 experts on the martial marquis list, Feng Chen said softly. Just as Feng Chen was speaking, the golden heart suddenly started trembling rapidly. This time, the speed of the trembling of the golden heart was much faster than before. When Feng Chen realized this, he continued to put spiritual stones into the golden heart. Then, Feng Chen sat down cross-legged on the praying mat and continued cultivating. Time passed by slowly. The speed at which the golden heart swallowed spiritual stones made Feng Chen's jaws drop. For sword strikes in a day, and the golden heart had swallowed 50,000 high-grade spiritual stones. This was unprecedented. However, it was fortunate that Feng Chen had a lot of high-grade spiritual stones, which were enough for the golden heart to swallow. After swallowing for 10 days and about 1 million high-grade spiritual stones, the golden heart finally fell into a deep slumber. Traces of golden light were emitted from the golden heart. "It's transforming," Feng Chen said in his heart. In the outside world, on the plains outside the imperial capital, the martial marquis battle had been going on for 10 days. It was estimated that it would take a month to finish. In 10 days, many martial artists had been eliminated. The remaining martial artists were the elites of the elites. After another 20 days, the martial marquis ranking battle had finally reached its final stage. The final rankings had basically been decided. When Xiahou Wu ascended the martial marquis rankings for the first time, he obtained the 53rd rank, whereas Jian Feng obtained the 59th rank. Seeing that his 2 disciples were ranked on the martial marquis list, Tian Genzi was grinning from ear to ear. Now, what was being held was the ranking of the top 3. Now, the ranking of the top 3 officially begins. The judge announced. He was extremely excited in his heart. The top three were the Soaring Dragon Marquis, the Black Armor Marquis, and the Soaring Marquis. These three were the top three of the previous Martial Marquis list. Their strength was extremely powerful. The three of them are too strong. No one can shake their positions. Yeah, especially the Soaring Dragon Marquis. His strength is really strong. It's said that he can fight against a level 1 condensing reality realm martial artist. Looks like the Soaring Dragon Marquis should be ranked first among the top three. Although the Black Armor Marquis and the Soaring Marquis are strong, they can't shake the Soaring Dragon Marquis position. On the plains, many martial artists had excited smiles on their faces. The battle between the three Marquis was definitely the most intense and exciting battle. Just before the three of them were about to fight, the king of the Golden Crown country suddenly stood up and said, "I didn't tell everyone beforehand, but the Martial Marquis who obtained the top three of this year's Martial Marquis ranking will represent our Golden Crown country and enter the Southern Mountain Land." Hearing the king's words, many martial artists were in an uproar. This news was too sudden. Enter the Southern Mountain Land. Oh my God, the top three this time can actually enter the Southern Mountain Land and represent the Golden Crown country to enter the Southern Mountain Land. This is too good. Unfortunately, we can't fight for it. The Golden Crown country was only a big country in the Southern Mountain Land. The Southern Mountain Land was very big. Compared to the Golden Crown country, it was many times bigger. Outside the Southern Mountain Land, there was an even bigger stage. If one wanted to step onto the big stage, one must first leave the Golden Crown country and enter the Southern Mountain Land. Hearing this, the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the other two grinned. They were very strong. They could even enter the Southern Mountain Land by themselves. However, there were many strong martial artists in the Southern Mountain Land. They were strong in the Golden Crown country, but it didn't mean that they were strong in the Southern Mountain Land. Entering the Southern Mountain Land for the first time, they would definitely encounter many difficulties. They definitely couldn't compare to the disciples of the Southern Mountain Sect. Representing the Golden Crown country in the Southern Mountain Land meant that they could directly join some of the big sect in the Southern Mountain Land. In this way, they wouldn't have to worry about resources. It would be easier for them to cultivate. Looks like the three of us are about to enter the Southern Mountain Land. The Soaring Dragon Marquis grinned. Before entering the Southern Mountain Land, let's determine the winner. The Black Armor Marquis said, "All right, let's determine the winner." The Soaring Dragon Marquis said. After a unanimous decision, the Black Armor Marquis and the Soaring Dragon Marquis decided to fight first. The winner of the two would challenge the Soaring Dragon Marquis. Black Armor Marquis, I will definitely defeat you and then challenge the Soaring Dragon Marquis. The Soaring Dragon Marquis coldly said, "That will depend on your ability." The Black Armor Marquis smiled. Crash! The two peak martial marquises fought. As soon as they attacked, the martial stage was filled with extremely dense spiritual chi. On the plains, countless martial artists were retreating. The attacks of the two martial marquises were too strong. They were actually unable to withstand the energy emitted from the battle. Too strong. Is this a battle between peak martial marquises? A martial artist exclaimed. The two martial marquises seemed to be casually attacking, but each of their attacks contained boundless battle power. The Soaring Dragon Marquis looked at the two of them and said in a low voice, "It looks like the Black Armor Marquis is still a level higher." With the Soaring Dragon Marquis's eyesight, he was able to see the difference between the two of them. As expected, after an intense battle, the Black Armor Marquis punched out. It seemed ordinary, but it sent the Soaring Dragon Marquis flying. Bang! The Soaring Dragon Marquis's body was sent flying. He landed on the ground, right at Xiahou Wu's feet. The Soaring Dragon Marquis was incomparably furious. He was unwilling to accept this. He had been so close to defeating the Black Armor Marquis, but in the end he had still been struck. Scram! The Soaring Dragon Marquis was already unhappy after losing the battle. Seeing the surrounding martial artists looking at him, he was infuriated. He directly waved his sleeve and a boundless aura bombarded the surrounding martial artists. Because Xiahou Wu was the closest to him, he was the most heavily injured. Chapter 403. Although Xiahou Wu was ranked on the martial marquee list, he was only ranked 53rd. How could he block an attack from the third-ranked soaring marquee? Bang! Xiahou Wu's body was sent flying. He crashed to the ground, vomiting blood. His face was pale, but his eyes were flickering. Killing intent erupted from his body. Xiahou, are you all right? When Jian Feng saw this scene, he quickly appeared beside Xiahou Wu and asked worriedly. The soaring marquis waved his sleeve, causing the surrounding martial artists to suffer. He had originally been preparing to leave, but when he sensed Xiahou Wu's killing intent, his expression changed, and he icily said, "Little ant, you dare release killing intent towards me? You're really courting death." The soaring marquis had only just finished speaking when he prepared to attack Xiahou Wu. At this time, Tian Jinzi was also unable to sit still. His wrist flicked and a sword light shot out, blocking the soaring marquis's attack. Soaring marquis, you're ranked third on the martial marquee list. Bullying the weak isn't good, said Tian Jinzi unhappily. I'll give Tian Jinzi face and let you off. The soaring marquis didn't dare say anything. After all, although he was strong, he didn't dare look down on Tian Jinzi. The soaring marquis coldly snorted and prepared to leave. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from the Sword Reverence Peak of Sword Continent City. This light contained an extremely majestic sword intent. At this moment, Feng Qin, who was in the sword space, suddenly opened his eyes. After cultivating for 3 months, there was finally a transformation. So the Tao of the sword's like this. Feng Qin's eyes were filled with excitement. In the next instant, sword intent surged out of his body. A wild sword intent soared into the sky. Crash! After Feng Qin had comprehended the true essence of the Tao of the sword, his sword intent had suddenly exploded. Under Feng Qin's gaze, his sword intent had broken through the second minor realm, reaching the shocking third minor realm. Third realm sword intent. Feng Qin was also incomparably excited. After cultivating for 3 months in the sword space, his sword intent had reached the third minor realm. This was a qualitative leap. Kid, your luck is really too good. Just as Feng Qin was getting excited, Old Ancestor Bronze spoke. His words were filled with astonishment. That golden heart of yours is too strong. It forcefully transformed your Tao body into a sword body, said Old Ancestor Bronze. Sword body. Feng Qin was puzzled. This was the first time he had heard the word sword body. The sword body is a constitution that sword cultivators yearn for even in their dreams. The Tao body is only slightly stronger than the average constitution, but the sword body is specially made for swords, Ancestor Bronze said. Feng Qin looked behind him. He felt that his body was like a sharp sword. It was different from before. With a shift of his mind, the sword all around him surged as if he could control the spiritual qi in the entire world. This is the sword body. Feng Qin held the hidden star sword and used the 11th level of the waterfire sword art. A majestic waterfire sword light immediately appeared in the sky. Not long ago, Feng Qin had cultivated the waterfire sword art to the 11th level. But although he had cultivated it to the 11th level, its power hadn't been as great as it was now. The sword body is transmitting sword intent. Feng Qin was shocked to find that his body was constantly transmitting sword intent into the hidden star sword, causing the waterfire sword light's power to explosively increase. Kid, now you know how terrifying the sword body is. Old Ancestor Bronze smiled. Only those peerless geniuses who cultivated the sword Tao could transform their bodies into a sword body. Generally speaking, less than 1 in a million martial artists could transform their bodies into a sword body. Even on the entire ancient sword continent, the number of martial artists who possessed a sword body could be counted on one hand. This time, the Golden Heart's transformation had brought great benefits to Fang Qin. It had allowed Fang Qin to possess a sword body. With a sword body, Fang Qin was destined to shine in the sword Dao. Kid, your heart is truly strange. Even I can't see through it. It's actually transforming your body. It's truly terrifying. Old Ancestor Bronze sighed as he thought of the Golden Heart. Fang Qin was still immersed in the joy of having a sword body. At this moment, he felt as if he had merged with the entire sword space. It was incomparably comfortable. His mind was filled with countless thoughts of the sword Dao. It was as if he was a peerless sword. Sword body, this is the sword body. Fang Qin's eyes were blurred at first, but in the end, they shot out a terrifying sword light. After a long while, Fang Qin finally calmed the excitement in his heart. Kid, with a sword body, you are invincible within the Qi High realm, said old Ancestor Bronze. A martial artist who possessed a sword body could cultivate the sword Dao much faster than an ordinary martial artist. On the entire ancient sword continent, there were only a few people who possessed a sword body. What is the origin of the Golden Heart? Fang Qin could not figure it out. Since the Golden Heart could turn his body into a sword, it was obvious that it was a treasure among treasures, invincible within the Qi High realm. Fang Qin was extremely excited. 3 months ago, his strength was not enough to enter the top 30 of the martial marquee list. But 3 months later, he possessed a sword body. At this moment, he was invincible within the Qi High realm. Of course, this was all because of the Golden Heart. Since his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, Fang Qin naturally would not stay in the sword space. Just as Fang Qin was about to leave, the majestic sword intent within the sword space was completely absorbed by Fang Qin's sword body. In the next moment, the sword intent within the sword space disappeared. It was like an ordinary independent space. Fang Qin was once again shocked. The sword body was too strong. It could actually absorb such a large amount of sword intent in an instant. What Fang Qin did not know was that as the Heaven Sword Son, he had already created history in the Sword Reverence sect. In the history of the Sword Reverence sect, there had never been a Heaven Sword Son who was able to completely absorb the sword intent within the sword space. He was the first. Of course, Fang Qin was also the first person to comprehend the third minor realm of sword intent within the sword space. Being able to comprehend the third level of sword concept at the Qi High realm was enough to show that Fang Qin had a monstrous talent in the sword Dao. With the third level of sword concept and the sword body, Fang Qin was already ahead of the majority of sword Dao cultivators. The current Fang Qin's comprehension of the sword Dao was probably not even comparable to the Heaven Sword Son. Fang Qin left the sword space and appeared within the Sword Reverence sect. Senior Brother Fang. A disciple passed by the square and saw Fang Qin. He respectfully greeted him. Fang Qin nodded his head and asked, "Is the sect master here?" Senior Brother Fang, a month ago, the sect master and the others went to the imperial capital to participate in the martial marquee list battle. They have yet to return. The disciple said. Hearing this, Fang Qin's eyes lit up and he immediately left the Sword Reverence sect. This time, Fang Qin did not walk alone. Instead, he took the transportation array and headed towards the imperial capital. After paying the required amount of spirit stones, Fang Qin entered the teleportation array. In the next instant, he appeared in the imperial city. Just as he appeared within the imperial capital, he felt two powerful auras. Outside the imperial capital, what a powerful aura! Fang Qin faintly said. He then left the imperial capital and arrived at the plains. Arriving here, Fang Qin happened to see the battle between the soaring dragon marquis and the black armor marquis. The battle between the two was extremely intense. A battle between the top martial marquee list battle. Fang Qin faintly said. Just as Fang Qin was watching the battle, he suddenly saw Jian Feng and Xiahou Wu from the corner of his eyes, especially the bloodstains on Xiahou Wu's body. He quickly passed through the crowd and arrived beside Xiahou Wu and Jian Feng. "What's going on?" Hearing someone speak, Jian Feng and Xiahou Wu turned to look. Their faces were filled with pleasant surprise. "Fang Qin, you've come out of seclusion." Jian Feng was incomparably excited to see Fang Qin. Xiahou Wu also grinned and nodded towards Fang Qin. "Who injured you?" asked Fang Qin. Xiahou Wu recounted to Fang Qin how he had been injured. Then, Fang Qin's gaze turned towards a certain region on the plains. This region was the region where the experts of the Martial Marquis list were located. At the very front, there was the arrogant Soaring Marquis. Soaring Dragon Marquis. Fang Qin muttered softly as a murderous intent flashed across his eyes. "Junior apprentice brother Fang Qin, it's a pity you came too late. Otherwise, you would definitely have entered the Martial Marquis list." Jian Feng felt it was a pity. "Yeah, Fang Qin, me and senior apprentice brother Jian Feng have also entered the Martial Marquis list. If you were to participate, you would at least be able to enter the top 30, said Xiahou Wu. Fang Qin nodded and didn't say anything. His gaze shifted from the Soaring Dragon Marquis to the martial stage. At this time, the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Black Armor Marquis were in the midst of an intense battle. Originally, everyone had thought that the Soaring Dragon Marquis would easily defeat the Black Armor Marquis. But only after the battle had begun did they realize that the Black Armor Marquis had been hiding his strength. The Black Armor Marquis defense is very strong, while the Soaring Dragon Marquis offense is very strong. When the two of them collide, there will definitely be one side that will not be able to endure. Fang Qin thought to himself. With Fang Qin's current eyesight, he could see where the two were lacking with a glance. He then slightly shook his head and said, "In less than 3 moves, the Black Armor Marquis will definitely lose." On the martial stage, the Black Armor Marquis body was surrounded by a layer of black light. This caused his defense to reach its peak. Soaring Dragon Marquis, you can't break my defense. The Black Armor Marquis sinisterly laughed. Is that so? After fighting for so long, the Soaring Dragon Marquis finally discovered the mysteries of the Black Armor Marquis defense. Hearing the Black Armor Marquis words, the Soaring Dragon Marquis faintly smiled. In the next moment, a scarlet light appeared on the Soaring Dragon Marquis palm. When this light appeared, the entire plane became silent. On the platform, many condensing reality experts, including the king, also had faces of shock. This Soaring Dragon Marquis has been hiding his strength all this time. Many condensing reality experts involuntarily cried out. The strength that the Soaring Dragon Marquis was currently exploding with was countless times stronger than before. Moreover, the aura around the Soaring Dragon Marquis was still rising. Crack! Chapter 404. Around the Soaring Dragon Marquis, crimson light flickered. A wild aura soared into the clouds. Crack the fist of the Soaring Dragon Marquis gathered a scarlet radiance. Then he punched towards the Black Armor Marquis. This punch caused the expressions of countless condensing reality realm warriors to change. With a cracking sound, a crack finally appeared on the Black Armor Marquis's invincible Chi-Hai defense. The ground was trembling and the martial arts stage was shaking. The battle between the two was too shocking. The Black Armor Marquis was pushed back by a punch from the Soaring Dragon Marquis. He stabilized his body with great difficulty. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. "Have you succeeded in cultivating it?" the Black Armor Marquis hurriedly asked. Everyone knew that when the Soaring Dragon Martial Marquis was young, he had accidentally obtained an absolute art. The Soaring Dragon Martial Marquis had only cultivated half of this absolute art before he entered the Martial Marquis role. When he cultivated it to 90%, he was already the unshakable #1 on the Martial Marquis list. But now his attack power was actually so powerful. The Black Armor Marquis believed that he must have successfully cultivated that ultimate art. You are not my match. Crimson light surged around the soaring dragon marquis as he said softly. Hearing the voice of the soaring dragon marquis, the Black Armor Marquis felt powerless for the first time. Facing the current soaring dragon marquis, he actually did not have the courage to make a move. After a long while, the Black Armor Marquis said loudly, "I admit defeat." When the Black Armor Marquis admitted defeat, it caused an uproar. Countless cultivators were shocked. The soaring dragon marquis was too strong. Even if he were to face a first-stage condensing reality realm warrior, he would not be afraid at all. Marquis of Soaring Dragon, Marquis for a moment. Voices rang out all over the plains. They were all chanting the name of the Soaring Dragon Marquis. The Soaring Dragon Marquis had become a godlike existence. With a valiant attitude, he had seized first place on the martial marquis list, shocking countless warriors. As expected of the Soaring Dragon Marquis. On the platform, many of the condensing reality realm warriors were also sighing. Although the Soaring Dragon Marquis was in the Chi-Hai realm, his strength had already surpassed the Chi-Hai realm. After a long while, the field gradually quieted down. They were all waiting for the referee's announcement. Finally, the judge stood out and surveyed the surroundings before he said, "This year's Martial Marquis Rankings competition." Before the referee could finish his words, he was interrupted by someone. Everyone was shocked and looked at the source of the voice. At this time, Fong Chen walked out step by step and finally walked onto the martial art stage. Fong Chen. The condensing reality realm warriors on the VIP platform all cried out in surprise. At this time, Fong Chen had just come out of his closed-door training and stopped the judge from announcing. Could it be that he was also going to participate in the Martial Marquis list battle? This was especially so for Tian Jianzi. When he saw Fong Chen appear, his eyes were filled with excitement. "Sorry I'm late. The competition for the Martial Marquis Rankings hasn't ended yet, right? Can I participate?" Fong Chen cupped his hands and asked the king. Hearing this, the king looked at everyone on the VIP platform. Seeing everyone nod their heads, he said, "Fong Chen, as the Heaven Sword son of the Reverent Sword Sect, you can naturally participate. The competition for the Martial Marquis Rankings hasn't ended yet. But because you're late, you can directly find a Martial Marquis Rankings expert to challenge. If you win, you'll enter the Martial Marquis list." Hearing the king's words, Fong Chen nodded his head. Then his deep eyes looked towards the resting area of the Marquis Rankings. Some of the Marquis Rankings lower their heads one after another. They were afraid that Fong Chen would challenge them. And some of the Marquis Rankings higher up had fearless faces. They did not believe that Fong Chen had the strength to challenge them. At this moment, everyone's gazes were focused on Fong Chen. They wanted to see who Fong Chen was going to challenge. "I want a challenge." Fong Chen looked around. Finally, his gaze landed on the Soaring Marquis. He loudly said, "Soaring Marquis." When Fong Chen said the word Soaring Marquis, the entire plains went into an uproar. Countless cultivators were endlessly shocked. Fong Chen. Xiao Wu and Jian Feng also felt that Fong Chen was a bit reckless. They wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Arrogant, truly an arrogant fellow. He actually dares to challenge the Soaring Marquis. Isn't that just courting death? Although the Soaring Marquis is not a match for the Profound Armor Marquis, he's still not someone Fong Chen can compare to. Does he think that just because he's the Heaven Sword son of the Reverent Sword Sect, he can be so arrogant? I want to see just how he'll be trampled by the Soaring Marquis. On the plains, many dissatisfied voices rang out. They felt that Fong Chen was too arrogant. Although Fong Chen's name could be heard everywhere in the Golden Crown Nation, the Soaring Marquis was an expert of the older generation on the martial marquee list. His strength was not something an ordinary person could compare to. On the platform, Tian Jinzi's face revealed a worried expression. He looked at Fang Qin. He also felt that the latter was a bit impulsive. As for the other condensing reality experts, they looked at Fang Chen with interest. Knowing that Fang Chen wanted to challenge him, the soaring marquis's eyes surged with killing intent. He said, "Humph, a piece of trash dares to challenge me?" Originally, the soaring marquis was not a match for the profound armor marquis. He was filled with anger. Now that he was challenged by a nobody, he became even more furious. On the martial stage, the referee asked again in disbelief, "Fang Qin, are you sure you want to challenge the soaring marquis?" "Correct, unless he doesn't dare to accept the challenge." Fang Chen's words once again caused a wave of ridicule. Unless he didn't dare to accept the challenge. Everyone looked at Fang Chen as if they were looking at an idiot. He was actually able to say such childish words. "Good, very good. It's been a long time since I've seen such a young person." The soaring marquis suddenly stood up and walked onto the martial stage. He looked at Fang Chen and said, "I don't dare to accept the challenge. I'm afraid there isn't a cultivator that I don't dare to accept the challenge in the Golden Crown Nation." Fang Chen did not pay attention to the crowd's ridicule. He knew that in a moment they would realize just how stupid their ridicule was. "With my personality, I wouldn't be so ostentatious," Fang Chen suddenly said to himself. "But if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for bullying the weak for no reason and injuring Xiahou Wu. He's just an ant. For me, the soaring marquis, to injure him is his honor." The soaring marquis sneered, not placing Xiahou Wu in his eyes. The soaring marquis was ranked third on the martial marquis list. Other than the black armor marquis and the soaring dragon marquis, no one else was his match. How could he place a martial marquis ranked 53rd on the martial marquis list in his eyes? "If you think others are ants, then aren't you also an ant?" Fang Chen smiled. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Xiahou Wu was moved. But at the same time, he was worried about Fang Chen. After all, his opponent was the soaring marquis. On the platform, Tian Jinzi sank into silence. Fang Chen was using his own method to obtain justice for Xiahou Wu. "Am I getting old?" Tian Jinzi thought to himself. As the sect master of the sword reverence sect, he had to consider the big picture. So when the soaring marquis had heavily injured Xiahou Wu, he had only stepped out to stop him. He hadn't made things difficult for the soaring marquis. But now, hearing Fang Chen's words, his blood also began to boil. Fang Chen had not hesitated to challenge the soaring marquis for Xiahou Wu. "You're talking about yourself, aren't you? An ant just like him." The soaring marquis was also infuriated by Fang Chen. A wild aura surged out of his body. In the martial marquis area, the soaring dragon marquis and the black armor marquis were sitting side by side. Although the two of them had just fought, it didn't affect their conversation in the slightest. "Soaring dragon, do you think this brat has some sort of trump card?" The black armor marquis eyes shined with a golden light as he stared at Fang Chen. "He is the sword reverence sect's heavenly sword son. A while ago, I heard he killed the 60th ranked black iron marquis. Then he disappeared for a period of time. I estimate he's in seclusion." The soaring dragon marquis analyzed. For him to appear so arrogant, it seems he must have made a breakthrough. Hearing the soaring dragon marquis words, the black armor marquis understood. Although the soaring dragon marquis had said that Fang Chen had made a breakthrough, the two of them didn't believe Fang Chen could defeat the soaring marquis. At such a young age, he managed to enter the martial marquis list. His talent isn't bad. What a pity. The black armor marquis sighed. He was the clearest on the soaring marquis character. Currently, the soaring marquis was furious. Since Fang Chen had provoked him, he would definitely use thunderous methods to cripple Fang Chen. He might even kill Fang Chen. So he was sighing. A genius had died, just like that. The soaring Marquis glared at Fang Chen. His eyes were filled with disdain. Chapter 405. That's right. Fang Chen viewed him as an ant. After the transformation of the Golden Heart, Fang Chen's body had been transformed into an extremely powerful sword body. Moreover, Fang Chen's sword intent had reached the third minor realm. With all these reasons added together, Fang Chen was worthy of being called an invincible Qi-Hai expert. Seeing the soaring Marquis's eyes flashing with killing intent, Fang Chen shook his head slightly, and a laughable smile appeared on his face. "Little brat, I will let you know that in front of me, the soaring Marquis, you are nothing." Seeing Fang Chen's mockery, the soaring Marquis was furious and said coldly. In the next moment, the soaring Marquis did not speak anymore. His body emitted an extremely wild aura, and on his fist a lightning mark appeared. Thunderbolt Fist. The soaring Marquis used his ultimate skill. All the strength in his body was gathered on his fist, and within his body one could hear the sound of rolling thunder. Seeing the soaring Marquis use the Thunderbolt Fist, many warriors on the plains were shocked. The soaring Marquis had used a killing move like the Thunderbolt Fist right from the start. It seemed like he was very dissatisfied with Fang Chen. Senior brother Jianfeng, will Fang Chen be all right? On the plains, Xiaohu asked worriedly. He had a good relationship with Fang Chen, and now that he felt the soaring Marquis's powerful attack, he could not help but worry about Fang Chen. Jianfeng was also worried about Fang Chen, but the Fang Chen he knew was not a reckless person. Since Fang Chen dared to challenge the soaring Marquis, then he should have some confidence. Junior brother Xiaohu, don't worry. Junior brother Fang Chen should have some confidence, Jianfeng said. At this moment, all the gazes on the plains were focused on the martial arts stage. Around the soaring Marquis's body, the wild power of thunder unceasingly emerged. On his fist, the lightning mark was extremely dense. The entire martial arts stage was filled with rolling thunder power. Fist of thunder, sky-breaking fist. The soaring Marquis tapped the ground with the tip of his foot as he leapt up and instantly appeared in front of Fang Chen. Then his fist, which was filled with destructive power, directly blasted towards Fang Chen. The soaring Marquis had a sinister smile on his face. He could almost see the scene of Fang Chen being killed by his fist. Forget about the black armor Marquis and the soaring dragon Marquis. Even trash like you dares to provoke me. You are truly courting death. The soaring Marquis roared in a low voice as he punched out. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chen stood quietly. From beginning to end, there was no trace of fear on his face. He just stood there quietly. Many of the warriors thought that Fang Chen had been scared silly by the soaring Marquis' powerful attack. Only the condensing reality realm warriors on the VIP platform were shocked to find that Fang Chen's body was surrounded by an aura that made them feel oppressed. Fang Chen's strength. The first to speak was the king of the royal family. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Chen suddenly moved. A hidden star sword suddenly appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the hidden star sword let out a series of sword cries. Fang Chen activated the sword body. The wild sword intent of the third minor realm soared into the sky. Water and fire sword art, level 11. This was the first time Fang Chen fought an enemy after his body changed into a sword body. When Fang Chen activated the sword body, many of the condensing reality realm warriors on the VIP platform were shocked. Why is there such a strong sword intent in his body? Even Tian Jinzi was shocked. Fang Chen's aura is increasing. The other condensing reality realm warriors exclaimed. Crash! A sword light of water and fire shot out from within the hidden star sword. This sword light of water and fire contained an extremely majestic sword essence. Crack! The sword light of water and fire fiercely collided with the fist of the soaring marquis. With a cracking sound, the fist of the soaring marquis actually shattered and blood spurted out. How is this possible? The soaring marquis let out a miserable cry, and in the next moment he roared in anger. Seeing this scene, all of the condensing reality realm warriors on the VIP platform suddenly stood up. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. How can Fong Qin be so strong? This sword intent is too strong. It's the strongest sword intent I've ever seen. This kid's achievements in the sword Dao are too high. With just one sword, he defeated the soaring marquis. At this moment, all of the condensing reality realm warriors finally understood why Fong Qin challenged the soaring marquis. He was not blindly challenging him. He had a hidden trump card. This was the first time he had used his full strength in front of everyone, and it directly shocked all of the warriors. After being hit by Fong Chen's water and fire sword art, the soaring marquis fist was badly mutilated. He screamed miserably, his heart filled with anger. I don't believe it. The soaring marquis roared in anger. Enduring the pain, he once again used the Thunder Fist, wanting to defeat Fong Qin. He was the third ranker on the martial marquis list, but he was defeated by a nobody. He was not willing to accept this. Wind and cloud sky extinguishing scripture. Fong Qin glanced at the soaring marquis and used the wind and cloud sky extinguishing scripture. His big hand directly stretched out and instantly suppressed the soaring marquis. Crack! The bones in the soaring marquis body creaked. He screamed miserably. At this moment, a trace of fear actually appeared in his heart. At this moment, in the resting area of the marquis, the faces of many warriors were filled with shock, especially the soaring dragon marquis and the black armor marquis. His strength. The soaring dragon marquis was the strongest among all the marquis. Naturally, he could sense Fong Chen's strength. At this moment, his heart was filled with a complicated expression. The strength that Fong Qin had displayed in the battle with the soaring marquis was not weaker than his. What was laughable was that he had previously thought that Fong Qin would be defeated by the soaring marquis. It seems that we have underestimated him. This kid's attack is too strong. Even the black armor marquis, who was known for his defense, did not have much confidence in facing Fong Chen's attack. At this moment, the soaring dragon marquis and the black armor marquis had completely approved of Fong Qin. Crack! Fong Chen's large hand was suppressing the soaring marquis. He directly threw the soaring marquis onto the martial arts arena. His entire body was in a sorry state, covered in blood. Fong Qin, have mercy. The person who spoke was the king of the imperial family. Seeing the soaring marquis being suppressed by Fong Qin, the king spoke. No matter how it was said, the soaring marquis was still an expert of their Golden Crown nation. If he was suppressed to death by Fong Qin, it would be their Golden Crown nation's loss. Hearing the king's words, Fong Qin suddenly withdrew his hand. His aura instantly vanished, and the martial stage returned to normal. The only shocking thing was that the soaring marquis was lying on the martial stage. His aura was weak, and he was heavily injured. The soaring marquis's eyes were filled with pain. He was unable to accept this reality. He had been defeated by such a young martial artist. "Help the soaring marquis down," said the king softly. Immediately, several imperial guards came up to help the soaring marquis away. After helping the soaring marquis away, the king's eyes flickered as he looked at Fong Qin. He walked step by step towards the martial stage and said, "Fong Qin, your strength has exceeded our expectations." "Do you still want to challenge him?" asked the king. Fong Qin slightly shook his head. Right now, he didn't really care about the martial marquis ranking. The reason he challenged the soaring marquis was to take revenge for Xiahou Wu. Hearing this, the king nodded and said, "Then, from now on, you are the Golden Crown nation's martial marquis ranking third." Ha ha ha! Tianjinzi Congratulations to your sword sect for having such a heaven-defying disciple. The other condensing reality experts all congratulated him. Tian Genzi was full of smiles as he looked at Feng Qin and asked, Feng Qin, since you've entered the Martial Marquis ranking, you should have a title. Have you thought about it? Hearing Tian Genzi's question, Feng Qin was stunned. He really hadn't thought about it. Brother Feng is so young, but his strength is so strong. Moreover, Brother Feng's accomplishments in the Sword Dao are something ordinary people can't compare to. How about we call him Sword Marquis? On the plains, the soaring dragon, Marquis grinned. Sword Marquis isn't bad, the King of Swords. Sword Marquis is very suitable for Brother Feng. The black armor Marquis smiled. Feng Qin, Sword Marquis, what do you think? Tian Genzi smiled. Feng Qin nodded and said, all right. Sword Marquis. This was Feng Qin's title on the Martial Marquis ranking. At this point, the Martial Marquis ranking battle had completely ended. The Soaring Dragon Marquis, the Black Armor Marquis, and the Sword Marquis were all in the top 3. Although the Marquis performances were very dazzling, in front of the top 3, they were completely overshadowed. On the plains, countless warriors were paying attention to the top 3 Marquis. They represented the strongest Qi Hai realm existences in the Golden Crown Nation. I once said that the top 3 of this year's Martial Marquis ranking will represent our Golden Crown Nation and enter the Southern Mountain Range. The king lightly said. Hearing this, even the Soaring Dragon Marquis face revealed a trace of seriousness. At their level, the Golden Crown Nation was no longer their stage. They urgently wanted to enter the Southern Mountain Range, and this time it was the best opportunity to do so. Although at your level you can also enter the Southern Mountain Range yourselves, but if you enter the Southern Mountain Range as a representative of the Golden Crown Nation, you can directly join a large sect. For you, this is an extremely important matter. The king said. Feng Qin and the others naturally understood that they were unfamiliar with the Southern Mountain Range. If they went to the Southern Mountain Range, they would have to start all over again. They would also have to compete with others for resources. In the Southern Mountain Range, there were many strong warriors. If they weren't careful, they would lose their lives. If they had the protection of a sect, it would be much safer. Moreover, they would be able to cultivate faster. In half a month, the imperial family will escort you to the Southern Mountain Range. You should go back and prepare. The king said to the 3 of them, as for the rest of you, as long as you work hard, the imperial family will definitely provide you with endless resources. At this moment, Feng Qin clenched his fists as he thought to himself. Chapter 406. Starting from a small sect in the small Divine Wind Nation, Feng Qin had relied on his own efforts to reach where he was now. He no longer needed to look up to the big country that he used to look up to, the Martial Marquis list that he used to look up to. Now, as long as he wanted to, he could become the number 1 on the list anytime. Although the journey was tough, Feng Qin's strength increased very quickly. After coming to the Golden Crown Nation for 3 years, the 17-year-old Feng Qin had become a 20-year-old young man. If the big sect in the Southern Mountain Land knew that Feng Qin was the number 1 Qi Hai warrior, they would definitely go crazy to snatch him. The royal family gave them half a month to prepare. After half a month, they would head to the Southern Mountain Land. After the Martial Marquis list battle ended, most of the warriors in the imperial capital had left. The bustling imperial capital suddenly became a lot quieter. Feng Qin followed Tian Genzi back to the Sword State City. Feng Qin, in this half a month, you should take a good rest. Tian Genzi looked at Feng Qin and said with a gratified face. Feng Qin nodded and did not say anything. The sword-worshipping sect was now on the right track. Although it was still far from its peak, with the leadership of the condensing reality realm warrior Tian Genzi, it would definitely become one of the 9 2-star sects in the Golden Crown Nation. In the next half a month, Feng Qin did not cultivate too much. He had reached a bottleneck and could not break through for now. One day, Tian Jinzi came to Fang Chen's courtyard. Sect leader Fang Chen cupped his hands and said, "Fang Chen, in a few days you will be heading to the southern mountain land." Tian Jinzi said slowly, "There are countless powerful people in the southern mountain land. It's not something that the tiny Golden Crown country can compare to. In the southern mountain land, it's best to join a sect. That way, your cultivation will be much faster." "I know," Fang Chen nodded. Having been in the ancient Sword Continent for so long, Fang Chen had a relatively good understanding of the ancient Sword Continent. The vast ancient Sword Continent had a total of 3 continents: the Sky Continent, the 5 Elements Continent, and the Demon Continent. These 3 continents occupied the entire ancient Sword Continent. The place where Fang Chen was located was just a small place in the 5 Elements province. The 3 great prefectures were extremely vast. Among them, the 5 Elements Prefecture was the most vast. Because the 5 Elements Prefecture was vast, it was divided into the 4 great ridges of the north, south, east, and west. The Golden Crown Nation, where Fang Chen was from, was just a big country in the southern mountains. In the entire southern mountains, there were many big countries like the Golden Crown Nation, as well as countless small countries. The sect's forces in the southern mountain range are very complicated. You must be careful when you enter the southern mountain range, Tian Jinzi said in a low voice. "Thank you for your concern, Sect Master," said Fang Chen. "After you enter the southern mountain land, if you have the chance, you can go to the famed sword sect and look for a sword cultivator called Jian Hoarder," Tian Jinzi suddenly said. "Famed sword sect? Jian Hoarder?" Fang Chen was a bit puzzled. "Strictly speaking, Jian Hoarder is your senior apprentice brother. He is a disciple of my Reverend's sword sect. 6 years ago, he left the Reverend's sword sect and went to the southern mountain range. In these 6 years, news of him has only been sent back to the Reverend's sword sect once. That was when he joined the famed sword sect. After that, there was no news of him. The famed sword sect is considered one of the more powerful sects in the southern mountain range. With Jian Hoarder's talent, he'll definitely become a core disciple very quickly. If my guess is correct, he should be a core disciple of the famed sword sect by now. If you can find him, you'll have someone to take care of you in the southern mountain range," continued Tian Jinzi. Fang Chen nodded. He made a mental note of Jian Hoarder. If he had the chance, he would definitely go look for him. Tian Jinzi chatted with Fang Chen for a while longer before leaving. As the Reverend sword sect's Tian Jinzi, he would always go out to train. Only through life and death situations could he grow. If the current Fang Chen stayed in the Golden Crown country, there wouldn't be any challenge for him. His strength would stagnate, so he had to go to the southern mountain range. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, it was time to go to the southern mountain range. On this day, Fang Chen used the transfer array to go to the imperial capital and entered the imperial city. At this time, the soaring dragon marquis and the black armor marquis had already arrived. The king of the imperial family was also present. "Fang Chen, you're here." Seeing Fang Chen arrive, the black armor marquis and the soaring dragon marquis smiled and greeted Fang Chen. "This is your medallion. Once you enter the southern mountain range, you can go to Leaning Water City and join the Baron sect." The king of the imperial family handed over the medallions and smiled. Finally, the king of the imperial family told the 3 of them about the things they needed to take note of when entering the southern mountain range. Then he activated the transfer array. "You are the geniuses of the Golden Crown country. No matter what, the Golden Crown country will be your backing." The king of the imperial family said in a deep voice. The 3 of them bade farewell to the king and entered the transfer array. This transfer array was the highest grade transfer array in the Golden Crown country. This transfer array was also the only link between the Golden Crown country and the southern mountain range. Because the transfer array was very important, it had always been controlled by the imperial family of the Golden Crown country. Normally, the transfer array would not be activated. However, this time, for Fong Qin and the other two, an exception was made to activate the transfer array. I hope the three of you can make a name for yourselves in the southern mountain range. Seeing the transfer array being activated, the king of the imperial family stared at the transfer array with his deep eyes and said softly, "Crash!" A white light flashed, and the three of them felt their vision turn white. Then the world started to spin. It was as if they had entered an endless darkness. Fong Chen and the other two's bodies started to float uncontrollably. After a while, the white light stopped. Fong Chen and the other two opened their eyes. The transfer array had stopped. "You guys come out quickly." Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. Fong Chen and the other two raised their heads and saw a guard standing in front of the transfer array. The guard's face was very serious. He opened the door of the transfer array and said coldly to Fong Chen and the other two. Fong Chen and the other two nodded and walked out of the transfer array. "This is the southern mountain range." Fong Chen looked around and couldn't help but sigh. The Ling Qi in the air here was much denser than in the Golden Crown country. Moreover, the guard just now was at the 9th level of the Qi High realm. Even the guard of the transfer array is so strong. Fong Chen thought to himself, the southern mountain range was a place where the geniuses of countless countries gathered. Those who could enter the southern mountain range were all monstrous geniuses. The guard looked at Fong Chen and the other two and knew that it was their first time in the southern mountain range. "The three of you, is this your first time in the southern mountain range?" The guard looked at the three and asked. Fong Chen and the other two nodded. The guard said, "This is the border of the southern mountain range, Spirit Heart City. It is very safe within Spirit Heart City, but once you leave Spirit Heart City, it will be very dangerous. Take care of yourselves." As the guard of the transfer array, he could see warriors coming to the southern mountain range for the first time almost every day. But they didn't know the dangers of the southern mountain range and would often leave Spirit Heart City without careful consideration. In the southern mountain land, other than the cities, the wilderness was extremely dangerous. There were even powerful martial artists who would rob in the dark. After Fong Chen and the other two heard the guard's words, they nodded and left the transfer array. "Soaring Dragon Marquis, what do we do next?" The Black Armor Marquis looked at the Soaring Dragon Marquis and asked. Although the Sword Marquis was very strong, he wasn't as old as the Soaring Dragon Marquis. So the Black Armor Marquis still followed the Soaring Dragon Marquis. The Soaring Dragon Marquis pondered for a moment and said, "We've just arrived in the southern mountain range and aren't familiar with the situation here. Let's stay in Spirit Heart City for now. Once we've completely understood the situation here, we'll head to Leaning Water City." Hearing this, the Black Armor Marquis and the Sword Marquis Fong Chen nodded. After that, Fong Chen and the other two walked together and arrived at an extremely bustling inn in Spirit Heart City. After Fong Chen and the other two sat down, the waiter walked over with a smile and asked, "Dear guests, what would you like to order?" "Give me a portion of your restaurant's specialty dishes," said the Soaring Dragon Marquis. The waiter looked at Fong Chen and the other two and said, "You three must be new here. Why do you ask?" Hearing this, Fong Chen was a little puzzled and asked, "Our Kulaifu Inn is the most famous inn in Spirit Heart City. Our inn's expenses are very high. If we follow your request and order a portion of our restaurant's specialty dishes, it will cost at least 100,000 high-grade spirit stones," reminded the waiter softly. As the waiter of Kulaifu Inn, he received cultivators every day. There were many cultivators who came to the southern mountain range for the first time and didn't understand these things. They randomly ordered wine and dishes and didn't have the money to pay in the end. So the waiter reminded them in advance. Hearing the waiter's words, Fong Chen and the other two sighed inwardly, as expected of the southern mountain range. The spirit stones needed to eat a meal was equivalent to an ordinary person's annual income. "Don't worry, We have plenty of spirit stones. Give us a portion of each dish and a jug of your restaurant's good wine, said Fong Chin. Okay, please wait a moment. Hearing this, the waiter laughed and left. As expected of the southern mountain range, a meal costs 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. The black armor marquis couldn't help but sigh. Yes, although 100,000 high-grade spirit stones is nothing to us, some ordinary cultivators can't afford it. The soaring dragon marquis also sighed. This spirit heart city is only a peripheral city of the southern mountain range. What if it was the core city of the southern mountain range? Fong Chin said. In a short while the dishes were all served. This was the first time Fong Chin and the other two had come to the southern mountain range. They were very happy, and the three of them happily drank. However, just as the three of them were happily eating and drinking, suddenly a roar was heard in the inn. Hearing this voice, countless cultivators in the inn immediately stood up and quickly left the inn. Immediately after, a burly man walked in from outside the inn. Beside him were a few subordinates. The burly man had a scar on his face, and his whole body was emitting a terrifying aura. The burly man looked around and saw that Fong Chin and the other two were still sitting there. He roared angrily, "This inn is reserved by me. Hurry up and get out of here." Just as the burly man was roaring at Fong Chin and the other two, a cultivator suddenly appeared beside the burly man silently. "Humph, you didn't even ask around. How dare you come to my Kulaifu Inn and behave so atrociously?" The middle-aged cultivator snorted coldly. He clenched his fist and directly grabbed the burly man's collar. With a shake of his wrist, the burly man was flung out of the inn. This is just a lesson. The next time you cause trouble, your life will end here. After the middle-aged cultivator finished speaking, he turned and left. The inn instantly quieted down. Seeing this, Fong Chin and the other two exchanged glances. The middle-aged man who had just attacked was a condensing reality realm cultivator. Chapter 407. Kulaifu Inn was one of the most famous inns in the Spirit Heart City. It had a strong background, which made countless warriors not dare to cause trouble here. The tall and sturdy man who was thrown out just now was obviously new to the Spirit Heart City and did not know the rules here. After being cleaned up by the middle-aged man, the inn returned to its peaceful state. Fong Chin and the other two continued to drink. After about an hour, Fong Chin and the other two finally had their fill. Then they went to pay the bill. At first, the soaring dragon marquis wanted to pay the bill, but Fong Chin beat him to it. "Brother Fong, you are so mean. This meal was supposed to be my treat, but you secretly paid for it." The soaring dragon marquis looked at Fong Chin and laughed. Hearing this, Fong Chin and the black armor marquis both laughed. After the three walked out of Kulaifu Inn, they bumped into the tall and sturdy man who was thrown out just now. When the tall and sturdy man saw Fong Chin and the other two walk out, his face was filled with anger. "You three little bastards." The tall and sturdy man was a genius from a big country in the southern mountain land. His strength had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Chi-Hai realm, and he was invincible among the younger generation of the big country. He came to the southern mountain land with great ambition and also teleported to the Spirit Heart City. When he was in the big country, the tall and sturdy man's character was very irritable. After coming to the Spirit Heart City, he did not restrain himself at all. That was why there was that farce in Kulaifu Inn. The tall and sturdy man was thrown out by the condensing reality realm warrior of Kulaifu Inn. He felt that he had lost a lot of face, but he did not dare to cause trouble for Kulaifu Inn. He could only vent his anger on Fong Chin and the other two. "Stop right there." The tall and sturdy man saw that Fong Chin and the other two ignored him. He took a step forward and blocked in front of Fong Chin and the other two and said coldly, "N." Fong Chin and the other two were blocked by the tall and sturdy man. They raised their eyebrows slightly and their faces were a little unhappy. "What? You don't dare to challenge a condensing reality realm warrior, and only dare to bully a Chi-High realm warrior? The soaring dragon Marquis sneered and mocked. Do the three of you want to die? Roared the burly man. You want to kill the three of us? How naive! The black armor Marquis sneered. The three of them were invincible within the Chi-High realm. A warrior at the peak of the 9th level of the Chi-High realm dared to challenge them. If this wasn't the Spirit Heart City, the tall and sturdy man would have died long ago. If this wasn't the Spirit Heart City, I would definitely teach you a lesson. The burly man roared furiously. You should be glad that this is Spirit Heart City, Fangchen said. As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them turned around and left. The burly man's face was filled with anger as he watched Fangchen and the other two leave. Fangchen and the other two temporarily stayed in the Spirit Heart City. As they stayed, they also learned about the situation in the southern mountain land. On a certain day, Fangchen and the other two were strolling on the streets. Suddenly, many cultivators rushed to the plaza like a flood. Is there something going on in front? Fangchen was confused and asked. Let's go and have a look, said the black armor Marquis. Soon after, the three of them followed the majority of the warriors and arrived at the plaza. At this moment, there was an arena in the plaza. On the arena stood a young warrior. This young warrior's body was filled with killing intent. Who else is there? The young warrior's voice was very heavy and cold. Fangchen and the other two were a little confused. They immediately asked the warriors next to them. Soon the three of them knew. I see. Fangchen heard and nodded slightly. In the southern mountain land, fights were prohibited within the cities. However, there were many warriors in the cities, and conflicts were inevitable. Therefore, there was an arena here. Not only could the arena resolve the enmity between two people, but it could also allow warriors to challenge each other. The warrior who stepped onto the arena first was called the Arena Guardian. The other warriors could challenge the Arena Guardian at will. As long as a warrior could win 10 battles, they would receive a reward from the city, Lord's Mansion. Moreover, this arena was the only place in the Spirit Heart City where people could fight. Who else is there? The young warrior standing on the arena had a fierce look on his face. There was a trace of blood on his body. He had come here to resolve a personal grudge with a warrior. After his enemy was killed, he began to defend the arena. Several warriors had already stepped onto the arena to challenge him, but they were all defeated by him. For consecutive victories, as long as he won 6 more battles, he would receive a reward from the city Lord's Mansion. It was said that the city Lord's Mansion's rewards were very generous. Crash! Just as this cultivator finished speaking, a tall and sturdy man suddenly walked onto the stage. Fangchen and the other two exchanged glances when they saw this. This burly man was the one who had spoken rudely to them before. Let me end your winning streak, roared the burly man. As soon as the burly man stepped onto the arena, he began fighting with the young warrior from before. After a fierce battle, the burly man won. A wild smile appeared on the burly man's face. He looked around and suddenly noticed Fangchen and the other two. His eyes were filled with provocation as he looked at Fangchen and the other two. You, 3 grandsons, do you dare to step onto the arena? Roared the burly man in front of all the warriors. Fangchen and the other two's expressions changed. The explosive black armor Marquis directly charged onto the arena. Son of a bitch! You finally dare to step onto the arena, sneered the burly man. You're courting death. The black armor Marquis' strength was one of the best in the Golden Crown Nation's younger generation. In the face of the burly man's provocation, the black armor Marquis was furious. Black armor shield. The black armor Marquis roared and used the black armor shield. A layer of black light appeared around his body. As soon as this layer of light appeared, the black armor Marquis defense was raised to the extreme. In the next instant, the black armor Marquis clenched his fist and gathered all the strength in his body. He directly punched the burly man. The burly man's face was filled with a mocking smile. However, just as the black armor marquis fist landed on the burly man's body, a trace of fear finally appeared on the burly man's face. Ah! The burly man let out a miserable cry as he was sent flying out of the arena by the black armor marquis fist. Trash! The black armor marquis sneered. The black armor marquis easily defeated the burly man, causing countless warriors to be shocked. It had to be known that Spirit Heart City was located at the edge of the southern mountain land. Therefore, the warriors here weren't as strong as those in the core cities of the southern mountain land. The burly man's strength was already considered pretty good among the younger generation of Spirit Heart City. He didn't expect that this warrior in front of him would actually send the black armor marquis flying with a single punch. Let me have a go at you. Following that, the younger generation of warriors continued to challenge the black armor marquis. After a series of fierce battles, the black armor marquis won 9 consecutive battles. After 9 consecutive victories, the 10th person to enter the arena finally caused a commotion in the entire plaza. Li Jinghong! I didn't think that Li Jinghong would come to this place. Someone exclaimed. Li Jinghong was one of the top warriors among the younger generation of Spirit Heart City. His strength and cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi Hai realm. According to legends, Li Jinghong had once killed a warrior who was half a step into the true condensation realm. He even managed to retreat safely from a first-level, true condensation realm warrior. Seeing Li Jinghong enter the arena, many warriors were shocked. Your strength is not bad. You are worthy of my challenge. Li Jinghong smiled and said, I hope that you won't disappoint me. The black armor marquis squinted his eyes and looked at Li Jinghong as he said in a low voice. Xiao Li Jinghong's wrist shook and a stream of spirit qi shot out towards the black armor marquis. Being caught off guard, the black armor marquis body was hit by the spirit qi stream. Fortunately, the black armor marquis defense was very strong, and it wasn't a big deal. His defense is so strong. Seeing that the black armor marquis was unharmed, Li Jinghong's face revealed a trace of surprise. Soon after, he used an even more powerful attack. Below the arena, Fang Chen and the Soaring Dragon Marquis were watching the battle between the Black Armor Marquis and Li Jinghong. This Li Jinghong's strength is similar to mine. The Black Armor Marquis is not his opponent. The Soaring Dragon Marquis said. Fang Chen nodded. The Soaring Dragon Marquis was right. This Li Jinghong's strength was very tyrannical. The Black Armor Marquis relied on his defense and was unable to fight against him. As expected after a fierce battle, the Black Armor Marquis was defeated. However, although the Black Armor Marquis lost, he still posed a considerable threat to Li Jinghong. Your defense is very strong. I wonder if you are interested in coming to my residence for a chat. Li Jinghong looked at the Black Armor Marquis and said with a smile, Not interested. The Black Armor Marquis said directly. Li Jinghong was startled. His invitation had been directly refused by someone without even thinking about it. Brother, I am Li Jinghong. If you are willing to come to my residence for a chat, perhaps there will be a pleasant surprise. Li Jinghong said. The Black Armor Marquis was just about to refuse when he suddenly heard Fang Chen's voice. He nodded and said, Sure, but I want to bring 2 of my good friends. The Black Armor Marquis's acceptance of Li Jinghong's request caused a trace of joy to appear on Li Jinghong's face. He looked at Fang Chen and the Soaring Dragon Marquis. Although he was unwilling, he still agreed. All right, said Li Jinghong. After that, Fang Chen and the other 2 followed Li Jinghong and left. On the way, the Black Armor Marquis was puzzled. He secretly asked, Brother Fang, why did you want me to accept Li Jinghong's invitation? Spirit Heart City is very far from Water Leaning City. The journey is too dangerous. Perhaps we can borrow Li Jinghong to leave Spirit Heart City and go to Water Leaning City. Fang Qin secretly transmitted his voice. Oh, Brother Fang, what did you discover? Asked the soaring dragon marquis. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he looked at Li Jinghong walking at the very front. He secretly transmitted his voice. The cultivation technique Li Jinghong just used is very similar to the divine statue shocking the heavens. I suspect that Li Jinghong is a disciple of the divine statue sect. In the past few days in Spirit Heart City, Fang Qin had been flipping through the history books of the southern mountain range. He had learned a lot, and the one that caught his attention was the divine statue, sect's divine statue shocking the heavens cultivation technique. This cultivation technique was extremely famous in the southern mountain range. Fang Chen intentionally glanced at it a few more times, and the divine statue sect seemed to be in Water Leaning City. Although he had never heard of Li Jinghong being a disciple of the divine statue sect, his cultivation technique was very similar to divine statue shocking the heavens. Chapter 408. According to Fang Chen's guess, Li Jinghong's strength was about the same as the soaring dragon marquis. He wasn't a threat to him, so he dared to follow Li Jinghong. Li Jinghong's appearance shocked countless martialists on the square. After Li Jinghong left, countless cultivators' eyes were filled with envy. Those 3 lucky fellows had actually caught Li Jinghong's eye. They were really lucky, especially the burly man who had a grudge with Fang Chen's group. At this moment, he was incomparably regretful. Why did he provoke those 3 in the first place? Not long after, Li Jinghong brought the 3 of them to a secluded courtyard in Spirit Heart City. Sit. Li Jinghong pointed at a few stone benches in the center of the courtyard and smiled. Li Jinghong had just returned when a servant came out to pour tea. Fang Chen's group didn't hesitate and directly sat on the stone benches. Why have you called us here? The black armor marquis asked. No, I'm just looking for you. Li Jinghong said. Right now. There's an opportunity in front of you. If you're willing, you can obtain this opportunity. What opportunity? The black armor marquis asked. An opportunity to join a large sect. Li Jinghong smiled mysteriously. What sect? The black armor marquis continued to ask. Li Jinghong shook his head slightly. He wasn't willing to say too much. He looked at the black armor marquis and said, There's still some distance from here to Leaning Water City. You need to leave Spirit Heart City alone and go to Leaning Water City. If you can reach the condensing reality realm before you reach Leaning Water City, I'll appear at that time and you can join my sect. Hearing Li Jinghong's words, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. It seemed his guess was correct. Li Jinghong was a disciple of the divine statue sect. Could it be that Li Jinghong said this to recruit disciples for the divine statue sect? Li Jinghong didn't want to reveal which sect he was in. He only told the black armor marquis to go to the Luoshui city alone. Only those who reached the condensing reality realm before reaching the Luoshui city could join Li Jinghong's sect. The sect that I'm in is considered one of the most powerful sects in the entire southern mountain range. If you rely on your own efforts, I'm afraid you won't be able to join it in your lifetime, Li Jinghong said. The reason why I was sent to Spirit Heart City was to complete a mission and recruit talented disciples to join the sect, Li Jinghong said. The black armor marquis nodded and said, Let me think about it. Crash a command token appeared in Li Jinghong's hand, and he passed it to the black armor marquis and said, This is my identity token. You can use this command token to look for me once you arrive at Leaning Water City. After speaking, Li Jinghong disappeared and left. From beginning to end, he did not even glance at Fang Qin and the soaring dragon marquis, directly ignoring the 2 of them. Me. The black armor marquis still wanted to say something, but Li Jinghong had already left, leaving the black armor marquis speechless. The black armor marquis turned to look at the soaring dragon marquis and Fang Qin and said, It seems that Li Jinghong has not discovered the strength of the two of you. It doesn't matter. We're heading to Leaning Water City anyway. Once we arrive at Leaning Water City, we can join the Baron sect. Fang Qin did not care about joining the Baron sect. That's right. Our goal is Leaning Water City, the soaring dragon marquis said. Soon after, the three of them returned to the inn. After resting for a day, the three of them bought a map of the southern mountain range and prepared to head to Leaning Water City. On this day, Fang Chen and the other two left Spiritual Heart City early in the morning and appeared outside Spiritual Heart City. The soaring dragon marquis looked around and said, "In the southern mountain range, it's safe within the city. However, it's extremely dangerous outside the city. Let's leave quickly." Soon after, the three of them quickly left Spiritual Heart City. However, what the three of them did not know was that as soon as they walked out of Spiritual Heart City, they were targeted by some warriors. Third brother, three people came out. They seemed to be young warriors. A one-eyed middle-aged man said to a warrior beside him, "Three young warriors. How strong are they?" The warrior called second brother asked. "They didn't fly, they just walked. They definitely haven't reached the condensing reality realm. At most, they're at the 9th level of the Chi-Hai realm." The one-eyed middle-aged man said with a sinister smile, "Three Chi-Hai realm warriors, get ready to attack." The second brother muttered to himself for a moment and said, In the blink of an eye, the sun was high in the sky and the temperature in the air was extremely high. Fang Chen and the other two had already walked for an entire morning and were far away from Spiritual Heart City. However, in this entire morning, the three of them did not encounter anything. This allowed the three of them to relax a lot. It seems that the wilderness is not as dangerous as they said. The black armor marquis grinned. "It's better to be careful," Fang Qin said in a low voice. Just as Fang Qin finished his words, a sinister smile suddenly appeared from the darkness. Immediately after, more than 10 warriors appeared in front of Fang Qin and the other two. At this moment, Fang Qin and the other two were in a wasteland. There was no one within 100 miles of them. "Three little bastards, leave your treasures behind and I can spare your lives." A one-eyed middle-aged man looked at the three of them and sneered. "That's right, you're lucky to have met us. We only want wealth, not lives." The second brother grinned. Fang Qin and the other two saw these bandits and stopped. The soaring dragon marquis took a step forward and looked at the bandits. He said coldly, "Humph, if you want to steal our treasures, let's see if you have the ability." Hearing the soaring dragon marquis words, the one-eyed middle-aged man was furious. His body flashed and appeared in front of the soaring dragon marquis. He started to attack him fiercely. Bang bang bungas, soon as they exchanged blows. The soaring dragon marquis discovered that the one-eyed middle-aged man's strength was not as good as his own. "You're courting death." The soaring dragon marquis displayed a fierce attack that was incomparably overbearing. After a fierce battle, he killed the one-eyed middle-aged man with a single punch. Third brother, seeing the one-eyed middle-aged man killed by the soaring dragon marquis, the second brother did not have time to save him. He looked at the one-eyed middle-aged man lying on the ground, his face filled with anger. "I will take revenge for my third brother. You all must die." The second brother was furious. An extremely wild aura emerged from his body. In the next moment, a huge axe appeared above the second brother's head. This huge axe was filled with an extremely wild aura. Dharma Idol, the Dharma Idol of a condensing reality, realm warrior. Seeing the huge Dharma Idol axe above the bandits' heads, the soaring dragon marquis frowned. At this moment, the black armor marquis and Fang Qin also attacked. Attack together. Fang Qin shouted, and the three of them attacked together. The three of them were at the peak of the Chi-Hai realm. If they attacked together, even a martial artist at the first level of the condensing reality realm would not be able to defeat them. Water and fire sword technique. Fang Qin displayed the 11th level of the water and fire sword technique. The powerful sword body was activated and the sword intent of the third minor realm instantly gushed out. Xiao, the second brother, was attacking the soaring dragon marquis when he suddenly suffered the attack of Fang Qin's sword light. His figure instantly retreated and the pressure on the soaring dragon marquis decreased. Let's end this quickly. After all, this was the bandits' territory. Once they were blocked by powerful bandits, they would be in danger. Go to hell. The black armor marquis activated all the power in his body and raised his defense to the extreme. He directly appeared in front of the second brother and blocked the second brother's attack. Pucci, after being hit by the second brother, the black armor marquis spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he endured it in the end and desperately blocked the second brother's attack. Seeing this, Fang Qin and the soaring dragon marquis simultaneously displayed a tyrannical and fierce attack, directly bombarding the second brother's body. Crack! One of the second brother's arms was cut off by Fang Qin's sword. He let out a miserable cry. At the same time, the other arm of the second brother was shattered by the soaring dragon marquis punch. I'll kill you all. The second brother was extremely angry. He controlled the giant axe and attacked Fang Qin and the other two with all his might. Sky extinguishing scripture of wind and cloud. Fang Qin displayed the sky extinguishing scripture of wind and cloud. At the same time, he also displayed the 11th level of the water and fire sword technique. The soaring dragon marquis also did the same. He used all his strength and displayed his most tyrannical attack. Crack! The three of them combined their attacks and directly shattered the second brother's giant axe. Pucci! The giant axe shattered and the second brother spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura was weak and his vitality was disappearing. I can't accept this. The second brother would never have dreamed that he, a condensing reality stage warrior, would be killed by 3 Chi high stage warriors. Crack! The giant axe completely shattered and the second brother's body instantly fell to the ground. Let's go! Fang Qin yelled in a low voice. The 3 of them instantly disappeared from the wasteland. Not long after Fang Qin and the other 2 left, some bandits discovered that their leader had died. This news was then sent back to the bandits' territory. The leader of the bandits' territory was a second condensing reality realm warrior. His name was Wu He. He was originally a disciple of a sect. However, because he violated the sect's rules, he was expelled from the sect. He did not want to accept this, so he became a bandit. His days here were very leisurely. All the warriors who passed by had to pay him a toll. When Wu He heard that the second brother and the third brother had died, he was extremely angry. He immediately rushed to the scene of the battle. After seeing the injuries of the second brother and the third brother, his face became extremely serious. The one who killed the second brother was a Chi High realm warrior. Wu He said with a gloomy voice. This was because he could only smell the aura of the second brother's Dharma idol in the air. There was no aura of other Dharma idols. In other words, the one who killed the second brother was either a powerful condensing reality realm warrior who did not even release his Dharma idol. There was another possibility, which was that it was a group of top Chi High realm warriors. After analyzing the situation, Wu He believed that the one who killed the second brother was a Chi High realm warrior. He saw that the second brother's body was covered with wounds. It seemed like the battle was very intense. If it was a powerful condensing reality realm warrior, he would not even need to release his Dharma idol. He could have easily killed the second brother with a single attack. Search with all your might. Wu He said with a gloomy voice. Right at this moment, a human shadow rushed in front of Wu He. If Fang Qin was here, he would definitely recognize that person. Chapter 409. What are you doing here? Wu He was in a fit of anger. Seeing the fantasy-een martial marquis arrive, he asked with a gloomy voice, Master Wu He, the guardian asked me to bring you a message. He wants you to quickly find some 9th level Chi-Hai warriors and send them over. The Fantasy Een Martial Marquis said respectfully. The world only knew that the Fantasy Een Martial Marquis had disappeared from the Golden Crown Nation, but they didn't know that he had already come to the southern mountain land to work for the Guardian. I will, Wu He said coldly. If that's the case, then I will take my leave. The Fantasy Een Martial Marquis said, then turned and left. The death of Wu He's brothers made him extremely angry. 100 miles outside of the Spirit Heart City was sealed off by Wu He's men. They were searching for Fong Chen and the other two. At this moment, Fong Chen and the other two hurriedly walked for 3 hours and arrived at a mountain range. They thought that they were out of danger. Let's rest for a while, Fong Chen said. The soaring dragon Marquis and the black armor Marquis nodded and sat cross-legged on a small hill. There are too many powerful warriors in the southern mountain land. Even condensing reality, realm warriors have become bandits. The black armor Marquis sighed. In the Golden Crown Nation, condensing reality realm warriors were already considered top warriors. But in the southern mountain land, condensing reality realm warriors were willing to become bandits. This is the southern mountain land. The competition is too fierce. The higher the cultivation level, the more resources you need. Without resources, you can only become bandits. The soaring dragon Marquis said with deep feelings, We killed the second leader of the bandit group, which will definitely make the head leader angry. With our current strength, killing a first-level condensing reality realm warrior will not be a problem. But if we meet a second-level condensing reality realm warrior, will be dangerous. Fong Chen said, We must be careful on the way to the Water City, but we also need to train harder. As long as we reach the first level of the condensing reality realm, even if we meet a second-level condensing reality realm warrior, we will be able to escape safely. The soaring dragon Marquis said, When they were in the Golden Crown Nation, they were the top 3 warriors in the Martial Marquis list. But when they came to the southern mountain land, there were many warriors that were stronger than them. The difference between the condensing reality realm and the Chi-Hai realm was too big. Therefore, only the top 10 warriors in the Martial Marquis list could challenge a first-level condensing reality realm warrior. However, it was only a challenge. It was still very difficult to actually kill a first-level condensing reality realm warrior. If the soaring dragon Marquis and the other two did not join hands, it would be very difficult for a Chi-Hai realm warrior to kill a first-level condensing reality realm warrior. Martial Marquis is Martial Marquis, Martial Marquis, Marquis, Martial, Martial. Just as the 3 of them were chatting, a warrior suddenly appeared in the distance. The illusory Een Martial Marquis had delivered the message and was preparing to return to report. As he walked, he suddenly discovered 3 warriors. When he looked at Fong Chen, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Fong Chen. The illusory Een Martial Marquis roared furiously. Back in the Golden Guangua, he had wanted to kill Fong Chen. However, Fong Chen had managed to escape. Now, Fong Chen had actually appeared in the southern mountain land. It seems like even the heavens want me to kill you. The illusory Een Martial Marquis laughed sinisterly. When the illusory Een Martial Marquis discovered Fong Chen and the other 2 also discovered the illusory Een Martial Marquis. Mirage Een Martial Marquis. When Fong Chen saw the illusory Een Martial Marquis approaching, his eyes flickered with killing intent. Fong Chen, I never thought that I would actually meet you in the southern mountain land. Looks like you will eventually die in my hands. The illusory Een Martial Marquis said. Illusory Een Martial Marquis, you're actually here. The soaring dragon Marquis and the black armor Marquis exclaimed when they saw the illusory Een Martial Marquis. Soaring dragon Martial Marquis, black armor Martial Marquis. When the illusory Een Martial Marquis saw the 2 people behind Fong Chen, fear flashed across his heart. However, after pondering for a moment, the illusory Marshal Marquis said, "Soaring Dragon Marshal Marquis, Black Armor Marshal Marquis. My target is only Fong Chen. I hope you will not interfere." Hearing the illusory Marshal Marquis words, the Soaring Dragon Marshal Marquis and the Black Armor Marshal Marquis looked at each other. They shook their heads and said, "Don't worry, we will definitely not interfere." The illusory Marshal Marquis was laughable. He actually wanted to kill Fong Chen. With Fong Chen's strength, he could kill the illusory Marshal Marquis in a matter of minutes. There was no need for the Soaring Dragon Marshal Marquis and the Black Armor Marshal Marquis to act. "Fong Chen, I failed to kill you in Feng State City last time. Now, I will kill you with my own hands." The illusory Marshal Marquis said sinisterly, "You missed the chance last time. You no longer have the chance to kill me." Fong Chen said calmly. His eyes flickered with killing intent. The illusory Marshal Marquis was one of the 5 marquises that had destroyed the Sword Reverend sect. So he had to kill the illusory Marshal Marquis. He had originally thought that the illusory Marshal Marquis had disappeared because he had gone into hiding. He hadn't expected him to come to the southern mountain range. It seemed that there were still remnants of the Yellow Spring sect in the southern mountain range. Is that so? Without the help of the Soaring Dragon Marshal Marquis and the Black Armor Marshal Marquis, what will you use to fight me? Even if you don't come looking for me, I will still come looking for you." Fong Chen icily said, "Back then you cruelly destroyed my Sword Reverend sect and killed my fellow disciples. This enmity can only be forgotten." "Humph, how laughable. Do you really think this place is still the Golden Crown country? Do you really think that with your strength you can kill me?" The illusory Marshal Marquis' face was filled with a mocking smile. The Absolute Heaven Marshal Marquis, the Vanquishing Wind Marshal Marquis, the Dragonar Marshal Marquis, and the Withering Wood Marshal Marquis. Where are the 4 of them? Fong Chen ignored the illusory Marshal Marquis words and coldly asked. Back then, the mysterious black figure had brought 5 martial marquises to destroy the Sword Reverend sect in front of everyone's eyes. Fong Chen had once sworn that when he had the ability, he would definitely get revenge. And now his revenge would begin with the illusory Marshal Marquis. A dead person doesn't need to know so much. The illusory Marshal Marquis body flashed, and his eyes flickered, his pupils turning gray. He had activated an illusion. After coming to the southern mountain range, the illusory Marshal Marquis illusions had greatly improved. He believed that Fong Chen wouldn't be able to block his current illusions. "You should be proud to die under my illusions," the illusory Marshal Marquis sinisterly said, his gray pupils flickering. Crack! Just as the illusory Marshal Marquis was feeling pleased with himself, Fong Chen easily broke through his illusions. Disdain appeared on his face. "You call that an illusion?" asked Fong Chen. "Yes, you can actually break through my illusions." Seeing this, the illusory Marshal Marquis withdrew his illusions and launched a fierce attack. Since his illusions weren't effective, he wanted to use his powerful strength to kill Fong Chen. However, before he could unleash his fierce attack, it was directly suppressed by a large hand. Crack! The illusory Marshal Marquis was suppressed by the large hand. His bones crackled as he constantly struggled, but he was horrified to find that this large hand was like a death god from hell, tightly holding on to him. How can this be? The illusory Marshal Marquis constantly struggled. He circulated all the strength in his body, wanting to open his eyes, but he found that it was all futile. "Speak! Where are the other 4 martial marquises?" asked Fong Chen once more. Hearing Fong Chen's words, the illusory Marshal Marquis finally realized that something was wrong. He raised his head and looked at Fong Chen. His eyes flashed with a trace of fear. "Fong Chen, how can you be so strong?" roared the illusory Marshal Marquis. Right, I forgot to tell you. Not long ago, the Golden Crown Nation's imperial family held a martial marquis ranking battle. Fong Qin easily defeated the soaring martial marquis and is ranked third on the martial marquis ranking. His title is the Sword Marquis. The black armor marquis grinned. Sword Marquis, third on the martial marquis ranking? How is that possible? The illusory martial marquis constantly shook his head. He didn't believe it. Where are the other four? This is your last chance, shouted Fong Qin sternly. Crack! Fong Qin's hand exerted force, and the illusory martial marquis bones creaked. His entire body was in endless pain. But in the end, the illusory martial marquis didn't say anything. He knew the Protector's temper. Once the Protector learned of his betrayal, even if he returned alive, he would still die. Fong Qin, if you kill me, the Protector won't let you off. Just wait for the Protector's endless pursuit. Thinking of this, the illusory martial marquis wildly laughed. Pucci, unable to get anything out of him, Fong Qin squeezed his fingers, and the illusory martial marquis was directly killed. How laughable! This illusory martial marquis actually tried to kill the sword marquis. Ha ha ha! The black armor marquis grinned. Chapter 410. Revenge began with the illusory martial marquis. Back then, the mysterious Black Shadow brought the 5 marquises to the Sword State City and destroyed the Sword Reverence sect with lightning speed. Among the 5 marquises, the weakest was the illusory martial marquis. The other 4 marquises were much stronger than the illusory martial marquis. If it was before, Fong Qin was just an ant-like existence to the illusory martial marquis and the others. But now it was different. Fong Qin's strength was already above them. As long as they met, Fong Qin was confident that he could easily kill them. Looking at the corpse of the illusory martial marquis, Fong Qin kept the illusory martial marquis interspatial ring and shook his head slightly. Sword Marquis, although you didn't get the other 4 marquises' positions, you still killed the illusory martial marquis. The Soaring Dragon Marquis said, That's right. I believe the 4 of them have also come to the Southern Mountain Land. As long as we stay in the Southern Mountain Land, we will meet them one day. The black armor marquis grinned. The more they interacted with Fong Qin, the more they realized how terrifying Fong Qin was. Terrifying talent, terrifying tenacity, terrifying willpower. As long as this kind of warrior didn't die prematurely, he would definitely grow into a peerless figure in the ancient Sword Continent. If the Soaring Dragon Marquis thought that he could suppress the Sword Marquis in the Golden Crown Country, then after coming to the Southern Mountain Land, the Soaring Dragon Marquis was not confident. His growth is too fast. The Soaring Dragon Marquis looked at Fong Qin and sighed in his heart. The Sword Marquis talent was the strongest he had ever seen. Let's go, the Soaring Dragon Marquis said. Then the 3 of them continued forward. Fong Qin had already obtained 2 interspatial rings. Adding the illusory martial marquis interspatial ring, he had a total of 3 interspatial rings. As he walked, he checked the interspatial rings. Opening the first spatial ring, Fong Qin found a small number of spirit stones, and the rest were basically some elixirs. After looking through it, Fong Qin found that the things in this spatial ring were almost useless to him. Next was the second space ring. Moments later, Fong Qin shook his head slightly. Apart from spirit stones, there were also some soul weapons in this space ring. However, to Fong Qin, who possessed a top-grade soul weapon, these weapons were not worth mentioning. Finally, Fong Qin's gaze landed on the illusory martial marquis interspatial ring. This was because the owner of the 3 interspatial rings, the illusory martial marquis, was the strongest. I hope that your spatial ring won't disappoint me, Fong Qin thought to himself. Then his soul left his body and entered the interspatial ring of the illusory martial marquis. As soon as he entered the interspatial ring of the illusory martial marquis, Fong Qin discovered that there was a pile of spirit stones in the interspatial ring. High-grade spirit stones. Fong Qin carefully looked through it. There were about 2 million high-grade spirit stones in the interspatial ring of the illusory martial marquee. A dignified expert, ranked 30 on the martial marquee list, actually only has such a small amount of spirit stones. Fong Qin was a little puzzled. He continued to look and found that in the interspatial ring of the illusory martial marquee, other than spirit stones, the rest were spirit herbs. This is an illusory spirit herb. After Fong Qin saw these spirit herbs, his face revealed a trace of surprise. He never thought that there would be so many illusory spirit herbs in the interspatial ring of the illusory martial marquee. Illusory spirit herbs were considered very precious spirit herbs in the world of spirit herbs. Under normal circumstances, they were even more precious than spirit pills. Seeing so many illusory spirit herbs, Fong Qin knew that the majority of the illusory martial marquee spirit stones had been used to buy illusory spirit herbs. Illusory spirit herbs were absolute treasures to warriors who cultivated illusions. Consuming illusory spirit herbs could increase the power of illusions. These illusory spirit herbs are useless to me. Fong Qin grinned. Just as Fong Qin finished speaking, Ancestor Bronze suddenly opened his mouth. "Kid, you really are ignorant." "Ancestor, are you saying that I can use these illusory spirit herbs?" Fong Qin was puzzled and asked. "Fortunately, you have me by your side. Otherwise, you would have wasted so many illusory spirit herbs for nothing," Ancestor Bronze proudly said. Fong Qin listened attentively. Old Ancestor Bronze slowly said, "Everyone thinks that the illusory spirit grass can only be used by martial artists who cultivate illusions. However, they don't know that other martial artists can also use it." "Why?" Fong Qin asked. "Kid, what do you major in?" asked Ancestor Bronze. "Sword Dao," Fong Qin said. "What would happen if you added illusions to your Sword Dao?" asked Ancestor Bronze. Fong Qin sank into silence. A moment later, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly asked, "Ancestor, are you saying that if I add illusions to my Sword Dao, my Sword Dao will become the illusory Sword Dao?" "Kid, your comprehension ability is pretty good. That's exactly what I meant. I've lived for so long that I've seen all kinds of sword geniuses." Ancestor Bronze grinned. "A long, long time ago, I don't even remember how long it was. At that time, Sword Dao was flourishing and countless sword geniuses stood out from the rest. In that era of blooming flowers, countless sword geniuses found their own way of the sword and created countless different Sword Daos that were derived from Sword Dao. Among them were the illusory Sword Dao, the lightning Sword Dao, the water Sword Dao, and so on." Ancestor Bronze continued. "Of course, no matter what kind of Sword Dao it is, they all belong to the Grand Dao of the sword. The goal of all sword cultivators is the same. They all want to reach the peak of the Sword Dao. So you can also change your Sword Dao to the illusory Sword Dao. That way, when you fight an enemy, your sword light will contain illusions. If your opponent isn't careful, they'll be defeated," said Ancestor Bronze. Ancestor Bronze had lived for so long that he had naturally seen countless Sword Dao geniuses. So when he saw the illusory spirit grass, he immediately thought of this point. Illusory Sword Dao. Fong Qin's eyes lit up. A large amount of information about the Sword Dao appeared in his mind. It was like a door was slowly opening for him. "Why haven't I thought of this before?" wondered Fong Qin. If the illusory Sword Dao was infused with illusions, it would definitely have an unexpected effect. "Ancestor, what should I do?" asked Fong Qin. Ancestor Bronze was silent for a moment. He then said, "If you were an ordinary person, I would naturally guide you. But your situation is a bit special, especially that golden heart in your body. I've lived for so many years, but I still can't see through it, so I can't guide you. You can only rely on yourself." Upon hearing the words of Old Master Bronze, Feng Qin was taken aback. Immediately, he looked at the golden heart. At this moment, the golden heart was lying quietly within Feng Qin's body, beating slowly. Let's give it a try. Feng Qin turned to the soaring dragon marquis and the profound armor marquis. The two of you, I've comprehended something. I need to meditate for a while. Can the two of you wait for me? Oh, sword marquis, you're about to break through? The profound armor marquis eyes lit up. Feng Qin shook his head. I'm just comprehending something. No problem. Sword marquis, go ahead and meditate. The two of us will stand guard for you. The soaring dragon marquis laughed. After that, Feng Qin sat cross-legged on an empty ground. Wild sword intent instantly emanated from his body, protecting him. Feng Qin took out an illusory spirit grass and directly swallowed it. In the next moment, it entered his body and its medicinal effects began to spread. There's no movement. Feng Qin stared at the golden heart. He was very surprised to find that there was no reaction at all. It seems I can only rely on myself. Seeing that there was no movement from the golden heart, Feng Qin grinned. He began to digest the illusory spirit grass's medicinal effects. In an instant, Feng Qin found that he was seeing illusions. What a powerful illusory spirit grass! Feng Qin couldn't help sighing. If it weren't for his will being strong enough, he would have already fallen for the illusory spirit grass. Feng Qin couldn't help but sigh. The illusory spirit grass was too powerful. Just as Feng Qin was digesting the illusory spirit grass's medicinal effects, the golden heart suddenly began to rapidly beat. In the next instant, Feng Qin found that all the illusory spirit grass's medicinal effects within his body had been absorbed by the golden heart. It's been absorbed. Seeing this scene, Feng Qin's eyes lit up and he said excitedly. Then Feng Qin began to devour the illusory spirit grass in large mouthfuls. What is the sword marquis eating? The black armor marquis was shocked to see Feng Qin's appearance. This spirit grass seems to be an illusory spirit grass. The soaring dragon marquis frowned. What illusory spirit grass? What is the sword marquis doing? Can illusory spirit grass be eaten in large quantities like this? The black armor marquis was incomparably shocked. He looked at Feng Qin like he was a freak. Even the soaring dragon marquis was flabbergasted. Illusory spirit grass was something an ordinary martial artist would be unable to devour after just one. Was it really fine for the sword marquis to devour so many? While the black armor marquis and the soaring dragon marquis were shocked, Feng Qin was happily devouring the illusory spirit grass. In just a moment, Feng Qin had devoured 30 illusory spirit grass. At a certain moment, the golden heart stopped absorbing the illusory spirit grass's medicinal effects. When Feng Qin saw that, he also stopped devouring. Hiss! The golden heart began to rapidly revolve. In just a moment, a dense aura was emitted from the golden heart, directly spreading throughout Feng Qin's body. This was the illusory aura. Feng Qin's guess had been correct. The illusory aura had been purified by the golden heart. After it was purified, Feng Qin was actually unable to sense the illusory aura. Hiss! In an instant, Feng Qin had completely absorbed the illusory aura. At this moment, Feng Qin suddenly closed his eyes. His sword body was fusing with the illusory aura with all its might. At this moment, Ancestor Bronze, who was within the python sword, also sighed. This kid's luck is really off the charts. He can even do this. Even the illusory Een Marquis, who was proficient in illusory techniques, would not dare to swallow 30 illusory spirit grass in one go. Feng Qin had done it, and he was fine. His body was currently fusing with the illusory aura. When his sword body had completely fused with the illusory aura, his sword Dao would also become the illusory sword Dao. 2 hours later, Feng Qin suddenly opened his eyes. When the soaring dragon marquis and the Black Armor Marquis looked at Fang Qin. They realized that they could not see Fang Qin clearly. They were all shadows. The two of them rubbed their eyes and continued looking, but they still could not see clearly. Sword Marquis. The Soaring Dragon Marquis seemed to have realized this and hurriedly asked. Fang Qin's eyes looked at the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Black Armor Marquis. He activated his sword body, and the illusory aura instantly surrounded his body. In an instant, the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Black Armor Marquis eyes actually had a hint of confusion. Fang Qin withdrew the illusory aura. At this moment, the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Black Armor Marquis eyes were wide open as they looked at Fang Qin in disbelief. Chapter 411. When Fang Qin saw their expressions, he was very satisfied with his meditation. He nodded and said, "You can say that." The sword Dao that he was currently cultivating was the illusory sword Dao. He had integrated illusions into his sword Dao, so it could be considered the illusory technique that the two of them were talking about. When Fang Qin looked at the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Black Armor Marquis, he used the illusory qi. Even with their cultivation, they were still temporarily confused by his illusory technique. It was obvious that the 30 illusory spiritual herbs that he had swallowed had improved his illusory technique's foundation by a lot. Illusory, sword Dao. When Fang Qin thought of this, a trace of a smile appeared on his face. "We can go now." Fang Qin said, "Go where?" Just as Fang Qin was speaking, a sinister voice suddenly entered the ears of the three people. When the three of them heard that, they were immediately shocked. "Humph! You killed my second brother and third brother. You want to escape? Dream on." Wu He's hoarse voice rang out again. Crash! Immediately after, Wu He appeared in front of the three of them. Behind Wu He stood many members of the bandits. After days of sleepless searching, Wu He finally found a clue and found this place. Second level of the condensing reality realm. When they saw Wu He appear, Fang Qin and the other two's expressions changed greatly. From the aura that Wu He emitted, it was obvious that he was a second-level condensing reality realm martial artist. The difference between the first level of the condensing reality realm and the second level of the condensing reality realm was huge. Fang Qin and the other two could join forces and kill a first-level condensing reality realm martial artist. But facing a second-level condensing reality realm martial artist, they did not dare to be careless. "All three of you will die." Wu He's expression was sinister as he looked at the three of them and sneered. "What should we do?" the Black Armor Marquis asked. The Soaring Dragon Marquis and Fang Qin frowned as they quickly thought of a solution. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Fang Qin quietly activated his sword body. Suddenly, a powerful sword intent soared into the sky. In the next moment, an illusory aura accompanied by a powerful sword intent enveloped Fang Qin. "Now that things have come to this, we can only fight. In this way, we still have a chance of survival," Fang Qin said in a low voice. "Let's fight together." The Soaring Dragon Marquis roared. The majestic sword will around Fang Qin instantly filled the entire land. The 5 Rivers and his bandits were all enveloped by the sword will. Just as 5 River was about to make a move, he suddenly realized that his subordinates were all like zombies. They had lost their senses and were standing behind him in a daze. Yes, an illusion. 5 Rivers' expression changed slightly. "Do it." Fang Qin held the hidden star sword and fiercely slashed out. Suddenly, a majestic sword light of water and fire appeared in the air and bombarded towards 5 River. As a second-layer condensing reality realm martial artist, facing 3 Chi-High realm martial artists, 5 River was naturally not afraid. He displayed a powerful and domineering attack to block Fang Qin's sword light. Bang! When the sword light collided with his attack, a wild illusory aura instantly filled the air. Even 5 River, who was a second-layer condensing reality realm martial artist, was stunned. 5 River woke up from his daze. His face was filled with surprise as he said coldly, "I did not think that your illusion technique would have reached such a level. If I do not kill you, I will not be at ease." After discovering that Fang Chen's illusion technique was so powerful, Five River displayed a powerful attack towards the three of them. Whoosh! The hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand continuously swung out. Streaks of sword light immediately bombarded Five River and the others. Miserable screams came from behind Five River. Wherever the sword light passed, Five River subordinates would all die tragically. They were too weak to block Fang Chen's illusory sword art. Before they could even make a move, they were already trapped in the illusion. Seeing his subordinates die one by one, Five River was furious. He roared furiously, "Kid, I will tear you to pieces." Five River roared as a giant axe appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, the giant axe instantly chopped towards Fang Chen and the others. Black armor shield. The Black Armor Marquis roared as he activated all the power in his body and raised his defense to the extreme. The Soaring Dragon Marquis also used all his strength to block Five River's giant axe attack. Whoosh! Fang Chen activated the illusory sword art again and displayed the 11th level of the fire and water sword art. Suddenly, streaks of sword light slashed towards Five River's giant axe, causing Five River to be affected by the illusion technique. Five River was affected by the illusion technique and the direction of his giant axe changed. Although Five River woke up in an instant, the giant axe in his hand still chopped empty air. Damn it! Five River also realized the power of Fang Chen's illusion technique. His eyes flickered with killing intent as he stared at Fang Chen. He had to deal with Fang Chen first before dealing with the other two. Seeing Five River's attack, Fang Chen waved his wrist and the illusory sword art appeared. Five River's mind was affected and his body stopped for a moment. Split up and run. Fang Chen roared as he jumped and directly entered the dense forest. Five River woke up and gave up on attacking the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Black Armor Marquis. He furiously chased after Fang Chen. "Kid, you're dead." Five River let out an angry roar and disappeared into the dense forest. Seeing Five River's disappearing figure, the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Black Armor Marquis were terrified. They looked at each other and disappeared. Five River was a second stage condensing reality realm warrior. His strength shocked Fang Chen. He still hasn't released his Dharma idol. Fang Chen thought to himself. Five River hadn't released his Dharma idol yet, and the three of them were already running away. If he released his Dharma idol, how strong would his strength be? Soon, Five River caught up with Fang Chen. His huge axe once again chopped towards Fang Chen. The huge axe carried an extremely terrifying aura. Shu Fang Chen pushed his sword body to the extreme. The illusory qi merged with his sword intent and spread out for 100 meters. As long as Five River was within 100 meters of Fang Chen, he would be affected by the illusory sword art. After chasing for a while, Five River let out an angry roar. A Chi High warrior was actually chased by him for such a long time. "I'm going to kill you." Five River roared angrily. Suddenly, an illusory rat appeared above his head. Yes, it was a rat. After the rat appeared, Five River's aura instantly increased. This illusory rat was his Dharma idol. The Dharma idol is a rat. When Fang Chen saw Five River's Dharma idol, he was also extremely shocked. After the Dharma idol appeared, Five River's huge axe once again chopped down. In an instant, the Dharma idol merged with the huge axe and chopped towards Fang Chen. This time, Five River's hand loosened and the huge axe flew out. This way, Five River wasn't affected by the illusory sword art, and the huge axe was still chopping towards Fang Chen. Damn it! Fang Chen panicked and rushed forward without knowing where to go. Just as the giant axe was about 100 meters away from him, Fang Chen tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and leaped forward. Bang! Although Fong Chin tried his best to block, he was still hit by the huge axe. His body fell to the ground in front of him. Let's see how you escape. Five Rivers' figure flashed and appeared in front of Fong Chin. He opened his hand, and the huge axe returned to his hand. The rat once again appeared above his head. Five River walked step by step towards Fong Chin, preparing to kill Fong Chin. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Five River was puzzled and looked around. When his gaze landed on Fong Chin, he discovered that a demonic beast the size of a small mountain was walking towards him. This Five River instantly recalled the legend of this mountain range and cried out, "How is this possible?" The space around Five River seemed to distort. Five River wanted to turn around and leave, but at that moment, the huge monster suddenly opened its mouth and roared. Immediately, the Dharma idol above Five Rivers' head shattered. The Dharma idol shattered, and he let out a wretched cry. Next, the colossal creature arrived before Wu-He and stomped down on his body, crushing his body into pieces. Five River was in the second stage of the condensing reality realm. He had been an outlaw for so many years and had always been free and unfettered. But now he was actually trampled to death by a demonic beast. After Five River died, the huge monster opened its mouth and directly bit Fong Chin. Then it turned around and drilled into the depths of the mountain range. The soaring dragon Marquis and the black armor Marquis hastily fled. They didn't know how long they had fled, but they suddenly heard a roar towards the sky. Then they discovered that the ground was trembling. What is that sound? The soaring dragon Marquis and the black armor Marquis asked in alarm. I wonder how the sword Marquis is doing. The black armor Marquis' eyes flickered as he looked behind him and said faintly. Hearing this, the soaring dragon Marquis sank into silence. The reason why the two of them were able to escape was entirely because of the sword Marquis. Being chased by a second stage condensing reality realm martial artist, the sword Marquis was simply unable to resist. The soaring dragon Marquis sighed and said, The sword Marquis' strength is tyrannical, and he also has such a powerful illusion technique. He might be able to escape. The black armor Marquis said, If the sword Marquis dies, I, the soaring dragon Marquis, will definitely avenge him. Me too. If the sword Marquis was killed by that bandit leader, I, the black armor Marquis, will definitely kill him and avenge the sword Marquis. After they finished speaking, the two of them looked at each other and quickly disappeared into the mountain range. At this moment, in a bandit territory, many bandit members were cultivating. Suddenly, they felt the ground shake and the mountains shake. Then they heard an angry roar. Yes, the sound came from the mountain range. What is going on? Not long ago, the boss went to the mountain range to look for the killer of the second brother. Could it be that the sound came from the boss? The boss must have found the killer. Let's go and take a look. No, when the boss went out, he ordered us to guard the bodies of the Chi-Hai realm martial artists in the territory. The boss is a second stage condensing reality realm martial artist. A normal martial artist would not be a threat to the boss. Many bandit members said one after another.